Hey up everyone, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I'm going to talk about identity because obviously I have changed. And identity is an interesting one because people seem to talk about it a lot at the moment. The main point of this is that it doesn't matter about identity. Obviously it matters to you, but nobody else should care about it because it's just yours and nobody else's. And it doesn't matter if you change your hair, if you change your gender, if you change what you wear, things you like, you're still you. And your work is always going to reflect that. So it doesn't matter what other people see you as, because you're you. And it's on the topic a lot at the moment, because people changing parts of themselves, and it's all in the media, and people are picking it to pieces, and there's obvious groups of people who don't like certain things and say, oh, we don't like this because it's not in certain books, or this is not the way I was brought up. But if you think about it, people were brought up without skyboxes. That's a relatively new thing, and they just accepted that. And people grew up in the past without running water or electricity, or they had their bathrooms in their back garden instead of in the house. And the NHS is pretty new, and people seem okay with that. So I don't know why people are making such a fuss over these things instead. And neither should you. Because, in my opinion, if you're not fucking it, it's none of your fucking business. And obviously I am Joshua Morrison, but I'm not Joshua Morrison right now. But if this was me, if I just turned up one day and said, hey up, I am now not who I used to be, I'm this now, it wouldn't affect the things I was making at all. It would just affect my life outside of what I do. So it would have no influence on you, whatever. And I don't think people should make such a big deal out of it. Because I think it should be celebrated, the confidence and bravery to be something that's not expected of you. That should always be celebrated because, you know, Stonewall was started with a brick. All great movements in history were started by one person. Suffragettes, one person who just wanted to vote, turned into many. You know, good things. The abolition of slavery started with one person going, don't know about this feels wrong, and speaking up. So, yeah, good things start with one person. But back to the point at hand, be who you want. And sod anybody else who tells you that you're doing it wrong because you're actually doing it right. And if it turns out that's not right for you, change again and again and again. You can change your shoes 100 times before you leave the house. Doesn't matter. Because there's still your feet in the shoes. Metaphors. Many metaphors. This is a short one, I guess. Because this is the first Joshua Morrison looking like this video.
So, you know, when it comes to your own identity, it doesn't really matter what exactly you are, because you can be many different things at once. You know, if you're hanging out with your boss, you're going to be a different person if you're hanging out with your parents. You'll be a different person if you hang out with your friends. You'll be a different person if you hang out with whoever is out there, right? So it doesn't matter who exactly you are, because who you are is you. You can't change that. But you can change your nature. You can change your personality, you can change the things about you that make you you, but you can't change the core of yourself. So that's kind of part of it. So when it comes to your own identity, don't worry so much about who you are, because you're going to be doing that no matter what. You'll always be you, even if you feel like you're kind of betraying who you as a you is. So say I don't know, you're a metalhead and you love listening to metal all the time, but then you start listening to like Nancy Sinatra and you're just listening to her for like, I don't know, 5 years straight, and you become obsessed with her, right? And you just keep listening to it again and again and again. You keep bringing it up to your metalhead friends and they're kind of going, oi, what are you kind of talking about her? She doesn't even have any riffs, right? So it doesn't matter because it's still you. You haven't stopped being you, you've just stopped being a metalhead, right? You being a metalhead isn't you. It's not like the metalhead comes before the you that is you. And it's the same way with anything. Don't worry about the nature of your interests and the nature of the things that you think make up you, because those aren't the things that make up you. What makes up you is completely fucking nebulous. So don't worry so much about it. Go out there and just do the thing that sort of feels right. Don't hurt people. Don't make people feel sad. But do just keep being yourself. And that's basically the video. So thank you very much for watching this. I hope you enjoyed this experimental form. And I will see you again in another sort of video. They come out quite regularly. And yeah, I'm really enjoying doing these sort of things. So this is part of who I am. And whoever you are, you will do something that reflects you. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a great rest of the day. And I will see you later on. Bye. Hey up, everybody. My name's Jonny Mozza, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about creative style. Now, everyone has their own different way of making things, everyone has their own little tricks and little tricks of the trade, right? But some people have different things, other people have other things. For instance, I have a Canon FS100, which I don't actually have on me, but it's a little sort of handy cam kind of thing with an optical 40 times zoom. Right? I really enjoy it. It gives you this kind of late 90s, early 2000s kind of feel. It's really enjoyable little bit of kit, really cheap. You can get one for about 40 quid and they are a lot of fun. Believe me, they are really fun to use. Particularly what's really fun is if you're at an open mic or at some kind of performance, you slowly zoom in on their face while they're like strumming away at the guitar and you just see it go in and in and in and in and in and in and in. It's brilliant, right? Other people have other little things that make them sort of who they are. So I'm visiting someone at the moment and they have this proper Polaroid camera, right? Now I can't actually put my head through this really, like I can do that, right? I'm not going to use it, by the way. I would not do that. I've taken one picture of it and it's terrifying using these things because the film is actually quite expensive. I've got this picture here, right? So this is an example of what you can kind of do with the creative sort of use of various technologies. So if you were to use this on just a phone camera, if you were to take it with a phone, it would not look like this. It wouldn't have this kind of look to it. This looks like it was taken in the past. The only way you can see that it's not is because I'm using a laptop, which is over here. Now, if you want to be really, really mental, right, what you can do, you can use this as well. If you want to go lo-fi, who's to stop you? Because there's no right or wrong way of doing anything. And I'll show you right about now. Hello, everybody. This is from the laptop. Now, as you can see, it maybe doesn't look the same as over here. As you can see, they look a little bit different. However, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this look. There's nothing wrong with doing things in your own style with the resources that you have available to you. Now I might just adjust that so that it looks a little bit more, hang on, there we are, see? So now you've got quite an interesting image here and then you've got that as well. So that's a different look from the main camera to this camera. They look a little bit different, okay? Now, why is this important? Because you might see bigger films out there using, I don't know, Arial X's or red mega Blackmagic super cameras, right? And you look at them and you think, oh no, I can't create things. Wrong. You are absolutely wrong with that. Don't say that to yourself. Don't get yourself down. Don't get yourself down. Don't get yourself down. It's really easy to get yourself down and to make yourself feel inferior to everyone else around you who seems so successful because they portray an image of success on social media or via their creative works. It's very easy to get yourself down, but it's important to not allow that to happen because this looks fine, okay? And it looks just as good as this. The only thing is they look different, okay? They look like different things. They're different mediums, right? The same way, if I was to take a picture, and I was to take a picture with a Polaroid, right? It would look different than if I took a picture on the phone or with a DSLR, okay? There's no right or wrong way of doing anything. There is no correct form. There is no correct format. Now, obviously, if you want to get your thing onto Netflix, Netflix has a specific set of specifications. You need it in 4K, you need it filmed on certain cameras, you need it with this, you need it with that. But you're not going to get onto Netflix. Come on. If you're watching this video, just be realistic, you're not going to get onto Netflix. And that's okay. You don't need Netflix, and Netflix doesn't need you. Netflix goes out there and buys up rejects from Universal and Paramount and all these studios that put $50 million into a film, look at it and go, oh, bloody hell, what have I done? I should not have done that. I should not have given that man that money. What have I got here? And then Netflix will take it, they'll put it out, and actually it might become quite successful. You see loads of little films like that, like Bird Box with the one with the blind woman on the boat. That was originally a film that was, I can't remember what studio made it exactly, but it was meant to have a cinema release, but it didn't need one necessarily. Not all films do, and certainly there's an argument to be made that we need to be preserving the cinema as an experience, and I would certainly agree, because it's really nice to go into a cinema, sit down, have the lights off, you see a few trailers, you get yourself kind of excited, you go, ooh, should we see that film? It's coming out in a month or so. That looks kind of good. It looks sort of more up your street. This one's more a film that's more up my street. So you can have some fun experiences with the cinema doing that. But I think one thing that's good about the streaming thing is that we're able to access such a wide variety of creative works. We can get exactly what we want, basically a moment's notice, and you can. Like Netflix has so much stuff, Amazon Prime has so much stuff, Disney Plus, they've got all loads of stuff. The main issue with them is they seem to be replicating the cable model of, different cable subscription services. Now you've got to pay for Disney Plus and Paramount Plus and Hulu Plus and Netflix and Amazon Prime and the ones that I'm forgetting about and the ones that don't really matter. What's Shredder as well? That's for like horror movies and stuff, you can pay for that. You've got so many different options now that you can't obviously get all of them, but you don't need all of them. And it's the same way with making things, you have so many options now. You can do this, or you can do this. There's no right or wrong way. There's people that make very similar videos to me that do it on their phone. There's people that make very similar videos to me that do it on their laptop just like this. There's people that make videos very, very similar to me that make them an hour long or 2 minutes long, or maybe they live stream it or whatever, okay? Because there's no right or wrong way to do anything. There's just your way. And if you find a way that works for you, then you're in the money. And don't let any how-to guide, success guru tell you that it's the wrong way. Because if you find success, then you found it. And it doesn't matter what anyone else has to say. Okay? So I think the general point that I'm trying to make with this video is you might have some kind of imposter syndrome with regards to what you're doing. If you're trying to create, I don't know, films or music or art in general, maybe paint, and you look at your paintings and you go, Jesus Christ, my paintings look terrible. But then look at Picasso. Would you necessarily say that his paintings are amazing? We would on an artistic, historical and level, right? I think his paintings are amazing, right? But when he started out, do you think that he got that same appraisal that we give to him now? Or do you think people are going, come on, Pic, just put the brush down, get a job? Right. So thank you very much for watching this video. Have a great rest of the day. Bye bye. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to do something a little bit different. When I was a kid, I used to have to spend all the lunch periods in a classroom for some reason, and we used to pass the time, me and a couple of my friends, we would try and memorise all the capital cities in the world. So I'm going to try and see just how many I can remember, see what areas I'm good at, what I'm not good at, and just have a bit of fun with it at the end of the day, because it's something I've not done for a while, to be honest. I've not thought about capital cities, and there's countries here that I've forgotten even exist. I've gotten a bit rusty on my geography. So I've got 20 minutes, so let's start with London. Lisbon, because it sounds like London. So we just do all the basic ones. Dublin, Berlin. I think because I've got all the lights and stuff, and now there's pressure on, it's making me sort of think less. Right, so I'm just going to do all the basic ones. There we are. Helsinki. Okay, Moscow, Reykjavik, Reykjavik, Reykjavik. Reykjavik. Alright, I remember how you do it. You do Reykjavik. I'm sure there's a Reykjavik. Oh, too many. Oh, come on. Fine. Let's just do Ottawa. What? No, don't start moving on to bloody North America. Get what you meant to done. Done. Just get it done. Rome, that's an important one. All streets lead to Rome, and now that I've done Rome, I can go down the streets in the opposite direction. And that will take me to all fun, funky places like Beijing, not Shanghai. Beijing. Ah! I'm terrible at this. Okay. Right. Luxembourg. I know that that is the same as the place. Noun. Amsterdam. Yep. Although I get annoyed at Amsterdam actually because I lost a science quiz. It was for brainiacs, right? And I was in with a load of brainiacs for some reason. And they said, what's the capital of the Netherlands? And I said The Hague, because that's what the fucking capital of the Netherlands is. And it told me, no, you're wrong, it's bloody Amsterdam. Right? So that's why I know it. And I've got the hair for someone who's clearly been to Amsterdam, but I've never been to Amsterdam. I am going to Lithuania next year, though. And I'm going to the capital. And I can't remember where I'm going. Oh, it sounds like those little midgets from Mass Effect. What are those little midgets called? They go, ooh, I am a merchant and I am a greedy capitalist. Not merchant, the Jewish dog whistle. The merchant as in like, you know, literally merchantiling. Vilnius. Oh, fuck off. That's the name of the bastarding place. Vilnius? Vienna? Get a different one in. It's Vilnius. It's fucking Vilnius. I'm telling you, it's Vilnius. I'm going to Vilnius next year. I'm going to Vilnius to see a band. And it's not giving me it. Right, okay. Time to restock. Warsaw. Warsaw's all the way down there. Oh, no, right, yeah, okay. Kiev. Okay. Right. I haven't even gotten Spain. Madrid. Andorra. What is that? What is that? What is that? The place is called Andorra. Is it just like Andorra City? No. Tax haven. Reykjavik. Fuck off. Alright, fine. Okay. Where else have I been in the world? Sofia. I went to Varna, but it just made me think of that. Bucharest and Budapest. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. I need to... Can I zoom... It's not really much of a zoom in, is it? Okay. Athens, yeah. I should have thought of that one at least. Monaco. Okay, sweet. Oh, what's the thing down there? What's the thing down here? Under Italy. Tiny place. Very rich. Religious. Tiny island. Moldova. Oh, fuck off. There's a city in Moldova? It's so small it might as well be the city. What's in Kosovo? Oh, come on, I've got 2 friends from Kosovo and oh, are you kidding me? And I don't know where the capital of Kosovo is. I must know the capital of Kosovo. I nearly said Albania. I bet they wish that was the case. Ah, come on. Focus on Europe for now, because this is the strong part. This is the bit where I'm the strongest. Oh Jesus! I used to be really good at this. Now that I'm doing it, literally just basic things are leaving my head. Vatican City. What's the other bastarding bloody one that's in Italy? That's not in Italy, but it's like the Benidorm of Italy. More like the Jersey of Italy. Where's that? Where is that? Because if I can get that, it's like, it sounds like Andorra, but it's not Andorra. How long have I actually got left? Oh, Jesus Christ, I need to get a fucking shift on. Alright, Washington, D.C. Okay. Let's just get that out of the way. Mexico City. Brasilia. Oh, come on, Brazil. You've done enough. I was never going to get that little comma thing. Montevideo. Buenos Aires. Aries. Yep. Santiago. Why am I better at the fucking South America than I am here? La Paz. Wait, that's Bolivia? That one's Bolivia. I thought that one was Bolivia. What the hell's this one then? Okay, right. I take stock. Colombia. I don't know. Peru. I don't know. Venezuela. Something about me wants to say Venezuela City, but that doesn't sound right. Yeah, no. Ooh, goody. We're doing terribly. Okay, alright. Alright. Tokyo, I guess. Pyongyang. Seoul. Phuket. No, it's not. That's not it. Bangkok is the one of Thailand. What's the one of Vietnam? It's like Mi Li Zhang. Oh no, Mi Pi Zan. Mi Ji San. I just sound like a racist. I can't get it. Right, New Delhi. Let's just get that one out of the way. Oh, it's the fucking capital of India, isn't it? It's New Delhi. New Delhi is the capital of India. Since when was it? Or have they changed it? Delhi? Oh, that looked more like New Delhi. Oh, thank God. I was going to actually get quite frustrated. Islamabad. Oh, it was in the news. Afghanistan. It was in the news, and I did know it. Just get Cairo out of the way. Cairo, get that one done. Oh, for God's sake, you must know the capital of Turkey. No, this is actually annoying me. I know the capital of Turkey, but because I've got like lights and I'm recording it, and there's a timer there, I can't remember it. It's not Istanbul, but it's Ankara. Right, okay. Israel. Be very careful with what you say. It's not Jerusalem. I give up. Okay, and the United Arab Emirates. I'm gonna try Dubai, but I don't think it is. It's oh, what sound that sounds like Dubai? Oh, I can do Tehran, and oh, I'm actually really frustrated at how little I've remembered of any of this. Johannesburg. Thank you so much, autocorrect. And it's not even Johannesburg. All right. There's a place on the way from Shepherd's Bush to Acton on the 207 that is named, well, it's either named after a place in South Africa that's the capital, or the place in South Africa is named after that. Probably the other way around. Peter something. Petersburg. No, give up. Okay. Jakarta. Canberra. Wellington. Okay. Oh, come on. I did know the Papua New Guinea one. Because I like Papua New Guinea. It's just a weird place. I find that interesting, and I can't remember what the hell the capital is. Oh, it came and then it went. It came and then it went. It came and then it went. Come back. All right. I have. It's a port. Port Moresby. Fuck off. You're wasting me valuable seconds there. I want to at least Port Moresby. Yes! Okay, right. Get in. No, Somaliland is a part of Somalia. That's, I think, a rebellious part that has formed its own government. Not the capital. Okay. Cambodia. Don't remember. Panama City. Okay, we're getting somewhere. What's the next one? There's one around these places in Central America that is the name of the capital city, is also the name of the thing. I know it. I do know it. And it's not Honduras. Zagreb. Sorry, different part of the world. The capital of Croatia came to me. Okay. What's this thing that I'm trying to get that is definitely in and around Panama? Panama, Honduras, Belize. Maybe it's Belize? No, maybe Belize City. It sounds like the sort of place out of Belize City. Jamaica, Kingston. Yes. Okay. Right. Come on, let's try and get a bit of Africa in. Nigeria. What is the capital of Nigeria? Now, I do know this. I do know this for a fact. It's a very large city. It's got water things going through it. There's a lot of houses that are on stilts. It probably has some problem with water fumigation, filtration, I mean. If the documentaries I saw was anything to do with it. Oh, no, it's not coming. It's not coming. Senegal, something's stirring. Oh, was it the Central African Republic? No, I do know it. I know them. And once this finishes, it's going to show me them, and I'm going to remember. I want to at least get to 50. Taiwan. I know it's not Taiwan, but what's the capital of Taiwan? Oh, I knew that as well. This is actually frustrating me so much. All right. Seriously, put some effort in now. Reykjavik. Reykjavik. Oh, that looks kind of right. Reykjavik. Reykjavik. Okay. Okay. What's the capital of the Philippines? I do know it. I do know it. I'm going to the Philippines with my girlfriend. Oh, yeah, where are you going? Oh, first we're going to stop off in Alza! And it wasn't Mallorca. Let's try Mallorca. No. Manila. Oh, what? It's fucking Manila. Oh. Oh, okay. We got it. We managed to get there. Right. What the hell is this? Surely that's China. That can't be Vietnam. Mi La Ming. 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 La Mi Ning. Ma Na Ma Ni Ming. Ning. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Why are there so many fucking capitals here? Alright, I know some of them are going to be microstates, and if I can figure out the name of the microstate, then I can figure out the name of the country because they'll be the same thing. Alright. Qatar. Let's try it. Nope. Bhutan, that's not a microstate. I know the thing you're thinking of. It does begin with a B, and it's an island, and it's on the coast from Saudi Arabia. And I can't remember it, so it's gone. Alright. Please get something from fucking Africa. I mean, this is... Oh, alright. I remember that the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of the Congo have this huge city that is split down by a river, and the coast and the border is the river itself. And these are two cities. One begins with a K. I'm sure one begins with a K. I want to say Kambala, but that sounds more like India. Kambala? Nope. And the other one has some mad long name. Or maybe it's not long, but it's just got a lot of syllables. Come on, we got a minute 30 to actually get 50. We need to get 50. Come on. Come on. Come on. What can we get in Africa? We must know something in Africa. This is ridiculous. Togo, Ghana City. Nope. Togo City. Benin. Nope. Okay. Right. Yeah. The Taipei 101 Tower resides in the city of... No, it's not coming. Right. There were two people crushed by a crane that fell off of the Taipei 101 Tower in... Okay. Okay. Cuba has the prison that the Americans have, the big one that's full of people that do torture, but they don't do torture there. And they pay off Cuba, but Cuba doesn't even take the money because it's so pathetically little, the amount of money. But the reason that Cuba doesn't just take it back is because it's the United States. And what's the capital of that fucking country? Not America. Oh, we've got 25 seconds. We need to just say some fucking Reykjavik. Oh, please. Oh my god, I could have just done that the whole time. Okay. Right. We got 10 seconds, we got 10 seconds, we got 10 fucking seconds, we got 10 seconds, we got 10 seconds, we got 10 seconds. Shut the fuck up. Right. Palestine? Baghdad? I didn't get Baghdad. I didn't get Copenhagen. I got Vilnius. Oh, Vilnius. Ulaanbaatar, yep, I knew that one. Georgetown, yep, knew that one. I didn't realise Nassau was over there. I thought Nassau was way in the middle of the Pacific. Oh, okay, whatever city I'm thinking of isn't the capital of Vietnam. Dhaka! Dhaka! That would have been a good one. Brussels, the home of the EU, and I didn't get it, and I just sat there like, ooh, it's in Belgium. Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan, where all the riots were happening a couple of years ago, because the president, there's only been like 4 presidents there in their entire time, and one of them was causing a bit of grief. Minsk, the capital of Belarus, where what's his face that runs the place is in with Putin, and he was importing a load of immigrants from the Arab nations so that he could then send them on buses to the border of Poland, and then because he said that because the EU did something that Belarus didn't like, he was like, "Oh, we're going to come back and we're going to defy you, and we're going to send a load of immigrants your way," and that didn't really work out for them, because then Poland just built a wall, and then they were stuck with all these immigrants themselves. So, and they didn't really know what to do with them, and they couldn't send them back, so they just kind of put up with them, I guess. I don't know. Not exactly a particularly in-depth geopolitical analysis, I know. Kuwait City, Kuwait, that was the place I was thinking of. Riga, no, I would never have gotten Riga. I never would have got Tallinn. Never would have gotten Andorra la Vella. Never would have got Tunis. Algiers, I should have gotten that one. I should have gotten Algiers. Because I've been looking vaguely into the brutality against the Algiers in France. Definitely not from YouTube political essay videos that are all like 2 hours long, but they're quite well animated. So, yeah. Sri Jaya Warden Sri Jaya Warden Apura Kote. Mali, or however you pronounce it, the capital of the Maldives. It's going to disappear in the next 50 years thanks to climate change, which does exist. Dili, that's the capital of Timor East, or East as it's often called. Abu Dhabi, the capital of fucking the United Arab Emirates, where people often think that Dubai is the capital, but it's not. And I put Dubai in anyway, just out of desperation. Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. I think it's hard to tell with this map. Lima's the capital of Peru. Oh my god. Lima. Right. Okay. I think we're going to leave it there, because I have found out that my sense of geography is not great. Did it tell me what the capital of Palestine was? I think it's hidden. I presume it's not Damascus, because that's the capital of Syria, isn't it? See, suddenly I'm an expert now that I've got them all in front of me, but when I'm having to actually guess them, I can't do it. I'm not very good. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. It was something a little bit different. I thought it might be fun to see what happens when you put the pressure on, and I quite enjoyed that. I might do it again. Might do some more of these, and don't take this as any kind of educational tool, please. Don't take this as an educational tool. But if you learned something from this, then please verify it before you go saying it down the pub, yeah? Verify everything that I've said. If I said my name, verify that first. If I said the capital of Ireland is Dublin, and I don't know why why am I putting on this weird Native American accent for it? Not even an Irish accent. Please just verify everything, and verify things even on channels that don't pretend like they, just verify your facts, yeah? Doesn't matter who it is. If it's someone that seems like they're really a big authority on it, verify it, because some of these people turn out to be full of shite. Alright. Thank you so much for watching. Take care, have a good one. This is a video that I haven't planned whatsoever. I've been wandering around up and down these streets for about half an hour looking for somewhere interesting to film. somewhere where there's not too much foot traffic and where you can kind of get a bit of an interesting sort of idea of where this place is. And this has been the best I can kind of find. And I'm talking a little bit quieter because it is a residential area, you know, and I don't really want to disturb people particularly, so this is probably going to be a shorter video than usual. The idea essentially of making up as you go along is very simply that if you put all your effort into planning things, those plans aren't necessarily going to actually come to fruition, especially in the way that you actually envisioned them when you came up with a plan. For instance, every single piece of art that I've ever made, every single film I've done, every single song that I've composed, everything has always gone awry in some form or another. Either the actor I wanted didn't really work out, or the location didn't work out, or this aspect of the script was too complicated, or this sort of thing that I was trying to do didn't really work. Or right now, pain in the ass. You know, shut down Heathrow. Who needs to travel anyway? Just so that people can get these sort of videos recorded. In terms of making things up as you go along, I do understand the idea that people don't necessarily want to see something that is just, you know, people have no idea what they're doing. So, you know, there can't be any thought or care or effort put into something where you're just making up as you go along. But I tend to find that the magic comes from the unexpected. Whenever I've gone out, my favourite shot whenever I've gone out has always been the one that I didn't really think was all that. When I was looking at it on the little tiny screen that's probably about that big on the camera, and then I go and see it on the computer monitor and it's, you know, maybe that big, a bit smaller than that. I think, oh wow, that shot's really good. And the shot that I spent, you know, an hour tweaking and twiddling and making sure that everything was absolutely perfect, that one tends to not be the one that's you know, my favourite. The one that I thought was going to be the money shot tends to be the one that is, you know, it's all right, don't get me wrong. It's not like planning is a bad thing and that you shouldn't put any effort in to what you do. You absolutely should. However, I think effort should come from the overall experience rather than an individual part of the process that you put all your time and effort into. If you plan too much, and I've said this before, you can get paralyzed in the plan and it can lead to you creating these really sterile works. And if you just allow yourself to go with the flow, you're going to end up in having much more fun in life than if you sit down and think, oh, I need to do this, and then 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 this. You're going to end up, one, overwhelming yourself through this feeling of routine that you've created for yourself and this feeling of obligation to do certain things in a certain order because that's the way that they are done. You're going to end up paralyzing yourself because of that. And second off, you're going to just realize that what's the point of life if there's no spontaneity? What's the point of life if you can't just decide at the last minute you're going to go out and you end up having... Have you ever gone out and thought this... You've been really excited for this night out, you've been excited for it for like 2 weeks or so, right? And then it happens and you're a little bit disappointed. And it's not necessarily just because your expectations were raised, because you kind of knew your expectations were raised going into it, because you're self-conscious enough to understand that. And you're self-aware enough to be able to get to grasp of that concept. However, you still leave disappointed. And it is not just because you put the expectations into it, but it's also because you've had this idea that it's kind of, you know, you've prepared to do it and then you've done it. Where's the magic in that? Compared to if you, oh, see, part of the plan, going wrong, car. I'm gonna have to move the camera somewhere. What I'll do, move it to the pavement. I'll just do it on the pavement. See that? Huh, see the car. Let me just try and find a spot. We'll do it here-ish. Ooh, that looks nice. Make sure it's all in focus. Yeah, brilliant. Let's raise it up a bit. ISO can go up a couple of notches as well. One more. Yeah, whatever. That's probably gonna have to do. Let's just make sure that, okay, so I go to that tree and yeah, I should definitely fit in that frame. I'm going to keep all that in because that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, spontaneity. You end up coming up with a new shot. I mean, I quite like this shot now, and I've literally just composed it at the last second. I kind of like this going up and down. I like all this. You know, I kind of liked being able to wander back and forth on the street, but I was there with the worry that a car would come by. And it's kind of indicative of my point that if you go through life doing everything according to a plan, then you're not going to have any magic to your own life. I find that some of my favourite nights out, or my favourite days, or my favourite experiences are the ones that I just do off the cusp, where I just decide, I'm going to do that, and then I do it. And then I come back and I'm glad to have done it. I never feel like I shouldn't have bothered to do something, you know? Even stuff that has caused me significant grief in my life, I feel like I'm still glad I went out and tried it, you know? Because what's the point of life if you don't go out and have these experiences? What's the point of life if you just do the same thing time and time again? You right? It's another car, so I'm just trying to think of more aspects to making it up as you go along that are really important. I think probably the most important thing is knowing how to do things. You know, it's all well and good going into stuff with, you know, complete guns a-blazing, you know, and having this possibly quite naive mindset of, you know, I'm just going to do it and then it's going to work. You know, it might not work. Things might not work out, and that's all right, because if they don't work out, then that's fine, and it's a lesson learned. So I think even if this video is a failure, it's still a lesson in failure. And it's better to, like, for instance, when I was learning to write, scripts and stuff.
How are you?
I'm gonna move the camera again.
Yeah, I'll give you cash. Oh, you're gonna give cash? Because I've got a problem with my account, you know. I've changed it to I can't log in.
That could be cool. Where am I gonna go? Yeah, up to about here. More lessons in failure. Like when I was learning to write, I feel like I'm like the Homer Simpson thing with the hedge, you know, where he goes into the hedge. I think what's important, when I was learning to write scripts, I didn't learn by reading all the best screenplays. I learned by reading the kind of the worst ones. And you kind of learn things through that.
What are you doing, mate?
I'm just filming a little video where I'm trying to do 2 videos a day where I just talk about various topics. This one is all about making it up as you go along. So it's all been, you know, the fact that, you know, you have kind of come in, have kind of actually added to the general point of just going out there and just trying things, whether they work or they don't.
All right, yeah.
All right. Cheers. You have a good night, yeah?
Good luck.
Thank you so much. So yeah, see, another perfect example. Things always work out in the end, and you can always, I feel like I'm not actually in the frame. So you can always just go out there and try stuff, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I think I've kind of made that point fairly clear by now in a very repetitive sort of way. And what I want to add on to that is, when you are going out and doing these things, experience is everything. The more experience you get trying new things and trying things that are outside your comfort zone and just going in guns a-blazing, you're going to fall flat on your face so many times, but you're going to get up, you're going to try it again, you're going to get shot in the kneecap or whatever, and you're going to fall down again, and you're going to get back up again, and you're going to go, oh yeah, I'm king of the world, and then you're going to fall down again, you'll be humbled, and you'll be unhumbled and humbled again. And as life continues, you're going to come across all sorts of negative experiences that will cause positivity in the long run. You know, like, I recently made an album about my divorce, right? And I'm not going to go into it, but it was a negative thing that happened. I think anyone would say getting divorced is a fairly negative thing, right? Unless you're in an abusive marriage, I guess. But with coming out of it, with the experience, has been far more valuable than, say, just living life in a sedentary way, is what I'm trying to get at. And so I'd like to wrap this video up, because it's not a big point that I'm trying to make. My general point is just go out there and try it, and who cares if it doesn't work, because you can always try again. Thank you so much for watching this one. Been a bit of a shorter one, I know, but it's been fun anyway. It's been a bit of a weird one. I know this one will probably be the one that might get people to unsubscribe, but people might come along and just sort of be along for the ride, and thank you for joining me on this ride. Bye. Bye. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today I'm here with Eva, who is the costume designer on Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. We've just gone to a shop. We've gone to a shop in Tottenham Court Road, which you actually got me onto.
Yes.
Do you want to tell them about the shop a wee bit, because it's amazing.
It was the Goldsmith Vintage Store, and it's just before Foyles in Tottenham Court Road. 14.93, I think, every single piece, and you have like a huge selection of everything. Every week there's new products coming in. Big possibilities for anyone who wants to do costumes and wants like a very quick, easy access to like base clothes and everything. Like anything weird, you will find it there.
Like for instance, got this, right?
Yes.
Which it's this kind of turquoise, really light bit of trouser. If you see it, it's so thin. It's absolutely, it's just amazing. This is going to be worn by a character played by Lee Westwick, who probably going to be called Colin Doherty. So you got that kind of thing.
There's so much potential in this to make the belt loops, make stencils, styling it. Like it's perfect for the character.
Because you were talking about as well, like having ties to be like the belt.
Yes. I have like really nice big golden belt loops going like around. Just like to give it more of a pizzazz going on.
Because Colin's sort of whole thing is he's very into his Motown, his 60s and 70s R&B. He's the kind of guy that would like Earth, Wind and Fire, you know, that kind of thing. So he'd wear that kind of thing.
It's like a really nice flashy one.
You got this as well. They just look like jeans, but watch this.
A surprise. Like a really nice thick cotle in the front. Very bright bell bottoms, perfect for what we need. Better for platform shoes, like full-on styling this. Bright shirt, a bright button shirt on top. It just screams Motown, it just screams like...
Especially with the bell bottoms, they really scream 70s. And then we got this as well to go with Eddie's, particularly with this kind of thing. So you see that? We've done a bit of a test on it to make sure that the blue and the iridescence really comes through, and I think the iridescence really comes through. It's such a fun sort of thing. It feels like someone that is walking around who really is quite sure of themselves and their own personality.
You have like the really dark color at the top, the really bright color at the bottom, and then a mid-tone blue, like going on between, like a loud pattern, but muted enough to actually like tie everything together.
That is so... Oh, I can't wait for Lee to try these on.
Like the scene on the performance of Jonny and how the light's gonna hit it.
So this is the stuff. Did we get anything else for? No, that was everything we got for Eddie. I'm taking that one as well.
Yes, we had a very big success on the bottoms, not so much on the tops, but we are not stopping. We are not stopping.
For shirts and stuff, he would be wearing a lot of very bright colours. This kind of shirt, but obviously not this like English teacher kind of shirt. He'd be wearing not Hawaiian, but you know, very
like
vibrant neon
patterns, 70s patterns going on.
Exactly, and possibly with like quite big collars. He'd, you know, I can't touch too much because of the lav mic, but you know, that kind of thing with it going out quite far. I imagine he's quite a spiky person.
Yes, like baggy, a little bit of slouchy, big sleeves. Just, here's this going on, having a really nice silhouette about him.
Oh yeah, he would have such a great silhouette, especially with the bell bottoms coming out like
yes, the bell bottoms, you know? And the like. Honestly, if I can find wooden shoes, like a wooden platform, like very high clogs, yes, I think it will look really good on him.
I saw about this and the noise. We're in central London. You can't find anywhere quiet around here. Anyway,
it's okay. We make it work.
I can put these back in the bag.
Yep.
So next up, we're going to discuss Jonny Mozza's character, who is great because because I'm playing him, I can just go up and just...
Yeah, we started with a different vision and then the clothes just found us.
Yeah, that's what you get by doing stuff. If you go out and plan everything, you would never have gotten something like this kind of snakeskin leopard kind of thing.
Yeah, a little bit of iridescent on top on the snake scales, and then there's another pattern underneath. There's so much room for alteration, make it a little bit darker, painting some leopard print top, making like a faded stencil, just like to give it more character.
And
Because these are his performance pants.
Yeah, these are the
performance
trousers that he's going to be wearing for the big gig at the end of the film. So he's really putting his effort in. He thinks that this is the biggest day of his life, as far as he's concerned. So he's got this, which they're so fun. They're so rock star. When I was wearing them, I was all like, well, it felt so fun to do that. So I love your ideas in terms of adding to it and like making these more vibrant as well.
Yes, like a really nice belt, like a shirt. We're still thinking about the top that's gonna go with this one. Maybe we are not quite really like nailed it down, but a little bit of research, maybe like some layer of mesh and then another thing on top.
But for this particular outfit, definitely something quite loud.
Yes.
And a bit over the top loud, because Jonny is someone that is very image conscious, but he's also, he doesn't have the greatest sense of identity, despite being so image conscious. So something that would maybe even a little bit mismatching, because this band is going to be a band of misfits. I mean, you've seen Eddie's costumes, and they're so different from this. And we got this as well, which are these
really nice leather trousers.
Yeah.
A little bit short, but that doesn't face us.
Yeah.
Nothing a little bit of.
I'll show you. At the moment, they're kind of fisherman's punk. But what Eva was talking about doing was extending these down, and I was kind of like, "What? You can just do that?" I was like, yeah.
So just an extra piece of leather, stitched around, boom, you have long trousers now.
It wouldn't even need to be the same kind of leather. If it was a different kind of leather, I think it would add to like the fact he extended them.
Yeah, it's gonna look like even more DIY. Like he literally couldn't find something in his size that he liked, and he's just DIYing things.
Yeah, like he would do a lot of his clothing himself. You know how the Sex Pistols had Vivienne Westwood, who designed a lot of their outfits? Jonny Mozza would be his own Vivienne Westwood in a way. Well, you're the Vivienne Westwood of this.
And basically we're talking about like make it even louder, because he's trying hard. He's trying hard to get in the world and like show who he is. Maybe like a really nice illustration based on a traditional American tattoos of like a tiger or a panther going up his thigh, just so like it's loud, like I'm here, look at me, look at my trousers, I'm someone, I belong on a stage, I'm an artist.
And it's also fun because he's someone that wouldn't actually have a clue about Native American culture or anything like that, so he's kind of appropriating it for himself, which draws into his own sense of ego.
Yeah.
Which, for the tops for Jonny Mozza for a lot of the film, my dad has some amazing fucking t-shirts. He's got like Queen t-shirts and Status Quo t-shirts and stuff like that. And they are from the 70s, so they're all very worn, they're very old, and they're a lot of fun.
Like you can see the worn in them, you can see the worn in the stencil.
And then Eva has got this amazing jacket.
Yeah, thank God with leather jackets, both of us, we have plenty for the whole character.
It's a bit of a pilot sort of jacket.
Original Lufthansa. Honestly, it's my father's. I don't even know like what decade he got it from, but it's been even quite in the family.
Got a bit of this. I feel like I'm like a model right now.
Yeah, like very nice, well worn, and he still has some Velcro over here, so maybe we can put like some patches going on.
Yeah, definitely some fun patches that would maybe of different bands, that kind of thing.
Yeah, bands that he wants people to think that he listens like all the time, even though maybe he's not.
Well, I like the idea that he tries to give off the image that he's into all kind of punk and the Ramones and Sex Pistols and stuff, but in his own spare time, his real love for music comes into bands like Genesis or Yes or King Crimson, these very prog rock bands that someone that was into the punk scene would not accept. They would, if Jonny Mozza was in the 70s and he walked up to a punk gig and
Like
you
a
start
proper
talking about
punk
Genesis, you get laughed out of the fucking venue.
Like, what are you doing here? Like, get out. This is not the scene for you.
Yeah, if you want to have your 20-minute wanky guitar solos,
Yeah.
go somewhere else. Go to, Soho or Fitzrovia, where they recorded a lot of the. I think they recorded a lot of the Yes albums in Fitzrovia, which gives you an idea into what kind of band they were. So it's so.
But yeah, and there are plenty more leather jackets in both of our wardrobes, so we're gonna see like what fits to its character better.
And this is why it's so great to have you on board. It's so great to have someone that has like this understanding of
Like subcultures
clothes
and
and
yeah.
because I'm not, as you can tell, I'm not a particularly very particularly well dressed person. I just kind of wear what I wear. I go and buy like plain white, brown, red, all that kind of t-shirts. So it's so great to have you on board, just doing this kind of enloudening of these characters.
Yes, like even that's why I love to work like in person with directors and producers, because they know their characters better, especially like since you written the characters and you are being Jonny Mozza, like you know the vibe. And the vibe is honestly like the most important thing. Like the clothes, you can find a really nice base, full on alterations, full like sewing on top, drawing on top, doing a little bit of embroidery, and you bring something completely new out of it. But you just need to have the right vibes, the right person, and it's gonna come out naturally.
Alright, and is there anything that like you'd like to promote your own work and so on, or like your own social medias or whatever, just so that people can check you out, or like hire you and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, please. So shameless, like self-promo here. I mainly use my Instagram a lot for anything costume related. It's under the handle Black House Guild. So this is where I post like strictly costume stuff. So if anyone wants to go and see some of the other projects I've done, they're there. I need to update a lot more because there's a lot more going on that I haven't uploaded yet. But yeah, I need to go and do that as soon as possible.
And all the links will be in the description. So if you go down there, just click on all of them, check either out, and
And if anyone wants alterations and anything for their movies, I'm always free.
So I think that's going to be it. Thank you all so much for watching this and joining us on this journey, making this film, Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. I can't wait for you all to see it. It's shaping up to be such a fun project, and we've got so many amazing people on board. And I'd like to do more of this kind of thing, bring in on various people to show off the personalities that are on board, because it's so fun doing this with so many people and collaborating. That's what film is so good for.
Such a nice project, different project, like going out there, like people who know about their subcultures and music, and just yes.
Because I know sort of the music side, but I don't really know the fashion side. I've only recently started even looking at that stuff. I didn't even realize that Led Zeppelin were wearing like quite plain clothes. I thought that they just wore whatever. I didn't think about this stuff until so recently, and it's so fun to actually explore this new world of fashion in this sort of sense. It's such a weird, fun kind of fashion, like free fashion, I'm gonna call it. It's probably got a name.
Yeah, because like that's the amazing thing with music subcultures. The fashion follows the music. It's not the other way around. Like it's not like you don't wear something and not listen to the music. Like you have to live the lifestyle.
Yeah.
And that's what basically like Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence is, like learning to actually be himself, living in his own style of music, just trying to be out there and finding that in the end of the day, no matter how hard you try, if it's not you, it's not, like people say it, no matter how many lights, how many stage lights you have on you.
I think with that message, we're gonna close this video out. Love you all, and we'll see you on the other side.
Bye bye.
Take care. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about burnout, because I've been really pushing myself quite hard the past week or so, and it's started to feel like I'm starting to feel the negative impact of doing so much and trying to put too much on my plate, And I wanted to kind of take a breather and just kind of explain what can happen when you do try and do too much and how you can try and balance your life. Because as we all know, if you don't have a solid work-life balance, then you're going to end up quite an unhappy person. Even the most workaholic type of person needs that downtime in order to be able to really do the best that they can and to really make sure that they achieve their goals in the best possible way. Because from previous experience, I have really overestimated my own capabilities, and that's led to a lot of scrambling around to try and just about get everything finished. And it leads to a very unsatisfying life where you're just kind of working for the sake of it. And like, for instance, I'm going to give you an example. In 2018, I worked at a job where I had to do 72-hour weeks. And that was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. And by the end of the 5th day, I was absolutely knackered. I hated that job. And it was quite a physical job as well. There was a lot of moving stuff and like that kind of thing. It wasn't just an office job. So it was a very physical bit of activity, and so I was left tired all the time. And whenever I was outside of work, I felt like I couldn't enjoy my own life because all of what I was doing was going towards this job. And after a while, you start to forget that you're even getting paid. You obviously know you are, and that's why you're doing it, but it starts to become an afterthought to just the generic grind. And I think there's a difference between following your passions and just grinding them out. And I wanted to use this kind of sort of setup where I'm kind of, whoa, like that. You're going to get a few of those, right? And there's that going on, so it's quite intense, you know? And so, yeah. So there's people over there that are kind of asking if I'm all right, which is a good metaphor for real life, because if you are working so hard and, you know, the signs of burnout are visible, you can see the bags under someone's eyes. You can see when they're a little bit frantic and a little bit manic, and like they're going so quickly, their mind is rushing all the time, and their mind never slows down. It doesn't get a chance to slow down. It's almost like the person isn't allowing their own mind to slow down. And if you do go at things that fast, think of it kind of like a car, right? I know if you drive a car like quite fast, you get to go in a higher gear, and if you're in a higher gear, that means you're slightly more fuel efficient, right? But there gets to a point where you start to drive dangerously. If you're driving at like 110 miles an hour for a long time down a motorway, even if you're going down the Autobahn where there's no speed limit, you don't want to be going down that Autobahn at like 110 miles an hour all the time, because you're going to come to traffic at some point, and you can't just speed your way through that. And traffic in this example is just your own mental state. You know, there will be times when you're driving down the road and it kind of feels like there's nothing that can stop you and you're invincible and you can take the world on, you know? And then you might come to some traffic, and it might be a real event that happens that quite humbles you, a failure that makes you sit back, slow down and take stock, or it might just be a mental fatigue. And if it's either of those things, you have to slow your car down. You can't keep driving at 110 miles all the time, because if you do, you are going to crash, and you really don't want that to happen. I suppose crashing in this context wouldn't be nearly as bad as if you crashed an actual car going at 110 miles an hour, because that would be pure death. This would just be a mental crash. And I've crashed mentally many, many times before because I've tried to put too much on my plate. And I'm sure you have as well. And I'm sure that if you're watching this video, you might be thinking of times when you have done that. And you know, maybe you romanticize that quick pace when you were driving the car super fast, and now you're maybe driving at 30, 40 miles an hour, you know, and you're kind of thinking, I'd like to get back to that, and I'd like to figure out how to stabilize it and how to do that thing in a way without having to resort to this mania, with this, you know, overworking myself and, you know, over-expecting with your expectations, with trying to do too much with not enough. And it's a very, very, very real problem. And it's a problem that, you know, gets talked about, but in the sort of way like, ooh, you can do it, you can do it, you can get back on the horse. And yes, you can get back on the horse. But I think it's very important to know that once you're on the horse, you need to learn how to ride that horse in a very safe way, so that you can actually go forwards and achieve your goals in the long run, because this is what it's all about. You're trying to achieve your goals in the long run, and you've got, you know, your little goals that you come across along the way. Say if, for instance, me doing this film, Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, the main goal is to finish the film, right? But along the way, there are little goals. Like, I had to go do the costume design thing with Eva. I had to go meet various people, the producers and the directors and the writers and stuff like that. And I had to go meet them and have a talk with them. And that was a little achievement. And then I had to go and do the first day filming, the second day filming. And those are all little achievements. I had to, you know, buy little bits of equipment and here and there. And that's a little achievement. You know, I have to come out and do these videos. That's a little achievement, you know. These little achievements along the way keep you going for the big achievement, right? Which is finishing the film. In your case, it might be, I don't know, maybe you want to change careers from one thing to the other. And in order to do that, first you need to maybe get a qualification. You might need to go on a course, and you need to do every day of that course, and you need to study and all that kind of stuff. And then once you've studied, then you need to start applying to jobs in this field, and you maybe need to do some volunteer work so you can get some experience in this industry that you're trying to break into. That kind of thing. So you need those little goals along the way. And as long as you are managing your goals realistically, then you can stay on the horse in a fairly stable manner. But if you don't do that, you will end up falling off of the cliff, right? Which is, I think this is why this is such a fun metaphor, because I could fall off this at any moment if I lose my balance. And that's part of what life is. It's a balancing game, and it's about trying to make sure that you can actually do things in the most efficient way possible, but also in the most holistic way possible, so that you're actually getting things done properly rather than just rushing things for the sake of it, for the sake of trying to get it done. You don't want to just go through life just trying to get stuff done, because then what was the point of getting that thing done in the first place if it doesn't further a certain goal? If you're just doing stuff to do stuff, then you might as well have stayed home. You might as well have just done nothing, you know? And as long as you're furthering your life aspirations, and as long as you're getting to a place where you want to be, then you are making progress. And as long as you're making progress, then you're doing good. And not every day needs to be a huge day where you make so much progress. And if you try and expect that, then you are going to fail, and you're going to burn out, and then you're going to end up having days where you do nothing, and you end up kind of resenting yourself for it. And that is the really dangerous downward spiral. If you start resenting the fact that you're not getting enough done, then you end up getting less done because you're getting yourself so down over it, and you start feeling like you can't get back on the horse because, you know, you're in such a state that you can't ever get that again. When you can get that again, and it's quite easy to get back on the horse. You just do little things along the way. You do little steps. Even if you do one small thing today to further your goals, you know, even if it's something basic like, I don't know, cleaning your house, or, you know, making sure you actually go out and go to the gym today. Maybe it's you know, you want to do some writing, but you haven't done writing in a while, and you feel a bit rusty, and you feel like everything you write isn't good enough. Why don't you just write something now? You know, maybe keep this video on in the background and, like, you know, just type stuff out. Just type according to your, you know, off the top of your head, and just see what comes out. And something fun might come out from the spontaneity of it, because that's part of what life is as well. If you structure everything, you won't get everything out of it, because, as I've said many times, plans fail. Things turn out differently in real life than how you expect them to, and you need to manage your expectations. And managing your expectations is something that people say a lot, but they never quite explain what they mean. So I'll try and explain what I mean by managing your expectations. So say it's a Monday, and you've got some expectations that you need to fulfill for that week. So first, you need to do your 5 days at your day job. That's something you need to do. Like that, it doesn't matter how much you burn out, you need to do that, right? But then you might want stuff like, you want to start eating healthily. You want to stop buying the frozen pizzas and start making your own food from scratch. You want to get your 5 fruit and veg a day. You might want to quit smoking. You might want to quit drinking. You might want to write something, or get back into drawing, or you know, maybe you're trying to learn the guitar, or whatever. You know, you've got that little hobby that you want to further, because the more that you improve at that hobby, the more fun you start to have with it along the way. Like, say, even if you're like playing a video game, for instance, and that's like the thing that you do in your downtime, the more you play the video game, the better you get at it. You know, when you first play a video game and you're trying to understand the nuances of the way this, like some characters are a bit more floaty and some it's a bit more clunky, and that kind of helps because it's different like games for different purposes. You know, maybe, and over time you start to understand those nuances and you start to react to them and you start to improve at the game and you start to do things very, very easily that you were struggling with beforehand. And the more that you kind of do that, the more that you start to enjoy what you're doing because you're getting so good at it. It's the same with learning an instrument. The better you get the instrument, the more fun you start kind of having with it along the way, because you can, like for instance, if I'm playing a guitar solo, I used to play the most god-awful solos, but now I can play some kind of fun solos. I'm not trying to act like I'm bloody Jimi Hendrix or anything like that, but I can make some fun solos, and when I do it, it's like, oh, it's so good, it's so satisfying, and it's so much fun. You know, it's so much more fun than when I barely knew how to play the guitar. But I was having fun the entire way. But the fun piles on top of each other in that kind of way. And you want to be having fun with the things that you're doing. And if you're not having even a modicum of fun, then you should readjust your expectations to something else. If something is such a grind for you, like your day job might be a grind for you. I know mine is. But I need to do it because I need to earn money, right? So I go into the day job and I come back out from the day job and I kind of write those hours off as like, that's just time I'm going to be spending doing this certain thing. But along the way, you can surround that part of your day with little extra successes. Like you can get up earlier and have the shower before work as opposed to after, or you can maybe try and get to the gym on the way to your workplace, or maybe you can, you know, sit down and like have a proper nice meal for breakfast rather than like, if you're rushing, you don't want to rush out of work because then you get there and you start performing worse because you're not doing right, because you're a bit tired and all that kind of stuff, and your sleep schedule's getting a bit fucked as a result of it. And all these various things, your health, start to make it so that it's harder for you to actually perform in your life and to further your own goals. So managing your expectations, when I try and think about it, is when you're on a high, when you're getting so much done, when you're in that productive state, when you're on the horse, when you're driving that car at 110 miles an hour down the autobahn with no traffic in sight, know that and be prepared to not slam on the brakes, but to slowly come down from gear 8 to gear 7 to gear 6. And when you're slowing down, have a bit of an idea of, you know, when you want to speed up again, but don't pressure yourself to speed up again. Try and use your slow down time as an opportunity to reflect on the more holistic parts of your life and the more holistic parts of yourself and what makes you you and that kind of thing. It's a good chance to have a bit of a yin and a yang to your own self. So when you're actually driving the car at 100 miles an hour, you're thinking logistically, you're thinking about what you can get done and how you can get it done, and you might be planning your life. You know, I'm going to do this, and 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 that can be quite fun, you know. And then achieving those goals and getting back and sitting down and going, I've achieved everything that I need to do today. Hell yeah. That's a good feeling. You want to try and get that feeling every day, but you can't always achieve the same amount every day. Some days you're at 100% and you can get, say, 10 things done. But some days you're feeling quite crap and you're really drowsy. Maybe you're hungover. Maybe you're just feeling down in general. And you might only be able to get 20% of what you wanted to get done. Maybe you get 0% of what you need to get done. And that can feel very defeating, and it can make you feel really terrible about yourself. And you shouldn't let that sort of thing get you down. You shouldn't put yourself on this, in this trench, dig yourself this trench and then put yourself in it because you're crap and you're terrible and you don't seem to be achieving your goals. Because when you do that, then you're making things harder for yourself when you do have the energy to actually get back up. You don't need to get everything done straight away. You don't need to be productive all the time. And if you chase that all the time, then you are going to burn out and you are going to fall off this metaphor of like standing on the edge, you know. I feel like I'm on the edge quite a lot, right? Because I do have quite a lot that I need to get done. And you might be listening to what I'm saying going, ooh, that's all very well and good, but you know, I actually have things that I need to get done all the time and I'm struggling to actually get them done. And I can't just not do some of them and have a down day and you know, recuperate and refuel and let my horse rest before I get back on it, you know. I can't do any of that. I need to keep going. I need to keep doing things until the bitter end. And sometimes that is something that you've got to do. Sometimes you have to push and push and push. And the main thing is to not do that too many times and to not allow that to be your default state. Because if you let that be your default state, then you're going to be extremely unhappy deep down when you no longer have something to do. When you've finished your million tasks for the day and you finish up, and you might have that, I've got everything done, but tomorrow I've got to do just as much, and the day after I've got to do just as much, and the day after that I've got even more to do because that's a busy day compared to my normal busy days. That's a super busy day. And you end up catastrophizing with what is going to end up happening. You know, what happens, fuck. What happens if you, what if something like this happens where you get an unexpected hindrance, like this rock that's just fallen into my eye, ow. What if something like that happens? What do you do in that situation when you're already carrying so much of the load and you're at that teetering edge? What can you do in that situation? All you can do is over time try and slow down gradually and get yourself to a point where you're not needing to do this all the time. And it might, and I sympathize with people that say have children and they've got like 2 jobs to work and they've got all this sort of thing going on, which is, and they can't slow down, they can't stop, and they have to keep going for the sake of their families, and that's their motivation. And all you can kind of do is to try and improve your mental well-being in order to allow yourself to keep going, because your mental well-being is the fuel that keeps your body moving. Obviously, you know, food and stuff and fixing your diet up will go a long way to improving your mental health. So, you know, that can be a good start. You know, start getting some Greek yogurt in, start, you know, having oily fish once a week, start, you know, eating fruit and veg all the time, blah, 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 blah. Maybe pack in the crisps and the chocolates and stuff and save that for a very special treat when you've had a really, you know, you've achieved something great. And what can you do if you've got so much that needs to get done and there's no way of getting around it? I would say that you need to just try and relax, because the phrase that I like, and I'll definitely make a video on this exact topic with this as the title, everything will be all right in the end, and if it's not all right, it's not the end. It's from The Exorcist, and Mark Kermode, the film critic, says it quite a bit, and it's a phrase that really stuck with me. Everything will be all right in the end, and if it's not all right, it's not the end, because it is true. So right now, you probably feel like things aren't all right. You might have issues going on in your life. Maybe your relationship's falling apart. Maybe you feel like your boss is going to fire you at some point, like layoffs are coming. Maybe you feel like your depression is getting worse, and like you start to notice you're getting more anxious around people. Maybe you're becoming more insular a person, and you've stopped talking to your friends as much, and you know, and it feels like you're going to keep going down this path forever. All you can know is that it's not the end, and this isn't your final state, and you're never in your final state, because there's always something else to do. There's always another thing that you can get done. And the more that you go through life balancing the good and the easy with the tough, the difficult, and the stressful, the more well-to-do you kind of will become, and the more stable your own life will kind of become. If you're going through turbulent times and you have a turbulent energy level, you might, you know, feel really, 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 really down one day, and then you might be on top of the world the next, and that can feel quite overwhelming because you're not really sure what your own expectations are in terms of how to manage them. And when you are in that kind of state, the best thing to kind of do is to slow down, take stock, and be aware of the issue that's going on in your life that's causing this, and try not to overthink about it, but try not to forget about it completely as well, because you can't live in denial of your problems, and you can't fix all your problems in one go. You just need to know that they're there. You need to know that you can sort them out, but there's so many that I can't do them all right now. So you kind of take stock of what's the most important, what's the most urgent, and what's the least important, what's the least urgent. And as long as you kind of do that, you will kind of go through life in a way that feels like you are getting somewhere and you are getting things done. And as long as, you know, you're managing your expectations and making sure that your holistic worldview is staying true to yourself, that you will be the best version of you that you can be, because that's what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to be the best version of ourselves. Not to sound like one of those bloody self-improvement gurus, but you know, it is good to get out there and get to the gym, and it's good to start maybe going for jogs, and it's good to get out of the house as well. Never let yourself stay in the house too much. And it's good to make sure that you're surrounding yourself with a community of your fellow peers. Even if you're a big introvert, you know, getting out there and having done the odd thing in terms of socializing and making sure that your friends and your family are still there and you're staying in touch with them. As you do all this, your life will become easier, and it will feel less like you're in a big scary place and you are in your world. So I feel like to close this off, I'd like to talk about what happens if you were to fall off, right? What was to happen? What would happen, say, if right now you're kind of like, right? What do you do in this situation, right? Because right now I've fallen off this. I was already teetering on the edge, because this as a metaphor was to kind of show, you know, that you can be stressed and you can be trying to make your way along. This is like the beginning of your life, and this is, you know, getting closer and closer and closer to the now, and you've just fallen off, okay? How can I get back up, okay? I can't get up. I can't do it. I'm trying. I can sort of sit like this for a little bit and then, you fall off again. So this can be a very, very frustrating experience, and this can feel like there's no winning, there's no getting back on the horse, there's no, you know, you've crashed your car, so to speak. What do you do? The first thing, if you've got a car, well, you take it to the repair shop, right? Now, that, as part of this metaphor, would be just taking a little bit of time for yourself and trying to get away from the bigger world at large, you know. It's fine to shut yourself off for a little bit of recalibration, but when you start to shut yourself off and you've been doing it for a long time, comes a point when you realize that you need to actually stop, and you need to go out again, and you need to start making sure that you're staying in touch with your outer world and your peers and so on. And now that you've crashed, and this is, in this metaphor, like you've fallen into a deep depression hole, how do you get out of that? There's no easy answer. There's no quick fix to that kind of thing. There's no like magic pill that will make you not depressed anymore. There's no, and even going to the gym isn't going, or doing that kind of standard thing that self-improvement gurus will always tell you to do. It's not like it's going to immediately fix you, because that is something that's its own grind, and it can take something out of you as well, and it can stress you out. And like if you start to fall off it a little bit, then you can, you know, and then you've fallen off from here, and it's like, and then I've fallen even further, right? So you need to get back up to this point so that you can get back up to up here. And there doesn't seem like there's any way of doing it. All you can really do is just be comfortable in your situation, even if your situation is incredibly uncomfortable. And I know that can sound quite naive, particularly if you're having an extremely hard time of things. Say if you're, I don't know, in an abusive relationship, or you're in an abusive household, or you know, you're working 3 jobs to try and provide for your family, and you're getting up at like 5 in the morning and then getting back at 11 at night, and then having to help with like bits around the house and that kind of thing. And maybe it feels like your marriage is falling apart as a result of all that. This isn't necessarily advice that I can only hope it applies to you, but this is kind of more for young people that are unsure of their place in the world and where to begin. and in an overall sort of context. So all you can really do is you can get to this point, if you can get to sort of here, then you can try and climb, and you're failing, right? You're failing time and time again. Maybe you get up like this and you realize that there's no further that you can go because this is a dead end. This isn't somewhere that can progress. So you're gonna have to change course. If you're trying something and it's not working, there's no point trying it again but harder, because the more times that you throw yourself at the wall, the more times that you're gonna fall flat on your face. And the more times you fall flat on your face, the less that you're able to push for the burn and actually get up on this thing, you know? So you can't get up like this. You need to get back to your original state. Where were you when you first got up here? How did you get up here? Well, presumably, I'm actually stuck now. Presumably, you started off in a situation where you were doing okay. You were doing all right at some point in the past, and now you're not. And you're trying to get back up, and you're wondering, how can I actually do that? How can I get back up there? It all seems so difficult. All you can really do is you can go back to the beginning and try again from scratch. So in that regard, you would have to do something like this. Back in a sec, here we are. So that was a very quick version. But in this, you would have to take some time away, take some time for yourself, and actually use that time to develop your being and your soul and your deeper inner self, and get a good grasp on who you are. Because if you don't have a grasp on who you are, then you can't grasp life by the nettles without getting stung. And you won't be able to progress because you'll be constantly there trying to do the same thing again and again. And I don't know how to quite close this off. I just know that the world can be a big scary place sometimes, and all you can try and do is carve out that part for yourself that you can reside in. You need that space, say your car or your horse, or whatever the metaphor is that you want to use. This is a very metaphor-heavy video. I hope you've kept up with all these metaphors. All you can do is try and carve that space out for yourself and say, clean your car, which is probably a metaphor for like clean your house and your living space so that you're living in something that you can feel comfortable in. And then try and make your home life as good as you can possibly make it. And then move on to trying to improve your, logistical, semi-career, aspirational goals, because those are the ones that you're trying at so hard, and they're the ones that cause the downfall. And as long as you take it slow, you take it easy, and you do things at a pace that you're comfortable at, then you'll be able to stay up here for quite a long time. And if you do fall down again, then you'll know how to get back around, and you'll know how to get back to where you started. Have you ever had something that was, say, really wore on your mind, right? And you kind of solved that issue, and then that issue might have come back again a couple of years later, and you remember how you felt about it at the time, but maybe it feels a little bit better. It's almost like your mental immune system has kicked in, and it's figured out how to make this issue not such a big deal to you. Like, it's a healing, essentially. Like, if someone brings up something that's that was really traumatic to you right at the time of it happening, that's very different to it then bringing it up, say, 10 years later when you're comfortable discussing it in a safe space. So as time goes on, you'll be able to go around and get back up here easier and easier every single time, and it will become part of your routine almost to fall down and get back up. And with that, I'm going to leave you all because I need to figure out my own way down. Forgetting this as a metaphor, I need to figure out how to actually get myself down because I don't want to jump again, that kind of hurt. And thank you so much for watching this. I hope you have a great day and a great life. And I hope that this has been useful to you in some way. I know it was a bit of a rambly kind of video. And I know a lot of these videos are quite rambly. But I hope that you can kind of get something out of the various paths that we take together to come to these conclusions and to these answers. Thank you so much for this opportunity to listen to me go on and on and on. That's an opportunity for me, by the way, not for you. I wasn't saying that. And yeah, have a great rest of the day, and do that little thing. You know, wash the dishes, sort your room out, go shopping for some healthy food, and make a nice dinner for yourself that's got some good fruit and veg in it. And don't worry so much about getting everything done straight away, because it can wait. Yeah? Right. This is like an action-packed movie. Whoa! Yeah. Okay. I think we've done it. Hey up everybody, my name's Jonny Mozza, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to give you a 50-step guide on how to stop overthinking. So as I was coming up with this idea for a video, I was really trying to figure out, is it a 50-step guide on how to not overthink, 50-step guide on how to stop overthinking? None of these things quite sounded right. All of them sounded a little bit wrong, right? But that is step one of this, on how to not overthink. You see all the wrong options, you just pick one, because one of them will turn out right anyway, because it doesn't really matter. And that is the step one. It doesn't really matter. And that is the one that's going to be the most important going forwards. So step two, now that nothing really matters, what can you do with this new freedom to go around and not worry so much about the world around you? Well, first, you're going to try and figure out your internal self, your inner personality, your inner soul. Who are you? What do you do? Why do you do it? Why are you here? Now that might sound like you're overthinking, but don't think too much about it. Don't get super into the nitty-gritty, because this is something that is nebulous. This is your own inner neurons all clicking and clinking and making connections with one another. It's not something that is a concrete science that you can figure out, I am this personality type, I am this, I do this, I like this because X, right? Don't get super bogged down on the details, but do get an idea on who you are, because you're going to need that going forwards for step three. Step three is to just continue as you go along. Don't worry so much about it as step one, and figure out who you are as step two. Now three is to put some of these things into practice. Just go forwards through life, making it up as you go along. Try stuff. See if it works, see if it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, that's fine. You can try again. And that's step four. Don't let failure get you down, because failure is just another form of success that didn't work. Okay? Failure is when you've learned a lesson from a past experience and you've learned not to do that again. You've put your hand on the hot stove. Now that's a failure. Your hand hurt as a result. That pain is something that your brain will remember, and going forward, you're not going to put your hand on the hot stove again. This applies to every experience in life, every negative experience in life. You ever go to meet like that one weird friend that you don't normally hang out with at his house, but you've never really done that before, and you get there and you kind of have this weird feeling, and you're kind of like not really enjoying yourself, and you're just sort of like this, wanting to get home and trying to figure out how you're going to word that. Well, now you know that you're not going to go to that friend's house again. You know that you're not going to put yourself in that position going forwards. And that leads into step five. Don't put yourself in uncomfortable situations. And if you do, learn from the previous mistake and don't put yourself in those situations again. Because it's these bad situations that cause so much of the overthinking, because a lot of it is anxiety. It's, am I putting people off? Am I doing something wrong? Why aren't things working out for me? These are all questions that you can keep asking yourself and answering, and asking yourself and answering, and asking yourself and answering again and again and again and again and again, and you just keep going through the same motions. Like when I got divorced, right, I figured every single thing out in my head multiple times. I answered every single question. I figured out every probability on why, things played out the way that they did. I figured out all of these things. And did I gain anything particularly insightful from it? Not really. I learned from my experience, and I'm not going to put myself in that same experience going forwards. So I did that, but I overthought everything, and I put too much emphasis on the nitty-gritty details. So that's step 6. Fuck the details. No one cares about the itty-bitty details of things. People see the big picture. They're not getting up like that with a little microscope, trying to figure out, is this thing right or is this thing wrong? Oh, if you zoom in on any photographer that you might be like looking at that think, oh bloody hell, they're such a good photographer, why are my pictures so shit? You look at their photos, right, and you hone in, you start to see all the same flaws in their works that you might see in yours. They've learnt from their past experiences and they're making new sort of mistakes, and then they're going to learn from those mistakes and fix them in the future. So that's actually going to be step 7. Don't compare yourself to others, because if you do that, that powers the overthinking part of your brain in order to make it just easier to continue to overthink, because then you can just sort of go, oh, but you know, when I went to meet Billy, he said something that could be that could be construed as like kind of a negative comment towards me. He said like, oh yeah, you sure love your Doritos. Is he calling me fat? Why does he think I love Doritos so much? Does my breath smell of like tangy cheese? And then you can get really in your own head. And that's going to be step 8. Don't get in your own head. Your own head can be your own worst enemy if you allow it to. And if you allow yourself to put your own self down, so there is a duality here within you. There is the you that does the action, and there is a you that does the thought. So it's essentially like a yin and a yang of yourself. There's the you that puts action forwards, and there's the you that considers those actions. And those two things need to slam together, and that is the creation of thought and experience going forward in your life, and memory. Because your two sides of the brain are connected, and these aren't the actual two sides of the brain in science. This isn't real science. This is bollocks. So step 8 is if you are wrong, whatever, okay? Because if you are wrong, that is just another way of finding the right answer. Because now you know it's not this. Okay, brilliant, you go forward. If you're playing Where's Wally, or Where's Waldo if you're in America, right? And you first thing you sort of do is you look for the few that kind of have like red stripes, and you kind of go, oh, that one looks like Wally or Waldo. Oh no, that's not him. And then you go over here, it's like, oh, that one kind of looks like, oh no, that's not him. Oh, that's not him either. So now straight away, 3 things that you've gotten wrong, but now that's 3 more chances that you're not going to make that same mistake again, because now you're kind of cottoning on to what Wally actually looks like, and the tricks of the game is that the book is kind of playing on you to make you focus your eyes on certain things that are Wally or Waldo-esque, right? So you learn from being wrong much more than you learn from being right. If you learn how to be right, if you learn from being right, you're only learning one thing. If you're learning from being wrong, you're learning the other 99 things. Okay? If it was percentage-wise, you're learning 1% from being right, you're learning 99% from being wrong. Step 9 is just make it up as you go along. Just make it up. Don't worry so much about the future and everything like that. Live in the present and use your past as a learning experience, as your education, and use your future as an aspiration to get towards. But outside of those 2 things, don't get into the nitty-gritty of it. Don't worry so much. Don't worry about the specifics of your past. Don't get hung up on particular interactions that you feel anxious about, that cause you anxiety when you're like lying in bed at 3 in the morning and they're keeping you up at night. The other person has completely forgotten about it. They don't care, right? There's tons of times where I notice something that would stick with other people in the same way that it sticks with me. So I see someone else do something that's mildly embarrassing, right? And in my head, I kind of think, they're probably going to sit up late at night worrying about that. But if I point that out to them, that's not going to make them feel better. That's going to make them feel worse. So I won't say anything. So you see it in other people, right? And when you see it in other people, it really helps to get it within yourself. So this is step 11. Learn from observing, not from studying. Observing the world is so much more useful because from an evolutionary point of view, we are a species that is designed to take in our surroundings and learn from them. Someone who grew up in the countryside is going to have a different fundamental learning process than someone who grew up in the city, because they have such different surroundings and they learn in such different ways. Someone who grew up on a farm in Kentucky is going to grow up very different to someone who grew up like in Harlem, right? I don't know why I'm using America as for this example, but that's step 11 is go along with the flow of things, because and have confidence in yourself to take yourself down the right direction. Because even if you take yourself down the wrong direction, going back to whatever step it was before, you are still making something of progress within your life. You're still making progress going forwards. And if you make your own flow and you go along with it and you see where that takes you, you are going to find yourself in new situations and new circumstances that will become new learning experiences going forwards. And that kind of takes me into step 13, I think it is. Don't worry about the numbers. Step 14 is, I don't know how your head works, right? But there are two forms of thought. There are the people that think in sentences, and there are the people that just sort of think without like saying words in their head. So for me, it's hard to understand that, because I am very much I'm thinking sort of one sentence ahead. So whatever I'm saying now is something I've kind of just thought of. And then I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to kind of rattle on this joke and make it a bit of a joke that I'm sort of saying the same thing and I'm thinking what I'm saying. Other people don't do that, and they think in a more nebulous, almost cloud of non-metaphor, where they don't see or feel it, but they think the words and then they just say them, but they don't think the exact words. They just know what the sentence is going to be. The way I see it is my subconscious thinks the thought, and then my conscious reads from the subconscious, locks it in. Is that your final answer? Do you want to say that? Yes. Okay, brilliant. So I see the conscious as being like a stamp approval like thing for the subconscious. So the subconscious puts forward an idea, the conscious approves it, and it goes out to the world. That's kind of how I see it. I also, when I have gotten into my own head in the past, like really gotten overthinking about stuff, I've started to see it almost like a courtroom of different voices, which are all making different points. Because if you're unsure on how to go forwards, and every idea, every path forward seems like it has its own pros and cons, and you've got a big dilemma ahead of you, then using the courtroom, for me at least, is a way of sort of dealing with it. But at the same time, it is overthinking stuff, because you're getting so in your own head about different things that you have literally created a scene. And I bet I'm not alone in creating these vivid representations of our inner thought process in order to better understand it. You know, like I only really fall into the courtroom thing when I've got so much to think about with one really specific dilemma. Do I take this job? Do I not take this job and take this other job? Do I do this? Do I go on this holiday? Stuff like that, you know, where you've got big decision and, you know, it's got repercussions to it. Do you do it? Do you not do it? Do you do it in a different way? Or do you call someone else up to help you do it, or whatever, you know? And all of these get represented by different members of the court, all kind of talking and making their case. And then the judge is kind of there as well as part of it. And sometimes he even starts bloody getting into it. And they all have slightly different voices as well, which are all reflective of different parts of the personality. So I think step 15 is embrace your own thought process, but don't let it dictate you, because the way that you think is unique to you. You might not have the courtroom thing like I do. You might have a different mode of thinking. You might think in some other way that I can't really perceive. And embrace that, because it's a part of you. And if you embrace it, then you will allow yourself to feel more confident, because you are comfortable with the way that you think and feel. And if you can go forwards being comfortable with that, then you are going to be more likely to make the right decisions, because you are confident in those decisions. So, yeah, embrace it, but don't let it be your overlord, okay? So sometimes you can sort of feel dictated by your own brain, particularly if like you're getting stuck in a routine and it's like, I do this and I got to do this and I got to do this and I got to do that, right? And it feels like you're just like living life paint by numbers. It can be hard to sort of get through that, and it can feel difficult to actually understand what you're meant to do. Basically just think, but don't overthink. And if you come to a blank, then it's okay for now. And that's going to be step 16, is don't worry so much, because there's always a way around, okay? Life has a way of coming up with new answers to things that can take the stress off, that can alleviate pressure. Life has a funny way of working out. And if you can just understand that and not worry so much about what can go wrong, then less things will go wrong as a result, because you will have that confidence to just move forward with life and make these decisions without getting so in your head about them, which will mean that things just end up working out better for you. So trust the process of nature and life and the code that causes physics and everything around us, that causes the planes to fly and the birds to sing and everything that is out there. Be one with it, and that's probably step 17, is just to be one with the rest of your world and not to see yourself as something that's outside of the world, like you're looking down at the rest of the world, perceiving it. Because I've kind of, when I was sort of 17, 18, 19, particularly when I was a teenager, I kind of thought of myself, it's not that I didn't know that I was human like everyone else, but I kind of felt like I was unique because I can only see from my perspective. No one else can see from my perspective, so in that way it is unique. But at the same time, I am one with the rest of nature, and I don't mean that in a hippy-dippy way. I mean that as in, I am part of this same species that is all around us, this human race. I am part of that race, running alongside everybody else. I'm not the referee, I'm not in the audience. I'm part of the race, and so are you. So if you can embrace that and just be cool with it and not worry so much about it, then it will be a lot easier to not get in your own head so much about stuff. Which kind of leads me on to step 18, which is keep yourself busy. Ever since I started working on this film, Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, I've had less time on my hands to proliferate around things and to pontificate is the word I meant, not proliferate. Yeah, I don't have as much time to just sit and think about the nature of the human race and the world and my place within it. So I don't worry so much about these things anymore, because these aren't questions that need answers necessarily. It's great that philosophers are trying to find these answers, but whatever answers they find are going to be subjective at the end of the day, because it's not a physics-driven thing. It's not like there is a right answer and a wrong answer to the nature of utilitarianism. There can only be what is best for us, and I mean that in an overall holistic way rather than a hedonist or stoic kind of way where you're trying to chase a singular pleasure via different avenues. I mean in terms of we can only find what makes us happy and try and get as much of that as we can and try and maximize that pleasure through various ways, whether that be in a hedonistic way where we just try and like chase immediate short-term pleasure, or whether it's going to be more stoic kind of stuff where we try and carry on going into the future. You all right? How you doing? Just doing 50 steps on how to not overthink.
On how to what?
On how to not overthink stuff.
Wait,
Yeah, if you want. I'm not on TikTok, I'm on like YouTube and that.
what's your YouTube?
It's Jonny Mozza. So if you search Jonny Mozza up, it'll probably come up. So, hey up, these are some people that have come over. So in terms of going along with the flow and overthinking stuff, do you ever find yourself overthinking in life?
Yeah, I find myself overthinking sometimes.
Same.
Yeah.
Sometimes with like exams.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is it like you get worried in your own kind of head about
Suicidal.
stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, some people think about like suicide too much, which could be bad.
Mm.
Yeah, my friend over there, Alessandro, he can really go into depth with that type of stuff.
Mm.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it's
Why is
recording.
it
now.
recording me?
Oh, because you got in the shot.
No.
Alessandro, stop that.
See, he's overthinking stuff. Oh, he's stressing. He's just gonna stare into it.
Yeah, he's going to stare into the camera.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's fine.
Hey up, we're back.
Hello guys. Hello.
Hey up, everybody. So yeah, we're on step 19 of overthinking. If you wanted to if someone was overthinking and you were like, hey, stop overthinking, particularly maybe to your friend or whatever, how would you tell them to not overthink anymore?
Oh, don't overthink.
Yeah.
I tell him to like, you know,
Wait,
maybe
how
try-
many points do you have?
About 1,000.
Ooh.
Some things are just out of your control.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't think about it when you can't do anything about it.
Mm.
Yeah.
if something's happened, don't worry about it. If something's gonna happen, think about now. Don't think about then. When it happens, it happens.
So in that sort of lead up to say you've got that thing that you need to do, say it's an exam, that's something that you've got to action, you've got to study for it to make sure because you want to pass the exam, right? Because if you don't, that causes negative implications going on in life. So it is only natural to be anxious about it and to worry about it, but what can you do? All you can do is action things. All you can do is study and not worry so much about it and have faith in yourself that you are going to pass this exam, because yous are fucking sick and you will pass those exams, you know, because you've got that confidence in yourself. That's all you can really do. And if you have that confidence in yourselves, you will just continue through life and do pretty well by yourselves.
Yeah, I agree, to be fair.
So in terms
Can I
of
say something or a little quote?
sorry,
Can I say a little quote?
yeah, go for it.
So actually, my friend here's gonna say it.
What? I don't know what to say.
I was trying to get me demonetized.
If you don't win, they'll shoot up.
Have you got any words that you want to say to the camera in terms of overthinking and being
Fuck
confident?
yes. Live life.
Live life. I think that's a really good way of putting it.
As he said, live life, bro. Live life.
It's like you're having a bit of a unique experience because you've gone out to do this in particular.
What's your YouTube code?
It's called Jonny Mozza.
Jonny Mozza.
Jonny Mozza.
Jonny Mozza.
Jonny. I don't know if you're still searching. I'm just going to give him step 30 in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
So it's Jonny Jonny space Mozza. So Mozza. And step 30 is just kind of go with the flow, see where it takes you. I've not done it in this type of interview with the lav mics to people in this sort of TikTok way before. Oh God, that's a shit post. That's for part of the film. Don't listen to those songs, they're god awful. You found me.
How many followers?
It's 800 at the moment.
Followers,
Who's got followers? What are you on about?
subscribers, bro.
It's on, I need to start TikTok at some point, but I can't be doing with it all.
Start TikTok now and you'll get more followers than YouTube.
No, definitely. No, I agree with that.
Alright, bye.
Man, you have a good day, yeah? Take care. So that step 30 is just go with the flow. Everything will be all right. Things will be fine. And, you know, like this just now, people come over, they've joined in the video. I could have gotten in my head about it and I could have stopped the video because it's now not perfect, or I could have embraced what's going to happen, embraced the moment and let them all come in, have their piece, say what they're going to say, and they all said what they were going to say, and I think we had a fun little conversation. They had their fun and I had my fun bringing these people on, so thank you so much to them for being a part of this video, for having the confidence to just come over and try a new experience. They weren't sitting in their head going, oh, what if he thinks this about us? What if he gets annoyed at us? What if he does this, blah, 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 blah. They just did it. They just went and did it, and now you can hear them screaming in the corner and one of them's humping one of the others. So you've got the ability to think in the now and to do what feels right, and you can just do it. As he said, I think it was the guy that sat here, he said it, just live and just do it. And I think that's a really beautiful message for it. I don't know if I've really got another 20 steps in me, to be completely honest. I think that might be about all. I think I've covered enough in terms of overthinking, because I think step 31 is fuck getting to 50. Fuck thinking about it all. You don't need to cover everything in one single go. You don't need to get it all done right now. You don't need to do everything. You're fine the way that you are. You are lovely, beautiful human beings just the way that you are now. And all we can do is improve ourselves for ourselves and not for external validation or for any kind of material gain. And all we can do really is just be comfortable in our own skin and not worry so much about it. Thank you so much for watching this video. Have a great rest of the day. And when you're lying in bed, just lie there. And just, if you start thinking, put on some of them like 10-minute meditations, because they're quite useful, they're quite fun. And yeah, that's going to be everything from me. Thank you so much for watching this video. Have a great rest of the day. Take care. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about lighting. You might have noticed that this shot is a little bit grainy. That's because the ISO is set to 16,000. It looks brilliant, doesn't it? I know, it does look really good. However, I think part of why the ISO is sort of something that people say, like, that's a last resort, you know, in terms of turning things up, you know, you don't really want to get that. There's two elements to it. Do you want the consistency of having a single consistent look throughout the film? Or is it just necessarily the professionalism of having, you can go past if you want. Or is it the consistency, or is it the, have a good day, or is it the professionalism? I kind of disagree with the idea of showing professionalism in a film, because a film is meant to be like an artistic expression really, and art and professionalism don't really go hand in hand. I mean, what would be professional art? It'd be like corporate advertising, wouldn't it? Like, because that is technically a form of art, but it's not one I think any of us would call particularly challenging art. It's not anything that, imagine you talk to someone and you ask them what their favorite film was or their favorite bit of art, and they said like, or the my money supermarket adverts. It just wouldn't work. It would be really weird. You'd probably look at that person like, are you actually human or are you something else? Something in between. And yeah, in terms of the low light, I am not super worried about shooting things in low light. One, because this camera's kind of all right, but two, as long as you can make things out, as long as everything is visible, what's on the screen is more important than what the screen looks like. Would you rather watch the best film ever on an iPad, or would you rather watch Transformers 5, The Last Night, all 154 minutes of it on IMAX? I know what I'd rather. I'd rather watch the good film on a tiny little thing. I watched Buried on an iPad. It's a film about a guy that's stuck in, Ryan Reynolds is stuck in a coffin for the whole film. And I watched it on an iPad in bed. So it was perfect. That was a perfect way to watch that film. If I watched it in the cinema, I would not have had the same experience. And I really loved that film as a result. So I think getting onto the low light thing in general, I think people can often get a bit too worried about how things look. And the reason for that is because now there is the expectation, or possibly there always was the expectation, from the general world that things need to look a certain way. They need to look like this or they need to look like that. But generally they need to look slick, and polished, and like the everyday slub Joe can't do it. And I want to challenge that. I want people to go out and make stuff that looks terrible, because look at the lo-fi genre, for instance. I keep using the lo-fi genre as a thing, but it is important because people that like lo-fi musicians in the 90s and the early 2000s going through to today challenged the status quo and did something completely on their own, from their own bedrooms essentially, and managed to make something really beautiful out of it. And out of all the lo-fi music out there, some of which I probably find very uninteresting, there's some amazing songs, like So I Guess We Can't Hang Out Anymore by the OCS. That's an amazing song. And it sounds awful. It sounds terrible. It's such a bad sounding song. So I don't think the look of something matters nearly as much as people think. I really don't. And I bet people who clicked on this were sort of wanting, some idea of like, how to make ISO like not as big a problem, or how to make the graininess not look so apparent, or maybe like some degrain effect that you can add, which I know you can do, but you got to pay like 300 quid for this software, and I'm not paying that. Especially because it's all AI enhanced stuff now, and it's like, I'm not dealing with all that. Like, yeah, I feel like maybe people wanted that out of this video, and I'm not giving that to you. What I'm giving instead is just accept how your film looks. Accept that your film looks like crap, and that's fine. Because it doesn't matter if your film looks like crap. What matters is the story interesting? Are the characters engaging? Is what's going on like compelling in some capacity? Because if it is, then who cares what it looks like? At the end, like look at Primer. Primer is a really fascinating film, but it looks like crap. It's filmed on this little tiny Canon Fuji sort of film. So I'll give you a little example of what that looks like. See, imagine everything looked like this for the whole film, right? Now it depends on what the film is. If you've got a good film, this is fine, isn't it? But if you've got a film with really uninteresting characters that are just slabs of wood with mouths on them that are just talking, you're going to get so bored. Even if it's filmed on an Ariel X or whatever, you're going to get bored because it's not the technicalities of art that make things interesting. Like the Mona Lisa is one of the most famous paintings ever, right? And it's not a particularly great like technical work of art in terms of paintings. There's certainly better in terms of technically made and like that kind of thing. Like it's the same way that Dream Theater isn't the absolute best band in the universe because they use the most notes, It's not about what tools you use, it's about how you use them, and that's essentially where things should be going and what you should be doing. You should be trying to make sure that things are interesting rather than making sure that they work on a technical level. Obviously, when you're trying to put stuff into Netflix or whatever, you're trying to submit your thing, there's technical requirements, and that can be a pain. And I can't help with that regard. There's sometimes that we've just got to bite the bullet. But, I think you can have a lot of fun with making things look cool. And if you're willing to let stuff just look weird, then you can make stuff look amazing. So I think that's going to be it because we're kind of fighting the time here. So thank you very much for watching this video. hope you have a good rest of the day. You know, take care, put some comments in, you know, do all that sort of stuff. Comment about like, you know, what sort of film that you've done. Like, imagine what's the worst shot that you got that you went back home and you sort of looked and you're like, fuck me, that's actually a really good shot. You ever get that when you're like shooting the shot and you're like, I'm probably not going to use this. And you get back and it's like, that's the one. That's better than the one that I spent half an hour setting up. So yeah, that's going to be everything from me. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. Bye-bye. Whee! Into the distance he goes. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this camera angle because I am fucking terrified. I'm watching my camera and I'll tell you what, it might not look like much, but please, honestly, try to understand that this is quite a long way down. It's a long way down and there's no guardrail here. And the camera is just sat there. I've managed to find a bit where there's like, it's double the thick. Notice there's two parts kind of join, but oh my God, I am really genuinely quite scared. And I feel like this is a good moment to sort of say that danger can often look quite mundane, you know? Some of the scariest things are just quite plain looking. And honestly, I'm shitting myself. I am absolutely fucking terrified. And I don't know how better to communicate that. Then I suppose at the end of the video, I'm gonna have to pick the camera up and I'm gonna have to show you. I am not doing that. God, that felt so weird to even just do that on its own. I hope that this can give you an idea of sometimes as filmmakers, we kind of got to take little risks. Not this, don't do this. This is fucking stupid. But I think in general, it is good to take risks. This is going to be a very short video. I don't care, but this is going to be a very short video, completely incoherent. But I feel like as long as you can sort of see that risks are something that need to be taken from time to time, like, you know, when I've been doing films in the past, particularly if you're acting, you know, like if you want to cry, for instance, I used to like rub onions, not in my eyes, but like right like that. You know, I used to sort of try and actually beat myself up. I used to tell actors, just punch me in the face for real. That was fucking stupid. So yeah, I think maybe there's a video about stupidity, not knowing what to do, and yeah. No, I don't like this. I really don't like this at all. I hope you can get a sense from my face that this is fucking terrifying. And I think this video is just gonna be 90% me just saying this is fucking terrifying. So yeah. As filmmakers, we kind of got to try things, and some of those things will be scary, and you know, we kind of got to do them anyway. But here is the lesson. Learn the difference between intelligent risks and stupid risks. What I'm doing now, is a stupid risk because this video isn't any good. The risk to reward ratio is all off, you know? And like, I'm not really meant to be here either. That's why I'm looking over my shoulder in case security comes over. But it is a cool shot, I think. It would be a better shot if I had a tripod. Oh, I wish my tripod was still around. But sometimes limitations put you into these weird situations, and that's kind of okay. As filmmakers, sometimes we got to take risks, and it's about whether you are willing to take that risk. I, for some reason, am willing to take this risk, and I think from now on, I'm not going to take any more risks like this. No more getting punched in the face for me, no more getting thrown in canals, no more, you know, sprinting uphill for like 45 minutes 10 times. No more of any of that sort of thing. No more pretending to get stabbed. Yeah, all of these things are far in the past, and for the future, sensible risks, because I think that's, oh my fucking God, oh my fucking God. Right, I hope, I don't give a shit, the video is done. How long is this? Because have I not gotten through to you yet that this is scary? This is a scary thing to be happening, right? And as filmmakers, like, or just creatives in general, that touches and that goes all the way over there. I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that. Okay, so, yeah, right. So I suppose to close this video off, to close the idea that I'm trying to convey, risk happens, you take risks. I've taken risks on other people's film sets, so, you know, and part of the reason that I cast myself as Jonny Mozza in this Jonny Mozza film is so that I can fuck the health and safety, because I'm not unionized. I can do what I want and I can't sue myself. So Oh God, they're all so small, the people. Jesus Christ, I'm only like 4 stories up, but they're so small. Oh God, but it's a straight drop as well. Okay, right. I kind of want the video to keep going because I don't want to go and pick the camera up, but I have to. I'm gonna do it from this side, that way there is a guard. There is a solid guardrail. So excuse the arm. Okay, right, right. Oh my fucking God. Okay, okay. Does that give you a fucking idea? That's what that was sat on. That's what that was sat on. Right there, where that lens cap is, okay? That was it. This was the setup. This fucking lens cap. It's a gorgeous place, this. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, tell me that's not cool, but it's not fucking worth it. Jesus Christ. So, anyway, fuck, I'm gonna somehow figure out how to do this. Thank you very much for watching the video. If you have any thoughts on the sheer utter lack of intellect and care for my craft that has gone into the making of this dog shit video, please let me know in the comments. And yeah, learn what risks are appropriate to take, what ones aren't appropriate to take. You can probably see right up my nostrils. This is okay. I can deal with this because it's just a little drop. It's not a big one. So I'm going to leave the shot here for a bit, and thank you very much for watching the video. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. Love you all, and fuck that. God. I know it didn't look like much. It didn't look like much, but seriously, that was intense. I have no idea what message you're meant to take away from this. I have no idea, but I feel like whatever the message is, it has made itself abundantly fucking clear. Oh my fucking God. Look at that. Look at all the pigeons that have sat there. Oh, all of them. There's so many. Can you see them? I feel like you can't. Hang on. Whoa, there we are, there we are, there we are. They've all flown over. They're all sitting where I was sat. Jesus. Oh, that was cool. Okay. I feel like I am just pissing about now, but yeah, I'm gonna get the fuck out of this car park. Take care, everybody, for the second time, and have a good rest of the day. Love you all. Leave your comments below about whatever the hell this was. And yeah, I will see you around at some point soon. Tomorrow, I suppose, because I do these videos twice a day. And if you can't tell, I'm running out of ideas. Bye. Hey up, everybody. My name is Jonny Mozza, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about limitations. Now, at the moment, I don't really have a tripod, so I've been kind of very limited in the kind of shots that I can get. However, with limitations comes new things to explore and to try. So right now, this camera is on this gate fucking thing, right? And so it's on the edge near the hinge, and I'm just on the far end. And so I'm just messing around with it. And I just think this looks so cool. How cool is this, right? And I could never have done this on a tripod. I would never have thought to do this on a tripod, because I never would have thought to just take it off the tripod, put it on this, where it's a little bit loose, to be honest, and it's a bit freaky, and just start doing this. So every limitation you have comes with opportunity. Every time you come to a hurdle, there's an interesting way of jumping over it. And every time you jump over a hurdle, not only do you get more fit and healthy because you've jumped over a hurdle, but you also realize how to jump in the future. So you sort of think, okay, well, I'm going to do things a little bit differently. And I'm going to try and stop that because you're probably getting a wee bit sick. So yeah. So why did I want to make this video? Well, because, right, a lot of people out there really get themselves down about the nature of what they're doing, and they want to get everything perfect. They want to put everything, down to a T, and they want to get everything right, okay? And I respect that, because you want to get things right. Obviously, I don't want to get things wrong. No one wants to get things wrong. But are you going to get things right all the time? No. Does Stephen Hawking, well, did he get things right all the time? No. does like your absolute favorite hero, the person that inspires you the most, do you love every single thing that they did throughout their entire life? Your favorite filmmaker, do you love every single film he did? Your favorite musician, do you love every song he did, even the B-sides? I don't know if you do. There's stuff that they did that you might find a little bit, you know, and that's okay, because the more that you make stuff, the more chances you have at making something good. The more times that you go out there and you throw the dart, the more times you are likely to hit a bullseye. So if I throw a dart at a dartboard once, I might hit the bullseye like in 1 in 100 times. So if I throw 100 darts, that's 100% chance of hitting the bullseye. I know that's not how statistics works, by the way, before all the statisticians come into the comments. And sorry if you're getting a wee bit sick from this, but it's just so cool. I love this whole wee sort of thing. So just see what I mean when it comes to the limitations that you have. You can be limited by so many things. I broke the base plate on my camera, so I wasn't able to use a tripod. And as a result of me not being able to use a tripod, I'm doing this. I would never have been able to do this, and I never would have thought to do this if I had that resource. And now that I lost that resource, I can come up with something new. So it's the same way that someone who just has to film on a phone because they don't have a camera like I do, you know, they will find ways to make use of the phone, particularly in, what's the first film that was shot on an iPhone? Is it Tangerine? Something like that. They have a shot in Tangerine, which is, basically they're getting into a car and they have a shot from underneath the pedal. So the camera is here and the pedal is here. And it's just a quick thing of the pedal being hit down from underneath. Now, if you wanted to do that with a proper camera like the one I'm filming this on, you would need to cut the entire bottom out of the car. You would need to lift it up with a hydraulic thing, and then you would need to shoot it from underneath, which that's a lot of effort when you can just do it with an iPhone for a second long shot. You know, I think what's more interesting about that isn't the fact that it's in 10-bit fucking RAW or whatever. It's the fact that it's an angle that looks cool. You know, that's the bit that's interesting. It's not the fact that it's got the specifications of an Arri Alexa, you know. So, you know, don't let yourself get down over, you know, the kind of resources you have and things that you have available to you, because some people out there have access to way more shit than I do, and I have way more access to shit than some people out there. Look at Wakaliwood fucking Productions, man. They made everything out of one laptop and a digicam in Uganda, right? And what he did is he would make one film and he would have to delete the film off his hard drive so that he could make the second film because he couldn't afford to get more hard drive space. You know, there is nothing that can limit you, okay? There is absolutely nothing that can limit your creativity and your ability to make things and express yourself. There is nothing that can stop you from giving your voice. Not whether you're being mute, you're being shy, or anything like that. Nothing can stop you. So, and the only thing that can is your own demotivational thing in your brain, your own little anxiety that sits there and goes, you can't do it, people are gonna laugh at you. Well, say people laugh at you. I made a video about golf, right? And why I don't like golf. I've got all sorts of comments on there that are nasty. Who cares? You know? Like, I find some of them quite funny. You know, it's whatever to me. And I think that's how it should sort of be. I feel like that's the approach that I would like people to take. I think if you just go out there and just do it and not really give a fuck about what people think of you, then you're going to have so much of a better time in life. And that's why I make these videos, is just to remind, you know, people that things are all right. They're way less bad than you might think they are, because we're all very, you know, I'm very prone to catastrophizing and going, oh my God, everything's going to go wrong. What happens when everything goes wrong? You know, if everything goes wrong, if everything's gone wrong for me in the past, you know, if everything goes wrong, there's nowhere further to fall. You can only go up. And I know that's a cliche saying, so I'm going to unsay it. So yeah, you can just go forward and just try stuff, because the more you try, the more you experiment, the more chances you have of an experiment succeeding, like this. Because this is so cool, in my opinion. Whee! So yeah, try something like this, because you might as well see where it takes you. You might as well see where the rabbit hole goes. Try stuff. See what happens. I'm trying to do one like big smooth one, but this, can you see this hedge, bush bramble thing? Kind of gets in the way. I want I'm gonna try and push against this, but I need to pull myself in a little bit first. 3, 2, 1, go. I didn't go very far. Let me try it one more time. That was worse. Right, one more try, and then we pack it in, okay? I slowed my acceleration by hitting this bramble down here. So, thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
What do you believe the differences are between big studio productions and indie sort of film productions?
What are the differences between big film sets and the small ones? Can you narrow down the question a little bit, because there's so many facets to that?
Well, I would say in terms of how much sort of creative freedom you get to express yourself, do you find that you get more of that on a smaller film set rather than a larger one?
Having been both someone who runs like my own sets, has worked as like camera, sound runner, actor on other people's small sets, comparing that to being like a camera assistant or grunt runner, COVID marshal, whatever, you do definitely get more creativity. But at the same time, I think it kind of comes down to, you know, you've got this level of creativity. Like if you're not running your own set, but you are on a small film set, you do have a decent amount of creative freedom, because you can literally just say to the director, oh, hey, I've got this idea. And then they can kind of be like, oh, cool, or nah. If you try and do that on a big film set and you're just a grunt, you are not getting back on that film set. So, but then at the same time, people don't go on big film sets to be a grunt, to have creative freedom. I think people know not to do that. It is just a job to them. I think that's why I dislike the big film sets, because they are just this sort of, you can go past if you want, yeah. It all fits in with the theme. Have a good day, yeah? No worries, take care. So you got, I feel like that was a mess of an answer, to be honest.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
All right, did I actually answer the question in that? I think I did.
I think you did.
Basically, yes. Basically, yes.
I'm going to crop that to just basically yes. Right, so in one of your videos, or
Yeah.
maybe even in multiple videos, you talk about how you appreciate quantity over quality.
Yeah.
I guess not just in filming, but in general things in life. And how would you say that you're implementing that into the film that you're making now? Are you just shooting absolutely everything that you can?
Yes. Yes and no. Closer to yes. I don't know. In terms of the quantity over quality thing, I feel like a hypocrite by preaching something that I don't practice. Like, I talk about it a lot because it's an ideal that I want to get to. And I think that is the best way to make stuff. But it's not the way I feel like I'm currently making stuff. It's the way I feel like I'm trying to make stuff by doing the 2 videos a day and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, when it comes to like the creative works, like I've just made an album, right? I've spent a year doing this album. That's ridiculous. It's only 7 songs. What's that, like a month and a half or more for each song? You know, like probably closer to 2 months. So, you know, and then I've done films where like they've spent 4 years in post and stuff, and all this kind of stuff forced me to reconcile with the quantity over quality thing, because it is correct. Yeah.
I was gonna say, so with your YouTube channel,
Yeah.
do you see that sort of as an extension of the film? Because obviously it's called like Jonny Mozza, Lessons in Confidence, or is it a completely sort of separate project that you'll carry on with after the film is made as well?
That's a very good question, that one. You can keep that bit in for the edit. That way the teacher sort of goes, oh, he said that was a very good question, that. And you can keep that bit in so you can make it all meta. But yeah, I think in terms of that, it is separate. Well, do you know what it was originally meant to be? I was never meant to be doing 2 videos a day about all this inspirational stuff, right? Originally it was just gonna be like vlogs for the film. So I did the first couple that were literally just like me talking about the film in various ways. And then I did one on central London, and that kind of went well. And I realized people like the ones where I do these like really pretentious, like indie filmmaker bloody, titles. Like filmmaking isn't a business, it's an art. It's like, oh, shut up. But they like it, so I just made more of them, and I'll keep making more as long as people want them, because I like seeing the little like, oh, you've really inspired me kind of things, and knowing that I'm actually helping people out is really cool. It's nice, it's satisfying. I like being able to give something back. It's fun.
Nice. And is that sort of the same thing that you want people to take from the film itself? Is that the message that you want to bring with the film, all of those sort of positive things? Because I know that your character, Jonny, is kind of a... I think you described him as he's sort of like, not a liar, but he's sort of worming his way into things that he's not necessarily qualified for. And is the overall message of the film meant to be, I guess, about just trying things anyway? Like, is that the message?
Not really with that one.
Wrong way?
He does. I think actually it's kind of almost the opposite message, because he does try, but he fails. And that is the thing with trying, is you are going to fail sometimes. And I hope with these videos I'm not misleading people into thinking that you can just like go your way through life, just, I'm trying not to swear, but doing stuff like that, and just you'll succeed every time. You won't. Like, I got lucky, and other people get lucky, it's just being picked by the YouTube algorithm. So I don't know, Jonny Mozza, his whole thing is about the romanticization of the past, and how you need to be able to come to accept the world that you live in now, and come to peace with that. Because, yeah, sure, if you sit and listen to Led Zeppelin and the Doors and the Sex Pistols all day, you are going to be like, ooh, the 70s was so much better, I live in the worst time, and you'll get yourself down about it and you'll shut out the modern world. But, look at all the great things that are going on now in terms of like the music scene, and like some of the best music's coming out now. Some amazing films are coming out. A24 like is a really cool picture house. You got so many, like the folk filmmaking community, and you got so many cool things that are happening now. And then loads of stuff that I don't care about, that other people care about. So you got so much stuff going on that, that's what Jonny Mozza is kind of about. It's about embracing the present and being satisfied with your lot, essentially.
Nice. So I was interested in the sort of music aspect, because obviously Jonny is a musician, you're a musician, you're playing the songs that came from the movie. And did the music sort of come first and then the filmmaking, or do they sort of go hand in hand with each other?
Well, I haven't written any music for the movie. I'm writing music just for like myself. I'm writing music about stuff that I care about, and then I just think, because I don't want Jonny Mozza to be someone who can't play. I don't want the joke to be that he's talentless at playing, because I think that would be kind of dull. I think it would be more interesting if he is good, but he wants everyone to know it, kind of thing. Because like, I think I've come to accept I'm all right at guitar, but it's at the same time, if you do go around and are just like, yeah, I'm the best, look at me, all that kind of thing, then people are going to hate you anyway, compared to someone like Oliver in the film, who is, he can't really play the bass, but he's a really nice person, so he ends up coming out on top. Despite having less technical talent, it's his niceness and likability that is what's holding him up and make people want to stick around him.
I like that. I enjoy that message. The next question I was going to ask you, and let me know if you find this very, very dull, but what is your favourite movie?
Before Sunrise.
Before Sunrise, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Richard Linklater. Do you know Dazed and Confused, Slacker, or anything? Slacker's a really good film. But yeah, Before Sunrise, it's... Shut up. It won't actually get those anyway, really. I mean, I've done videos where I shout at the planes anyway. But why Before Sunrise is one of the best movies ever made. First off, the Julie Delpy and Ethan Hawke have such beautiful chemistry together. Their story is so romantic and so nice. And the best scene of it, in my opinion, it's a really dull-looking shot. It's literally just the corner of this really unset designed room. They go into a record shop and they go into the listening booth and they put on this thing. And like they're sat there, pretend like, a woman is sat here, right? and we've got a bit of chemistry, but we haven't sort of said anything yet, you know. So it's kind of like a bit of this. And then she looks over. And then, you know, she looks over and I kind of look back. And then she looks over and you kind of look away again. And that's one of my favorite scenes, and just one long prolonged shot that goes on for like a minute and a half. No dialogue, no nothing, just as the music plays in the background. It's so, so sweet. It's so nice. It's a film I've watched probably about 10 times, and it makes me cry every single time. It's just so nice. And then Before Sunset is just as good as well. And Before Midnight is a really good film, but it's so depressing because I see them as just such a beautiful couple. It's so nice, like, you know. I'm not like a mega like romance film kind of guy, but that one, yeah, it's good.
Nice.
It's good.
The next question I was going to ask you about then is...
It's relatable as well.
What, the movie?
No, Before Sunrise, yeah. Because it's all about the conversational aspect. Like, it's not about like, you know, long prolonged scenes of them like, it's all just like talking and just like getting to know each other as friends. Because that's what love is, really. It's being able to talk to someone for like 9 hours with no awkward breaks in the conversation or no nothing, and just feeling like you're completely in sync with one another. You know, it's not about like, you know, the lovey-dovey sort of stuff. That's like the cherry on top. That's the icing on the cake. But you know, you can't just eat icing because you'll get sick.
Do you like realism in films then, in terms of, do you want things to be like how they are in the real world? If you're saying
yes
like,
and no.
you like that conversational thing because that's how it actually is.
Yes and no. It does depend, because like, you know, some films can be good for like escapism, and like, you know, I like some sitcoms like Fawlty Towers isn't particularly realistic, you know, or like you know, Red Dwarf, not particularly realistic. But then I think where the realism is good is in the little personal struggles that go on. That's what attaches you to things. Like people like Wall-E, for instance, because they can feel a sense of humanity within him, even though he doesn't talk, and even though none of that is real in any sort of way, you know. But it also does have the message about this is what the future could possibly hold for us if we, you know, don't take good enough care of the planet. So as long as the film can make you feel connected to the world in some capacity, I think that it is good. I think that's why most fantasy films tend to try and hark to some sort of culture on planet Earth, you know, like Lord of the Rings is trying to take from like old Norse mythology and stuff like that, or Star Wars is trying to take, I don't know, I don't like Star Wars particularly, but like, yeah, I'd say it's important to me. I like films of realism, and I think everything that I like in particular has realism in it, but I wouldn't say it's necessary for like everyone. Some people might feel differently and might want, you know, escapism because they don't want to have the real world chucked back at them, because they're already like, oh Jesus Christ, you know, I've got like my mortgage to pay, I'm behind on that, and like, you know, the bank's coming to take the house away, and like I'm gonna get fired, and my wife's gonna leave me. It's like, you know, they maybe don't want to be reminded of that in a film, you know.
That's fair enough. What sort of advice would you give to someone who wants to make a film?
So let's say this person has no real resources. Let's go like bare minimum, right? Yeah. So Wakaliwood in Uganda, right? Like little village in Africa. Presume he's not making mad money, you know? Proper little village and all that. And the way that he did it, he had a little laptop and he had a little tiny digicam, like probably worse than what your phone is capable of doing, right? And he just went around and he would film like action scenes and have fun with with like all of his community, you know? And he would make these really insane films. And he turned that into what was fun about it. Like Who Killed Captain Alex, for instance, is so much fun because it's so balls to the wall, and it's also so cheap. That film cost, I don't know how much it cost, but it's definitely not more than like a couple £100. And you know, you don't need mad budget to do stuff. And so what I would say to someone who wants to make a film is just like, stop worrying about it. Just make one that's like, who cares if it's bad, right? I'd rather you go out and make a bad film than to make no films, because imagine if everyone who made a bad film didn't bother to make a film. We would have barely anything, man. You know, like, and sometimes it's nice to watch a bad film. It's nice to laugh at it. I mean, that's why people like The Room, people like Slop, like Transformers and all that sort of stuff. Those are all bad films. They're bad in all different ways. You need bad films, you need bad entertainment so you can have the good stuff. If everything was good, then you wouldn't have the point of comparison, you know? So yeah, just make something that's, oh, shut up. Just make something that sucks. And, you know, let all the little imperfections like that get into the film, because that's fun at the end of the day. No, you can go through it if you want.
Don't worry about it.
No,
That's okay.
You have a good day, yeah? Do you want to maybe shift to another spot?
Yeah.
I feel like we've got quite a bit here.
How did you, Josh, first get into filmmaking?
Well, I was going to do game design at college with my friend, because my friend was going to do it. And then I started looking into the industry, and I saw all the crunch time and all the abuse that goes on in that industry, and I thought, no, I might not do that. So I walked into the media room and signed up for that, just because I thought, I need something to do. And went in, and I didn't really care about it, to be honest, while I was first doing it at college. It was kind of after college when I started making my own stuff. I started off doing this really terrible YouTube channel, and then a slightly less terrible YouTube channel came afterwards, and then films came afterwards that started terribly and got better and better and better. And I kind of liked the whole bringing everyone together for a certain cause kind of thing, and just like, I don't know, like, it's fun to, you find yourself in weird situations, like the time when I found myself lying on top of a wardrobe in someone's house, just like holding a boom mic, or, you know, standing on, like, in a Sainsbury's car park filming a guy that's like, ooh, doing a bit of rapping and all that sort of stuff, and you're all like moving around, and like people walk past you and they wonder what they're doing. So it's, I don't know, it's cool, yeah. Yeah, it's nice just creating stuff. I've always created stuff. I used to write books and like send them to the library and like get them to keep them in the library.
What, like your local library?
Yeah, I used to write books about, I had this one book about this couple of friends that went into space, and they were kidnapped by aliens and they needed to escape the solar system. And because my interpretation of the solar system was, you know, like the solar system planets thing where it's like Mercury, Venus, blah, blah,
Like
blah.
you do when you're a kid.
Yeah, and they're all like right next to each other. So Jupiter's quite big, right? And I was like, oh, the spaceship's gonna have to really struggle to squeeze past Jupiter. So that's a whole plot point in that book. The book's gone, by the way, I'm never gonna find it again. And then just wrote dozens and dozens of books, made a world, that was cool. It was kind of like a sci-fi sort of, we colonized the entire solar system, and then we started colonizing this other planet, but that other planet had like loads of like various life forms on it that were all fighting one another. It was basically just Mass Effect, like it was a rip-off of Mass Effect basically, but on a smaller scale.
Yeah. What would you say inspires you then? If anything.
People, I'd say. Met someone pretty cool recently who has inspired me quite a lot. So started writing a song, and like when you're inspired, like it all just comes out, and so that person has caused that inspiration, and that's someone I really like. It also goes the other way, where sometimes you make a film. This is going to make me sound really like a nasty person, but sometimes you make a film almost in spite of someone, to be like, ha, see, I can do it. Yeah, you know, like my old the guy who begged me to go on the HND course, which what a total con that was. Asterisk, not my legal opinion. But yeah, he kept begging me to go on it, and everything I heard about it is it was just terrible. And he was one of those that, like, you know when you can't trust someone because they smell too nice? Like they smell like godly all the time.
It's
and you're
suspicious.
like, yeah, like obviously I don't want someone to reek, but like that was weird. And yeah, I didn't really trust him, so I had a big fight with him while I was talking about how he was ripping off his students. And then, yeah, I basically made my first film to say, you don't need any of what you're doing to make a film. Stop with all the nonsense that you're doing and just try this. And, you know, that's how I sort of make some films. You do something to almost spite someone, or not to spite someone, to sort of prove yourself a little bit, I'd say. You know, you're not an individual in a world full of mechanoids. You're one person in a sea of millions. So all you can do is just try and voice stuff, really, and get your own voice out there. That's it.
Nice. How many people are working on the film?
I'm gonna try and figure that out. Hang on.
Is there
Me,
loads?
Hadid, Shivani, Oleg, Neve, Kimberly, John Henry, Lee Westwick, Toby, Oscar. There's more. This is why I didn't want to do the naming thing, but I've started now. There's more, there's more, there's more. Come on, think of them. Come on. Oh yeah, there's a couple editors. There's, oh, Shivani. How did I forget Shivani? Lydia. There's more.
Sorry, I have put you on the spot.
I'm struggling to name them all. There's a fair few. There's a fair
That
few.
is a lot of people.
But I think what's important to note with this is that I am emphasizing small crews. So I'm doing crews of like 3, 4, 5 people max. So while there might be a lot of people on the film, it's different people each day. So I'm working that way because you get so much more done. You can move so much more effectively if you do smaller days with less people, because it's just so much more efficient compared to if you have a group that's so large that it can splinter off into its own subgroups. That's when I feel like you're going wrong, personally. Obviously you have to do it sometimes when you've got a big scene, but yeah.
Do you feel that sort of having those small groups and having groups change every now and again, does that sort of help you creatively? Like, because obviously I imagine you're getting all of these different ideas from people, and can that alter the film? Like, are you taking everyone's
Oh yeah, definitely.
contributions?
Like, my mate Toby, he's come up with some crazy good ideas that he came up with this one idea that I'm not going to tell you because it's coming in later in the film, and I'm also not sure if I'm going to do it yet. But loads of people are bringing in their own ideas, and the reason that I made sure that this was such a simple film plot-wise was so that there was room to hang all the creative ideas on. I want people to come on this because I'm not paying people, you know? So what better way of, well, not really what better way of paying people than to let them be creative, but, you know, I don't know, I want people to feel like they're giving something more than just like grunt work, you know? I hate the idea that people just turn up, feel like they've got no input and then just bugger off again, you know? I don't know, I feel like that wasn't a great answer. Let me try it again. So you kind of just say what was the question?
So the question was about, because you have these small crews working with you and sometimes they change around, if it's helpful because you're getting all of these different ideas, if people can contribute, and if that will therefore maybe change, you know, the film itself in some ways.
Yes, I would say I really, some of the scenes are completely improvised for a start, and I work around the improv and I fit improv into the script sort of thing. Like, here is some space where improv can go, and then you've got the beginning and the end, or you've got like a certain beat, like at a certain point in this improv, someone is going to get a phone call, and that kind of ends the improv and goes back into the script sort of bit, you know? Hey up.
Hello.
Come on, come here.
Hello.
So yeah, that's a piece of improv right there. But yeah, I want people to feel like they're able to engage with the film whilst they're working on it. I want people to come up with crazy shot ideas. I love when Oleg in particular, he's always coming up with some mad ideas. Every time we're about to wrap up, he's like, oh, sorry, I've just got one more idea. And he'll do that like 4 or 5 times. And I love it. Because it's so, you know, it shows passion. It shows that he cares, and it shows that he's interested in what he's doing, which to me is a really positive trait. And I've seen that from many people working on this film and films in the past. I want people to feel like they've got something to add, you know? So I make sure that there's room for that. I don't go in with a complete vision. I go in with what I feel like I want, and then know that the world is going to change it. You know, if you're about to go on a big night out and you have an idea of what it's going to be like, and then you go on the night out and you're really excited for it, and it turns out to be nothing like what you thought, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you leave the place you met earlier than you thought, or maybe the night went longer than it thought, or you met someone, or whatever, you know? Things don't go according to plan, so I don't establish plans, I establish just general bits, I suppose.
Nice.
Just make it up as you go along, really.
So you don't feel like, obviously this is your project, but you don't feel like a it's I guess sometimes when you hear about film directors or different types of artists, they have a real personal relationship with the work, and therefore.
Well, don't get me wrong, I will shut down an idea if it runs contrary to what the film is trying to do. Like, you know, I'm not just like, you know, someone chucks in an idea that's contrary to what the film is trying to achieve. I won't take that on board. But, you know, I'll still hear it out, obviously. But yeah, you know, in terms of some directors, I feel like, I don't know, I really like the films of Kubrick, but I don't know, you look at some of the stuff that went on those sets and I just think, look, The Shining, Clockwork Orange, it was really good, but was it worth that, you know, upset for the people that were working on it? I don't know.
I would
I really
argue
like
not.
Clockwork Orange, it's one of my favourite films, but I don't know. You know, it's like, I suppose in a way, you know, do we all want oil somehow? You know, but we all use it. We all like our phones and our cups of tea in the morning and our radiators being on. But at the same time, we all recognise that it's kind of, there's some bad stuff going on there. So, yeah.
I'm going to do a 180. What is your favourite genre of film, if you have one?
I'd cheat the question and just say sitcoms.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have a favourite sitcom?
I'm Alan Partridge. Or Faulty Towers. One of those two. Kind of switches. And then like obviously The Simpsons as well. So I'd say those three. Malcolm in the Middle's good as well.
Oh, I loved Malcolm in the Middle growing up. Loved that
it's
movie.
just like I like the light feeling. I don't particularly like the super heavy thing. I'm watching films that are really heavy and about super serious stuff, and it's like, ooh, this is depressing, and or you go the other way and you get really artsy stuff. Like I watched 2046, Wonka Wai, and I was kind of bored stiffless the entire way through it, if I've got to be honest. Like, I liked a couple bits, but I don't know, that kind of thing isn't for me. I like having fun, okay? I like having fun with films, so that's where I kind of go. It's not that I don't like, you know, the odd like serious film, you know, like Underground. Well, actually, no, Underground's kind of a comedy as well in a way. It tackles very serious themes. It's a Yugoslavian film, by the way, about World War II and like these people that are stuck in a bunker and like they get told that World War II is still going on for like ages. That's really good. But then Time of the Gypsies as well. That's really, really amazing. And those are really sad films. I don't know. I'm going to try and answer that in a more succinct way.
Okay.
I like movies that are simple. I like movies where you know how far you are in the film based on the plot. So say you've got a film where you start in room 1 and you've got to get to room 100 for a very basic example. Like The Platform, for instance. When they're at like level minus 250, you know you're near the end. You know, it's that kind of thing. Or like if you've got a horror film, when there's only 2 people left, you know you're near the end. I don't like films where you can't tell how far you are into it by what's going on. For someone who makes films, I don't watch very many.
Really?
Not really. I rewatch a lot of sitcoms and yeah, stuff like that. I've seen all the Alan Partridge, all The Office, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know much kino, let's say. Chemotherapy. What? That's cancer.
Did you say kino or chemo?
I said chemotherapy, and then my brain went, no, that's not anything whatsoever.
I'm going to ask you, this might sound controversial.
Hell yeah, I like it.
Well, it might not be actually. Do you think there is a certain level of sort of like pretentiousness in indie art films or in small crew films? Because of this sort of idealised thing of like, we're doing something that's real art, you know?
Yeah, you get that. I've not experienced it in droves. I have experienced it, but I do think it's overblown. I think, although that being said, someone's probably watching this and thinking, oh God, what a hypocrite. But you know, it's like, there are certainly people out there that like take it so seriously and they make it their whole life and like, you know, they act like they're saving the film industry or whatever, and it's like, no, you're not. Just make your product and bugger off. okay, and let people enjoy it. That's it, all right? You know, I think when people get into the whole art thing of it, it's like, shut up. I don't care, really. Like, it's either, is it fun? Is it interesting? Do people like it? Or do they think it's boring and not worth your time? That's it. The same as any other product. People look at a restaurant, do you want to go there? Nah, it doesn't look that good. Same with a film. You're making a product or doing a service. So yeah, people do get pretentious about it, but I do think it's an overstated issue, and I think that overstatedness is a stereotype that comes from within the Hollywood-esque, Hollywood in quotes, to say basically, you know, I'm going to call it the bourgeoisie of filmmaking, to use a very pretentious term for it. Yeah, it kind of comes from within there. The same sort of way that, you know, like, there's stereotypes about conspiracy theorists that I feel like come from within, like, you know, because it's from the outside criticizing this thing, so you want to try and make their point look stupid and make people look past what they're saying and just judge them on appearances. You know, like, we've all heard of the indie artist who has like the turtleneck like this and has those like round sunglasses and has a picture and has like their profile picture in black and white of them with a camera like this. So we've got all that. And yeah, I'd like them all to stop, please, and stop posting your bloody like black and white bloody images on Instagram going whoosh. It's annoying. I feel like this video is going to be a bit longer than a minute and a half.
I think it might be. Hold on, how do I
If you want, we can do like a couple like literally 5-10 second answer type things if you need it to be a minute and a half.
Yeah, okay. Can I get a quick shot of you holding a camera?
Hell yeah.
Hi, honey.
Hey, yo, doggy.
Hello.
Are you dog of the
Hi.
day? That's the question.
I think it just might be dog of the
Yeah,
day.
close. The other one was a bit better. There was that giant black one that wasn't on camera.
Yeah.
That was dog of the day, I'd say.
I was with a dog on the train today,
Yeah.
but it was one of those like service dogs that you're not allowed to stroke, but
Yeah.
it feels really tempting.
I know what you mean.
So that was a struggle. Do you want to hold your camera or do you want
Yeah,
to hold this camera?
Let me just put all this crap in here. Oh, God. I hope there's some use out of these. Hey up everybody, my name's Jonny Mozza, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today I want to do a little bit of a guided meditation. A lot of the time it can feel like, you know, things are getting on top of you, it's stressful, stuff like that. So this is a little bit of time just to not worry so much. Don't let things get on top of you. Just, if things are feeling a little bit stressful, so you've clicked on this video, right? What you want to do, you want to just shut your eyes for a second. Just sort of, okay. Right, so your eyes are shut now, and you're sort of seeing that little sort of whitish sort of stuff that you kind of see when you close your eyes, that kind of, oh God, what's that? You know, when it kind of like, you get those little refractions and that kind of thing. So now what I want you to do, I want you to sort of just open them enough, not that you can see stuff, but that you can feel the blackness from your eyelids sort of turn into a bit of a blur. So, probably looks a bit stupid to be honest, but yeah, that kind of thing. So the bottom of it is sort of flickering, you can kind of just about see the bottom. If you move your hands or whatever's underneath here, you can see a little bit of movement, but you can't necessarily make it out. And that's nice. It's nice to just keep things small and to focus on just what you can see, what you can hear, what you can smell, what you can touch. So why don't you just touch something that's nearby? If you're lying in bed, just touch the mattress, touch the duvet. If you're sitting on the sofa, just touch that. Touch the upholstery if you're sat near a curtain. If you're walking along, just like rub your legs. Actually, don't do this if you're walking because your eyes are shut. So stand still and just sort of rub, like, I don't know, the material of your trousers or something like that. Or, you know, just get a bit of a sense of touch. And you still got your eyes kind of flickering at the bottom. You can just about see the bottom. You've probably shut your eyes a little bit more as you were focusing on the touching sort of thing because you're trying not to overwhelm your senses. That's very important. Don't let your senses get overwhelmed. Just go with the flow of this video. So next, I want you to take in a long, deep breath through the nose. So 3, 2, 1. Lean your head back. Maybe try and get a little crack in your neck. Pop that little misplaced bone. Ooh, those joints are a little bit tight, aren't they? And do a second little bit of a breathe in. Really fill your lungs. And then 3, 2, 1. Let's do that one more time. There's a lot of noise out there around you. Not just in this video, but in your real world now. Maybe there's construction going on next door. Maybe there's traffic outside. Maybe the cows are mooing. All sorts of noises. Just focus on the intake of the breath. Hold it in your lungs. And out through the mouth. Let's just do that again. In through the nose. Lean your back. Fill your lungs. And out through the mouth. Now keep your eyes closed and just kind of look around with closed eyes, seeing little bits of blackness, but you might see a bit of a white sort of spot somewhere in the reflection of your eyelids. Maybe it's refractions from a light that's coming in. It's sort of seeping through the gap between your eyelids, because even though your eyes are shut, there's still a tiny bit of space there for light to actually get in, like a camera that's set to f-stop 38. So just look in that light, try and visualize that light and try and actualize that light and try and turn that light from a bit of a blur into a single pin, little pin light, a little singular white dot. And focus on it, really focus. Maybe your eyeballs feel like they're sort of convening inside your eyelids. Take in a breath, fill your lungs, and out through the mouth. Now you're seeing that pin light, and as you see it, and as you start to notice it, you'll notice that it kind of returns back to a blur. So open your eyes, have a look around. Everything feels a little bit brighter, a little bit more colourful, because you've sort of refocused, readjusted your eyes, and now you can end this little meditation and you can get back on with your life, doing whatever you were doing before. But it was nice to take a little bit of a break. It was nice to just stop for a little second and just take it all in and be just one with yourself amongst a general wider world. So yeah, we're going to come back now out of the meditation and back down to reality. So let's do one final intake of the breath with your eyes open. And out through the mouth. One more. In through the nose. And out through the mouth. So thank you very much for watching this. I hope you got something out of it. I hope it was fun doing this little meditation. I hope you actually did it and didn't just watch me breathing like a Hmong. And yeah, thank you very much for watching this video. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey up everybody, my name's Jonny Mozza, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to do a little bit of a guided meditation, just a nice little relaxation kind of thing, because I imagine you're a little bit stressed out at the moment. That's probably why you clicked this video. You know, you've got stuff going on in your life, and you know, it's nice to just slow down and just not let all that stuff get in the way. So what I want you to do is ignore the wind, ignore the sounds that are coming from all around, not just in this video, but within your life. If there's construction going on next door, if you live near a train station, if the traffic outside is really loud, if there's some like guy that's arguing with another guy, all of those kind of things, what I want you to do is just shut your eyes. Okay, so now you've shut your eyes. Now keep them shut. Keep them shut no matter what. I know you've got that sense that you want to kind of open them a little bit so you can see what's going on around you. You don't need to see what's going on around you, because right now everything is okay. Everything is fine, okay? So what I want you to do, I want you to take a big, deep breath in. I want you to inhale like your life depends on it. So 3, 2, 1. and out. Okay, let's do that again. Let's do it one more time. Best of 3. Hold it in your lungs and breathe out. Now I know it feels quite intense right now. I know that the wind might be in your headphones from this video. Let that wind just wash over you, okay? It's white noise and it will filter out the white noise of your subconscious, of your thoughts. You might be overthinking a lot of things. You might have a lot that's going through your brain. You might need to be worrying about, are you going to keep your job, and you're trying to figure out your finances, you've got bills to pay and family to look after and people depend on you and all this kind of stuff, right? And it can be very stressful. It can be very hard to stay grounded throughout all this because you're living in a very tumultuous time. So what I want you to do is just let the sound of the wind wash away the thoughts that are in your head. You don't need these thoughts for the next few minutes. For the next few minutes, all you need is the sound of your own inhalation and your own exhalation. You need to hear the sound of the wind going through your ears, rush past your head, feel it in your hair, even if you're inside. Imagine you're out, because this is quite strong wind. It's definitely coming through on the microphone. And just take some time to keep breathing. And out. And in. And out. Now just keep doing that. Keep doing that and keep your eyes firmly closed. Actually, don't keep them firmly closed, keep them gently closed. As if they want to spring open at any second, but don't let them spring open. Because there's nothing that you need to see right at this second. Just keep the sound of the wind rushing through between your ears. Very strong, this wind. And just allow it to wash through you and take hold. Because everything will be okay. Because if it's not okay, then it's... The saying is, everything will be alright in the end. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. So just keep that in mind as you keep breathing. Maybe take some time to, whilst you keep your eyes closed, just look around. Keep your eyes closed, but move your head. Maybe look at where, the TV would be, but right now you just see black. Maybe have a look over at the door. Just see black. If you're outside, and you sat down on a park bench or something, just look from left to right and just imagine what's there. It's an empty path, ready for your imagination to fill it full of things once you open your eyes. And we're going to open our eyes in about a minute or so. But for now, we're just going to keep breathing. In through the nose, and out through the mouth. It's all you need to keep doing. And in through the nose, and out through the mouth. Now, life can be quite stressful. We all know that. But there's always at least a small moment in every day that can be put aside just to remember yourself, to remember your own needs. Not like physical needs, but just emotional, mental needs that only you can fulfill. All you need to do is just be comfortable in your own skin, with yourself, with your own mind. Because you have a good mind. Your mind's nice. It's a nice mind. I don't know you personally, but I'm sure it's a pretty good mind. And once we're done with this, hopefully you can put it to work doing something pretty good. Now that you've had some time to strip it all back and just see through the closed eyes, just simplicity, basic simplicity. That's all you need. So we're going to do one more breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And with that, I'd like you to open your eyes very slowly. Let them naturally open. And take in the world that's around you. You might see a bit of a blur to begin with because you've had your eyes closed for a little while. And now you're back. You're back in the real world. So thank you very much for watching this video. Once it's finished, this video, just get up, wander around, do the things you said you were going to do earlier that you maybe put off because you wanted to watch a couple of YouTube videos. If you're going to bed, I hope you have a good night. If you're just waking up in the morning, I hope you have a good day. And if you're watching this in general, I hope you have a good life, because you're pretty brilliant. So thank you very much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of the day, and take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey up, everybody. My name's Jonny Mozza, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I'm here with my good friend John Henry Westhead, the director of Steve the Stammer's Missing Painting. It's a new film, a feature film that's just been released on Foursome. It's also coming out on loads of other streaming platforms over the next little bit of time. And I thought we would just take this little bit of time to talk about some experiences that we had while we were filming it, some lessons that we learned, and kind of what the film's about and all that sort of stuff. So we started filming this film about 2 years ago, and we did the sort of piecemeal thing of just doing one shoot and then figuring out what we're going to do for the next shoot and then figuring out what we're going to do for the next shoot and then building the film out in that sort of way. So, because I came on as the director of photography during the film process, but you and the main actor, whose name is Lee Akram, you've been working together for like a couple, like maybe a year or so, like just figuring out the character and figuring out all that sort of stuff. So what would you say like Steve the Stammer is about and that kind of thing?
What's it about? Jeez. I forgot what it's about, really.
It's a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah, because now I'm...
Sell your film.
Well, now I'm so focused on the new film that it's like all the things about the old film. It's like that, you know, in Back to the Future when all the people start to disappear, they start to fade away. That's what happens. If you asked me like a year ago, or like when I was in the midst of it, what's Steve the Stammer all about? I'd be like, it's about this. I've kind of, I know I hadn't watched it for a long time, and watched it again. So I'm really happy with it. I wouldn't literally. It was a. If people don't like it, then they didn't get it.
But so the basic core premise of the film, right?
It's just not for them. It's not that they didn't get it. It's just not for them. Everybody has their audience, you know. So not everybody, I guess, is going to like it. So
Would you say
that's okay?
It's about a painter who's got a painting, and then your character Moose comes in, sees this painting, he's like, bloody hell, that's a fucking hell of a painting. That I think that's one of the best paintings I've ever seen. It needs to be seen. You can.
Well, the painting divides opinion. And in terms of it dividing opinion, it kind of asks the question: and what is an artist? Is he really an artist, or is he a postman? Because actually, that was his job. You know, he was a good postman too. You know,
done it for like 50
years.
Or
yeah,
something.
He did it for a long time, and so yeah, he was painting at the same time. But a lot of people think his artwork is juvenile, or that their kids could do better, that it's not great art, or whatever you want to say. But other people, they love it.
Well, it's the same way that, like, because you see sort of in the midst of the film that Steve started off doing this more sort of realist kind of stuff, and he slowly became a bit more impressionistic over the course of time, similar to sort of like Picasso in that kind of way. And I imagine like when Picasso started doing that sort of stuff, he probably got the same sort of response. It's like, Jesus,
what are you doing?
What is
exactly.
this nonsense? And like people were telling that to Steve the whole time. Because Steve's quite an insular sort of character. He lives on his own. He doesn't really seem to go out that much. I mean, he just goes to the pub and that kind of thing. And he doesn't he's not an artiste in that sort of. He's not in the art scene in any sort of way whatsoever. He just does it.
He does it. He doesn't. He knows he's an artist. He says at the Moose he says at the Moose in the very first scene. Moose says, maybe you're not an artist, and he said, I'm an artist born and bred. But he doesn't give a crap what other people think about his art. He knows he's good. He doesn't care. Somebody asked John Lennon, hey John, this was after he was famous, hey John, did you ever think that you were going to be famous? And he said, yeah, every single day of my life.
And he ended up being
because he knew he was good. If you know you're good, what do you have to worry about?
Isn't it? Because is the idea that like Steve ends up becoming famous after the fact, after his art's already out there,
Yeah.
after he already did it, like way down the line, sort of like how Charles Bukowski.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it wasn't good to begin with.
Wasn't it Charles Bukowski? He wrote like all the way through his life, and he never got any recognition for it. And it was only after he died that he started getting recognition. Or something like that.
No. He got a little bit before, you know. He found a publisher and stuff. He was able to quit being a postman and to fully focus on doing his writing.
Yeah. But he spent a lot of time struggling and not like trying to do stuff.
Yeah.
And not getting any recognition.
Yeah, I
for
don't
it.
think he would have been the writer he was or anybody. It's like Chekhov was a doctor.
Yeah.
Dostoevsky was a gambler, like a professional gambler. You know, they say, oh, he was a writer. But he was also a professional gambler. People would give him money to gamble, do roulette. Because he was
almost an
good at it.
investment.
Yeah. Well, apparently he was good at it. He was pretty good at it.
Yeah. And so when you were coming up with this whole idea, because it was originally based on a book that you wrote, it was a short story that you wrote.
Short story, yeah.
So you wrote that, I don't know when you wrote that, but you extrapolated the
2016.
ideas from that into the film that's come about. So I know the book is out on Amazon Prime as well. So I'll put a link to that in the description if people want to go and have a read of it, because it's quite fun stuff. And then the film itself ended up going in a little bit of a different direction, or like similar.
Yeah, totally. Like when I read it, I was looking for something to do next after Cornered. Like, what can we do next? And then just reading through stuff, and I stumbled upon that Steve the Stammer's Missing. It was called Steve the Stammer's Missing Painting, the short story.
I love that title.
And then I was like, came upon it, and I started reading it. And I was like, this would be good to make into a film, you know, and you could expand on it and make it different.
Did anyone ever tell you not to call it Steve the Stammer's Missing Painting?
I always thought that, and I thought there would be this sort of like woke attitude, or like, because I've made films about disabilities and stuff, that it's like, oh, shouldn't refer to somebody as that, you know. But that's the way the guys down the pub would refer to it, and I just think that's just being petty, and I don't like all that nonsense.
That's a safe place, isn't it? Or sober.
Yeah, safe place, and yeah.
But that is, because I've worked in a care home for a brief period of time as well, and it is very realistic, that film. Like in how it actually gets into the nature, like the totally relationship between the carer and the caree.
Based on years of research that I did on that. But, you know, people get a nickname for whatever. What did you guys call David? You called them Wheels.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of obvious, you know.
But it was just a nickname. It's like how I get called Lanky or Legs.
American. I used to, the pub, they called me American John. That was cool. Wow, that was taking a lot of credit. But I always make our characters have better names than they give you in real.
It was like your character in Steve the Stammer's called Moose.
Yeah. Which
I love. And I've met a couple people that they're obviously not called Moose in real life, but like their name that everyone refers to them as, they refer to them as Moose. Everyone in these sort of environments has a little nickname, and that was kind of the fun sort of thing. And with
I thought he was called Moose because the people thought he was Canadian, but he's not Canadian, he's American. So his nickname, all the characters have like 300-page biographies.
Well, it's like,
but we never, you know, that's just below the surface.
Whenever I meet someone who's got a bit of an Aussie accent, I never ask them, are you Australian? I always ask them, are you from New Zealand? Because if they are from New Zealand, they're going to love the fact that I asked them if they're from New Zealand, because they're so used to being like, oh, are you from Australia? No, I'm actually from that other country. And if they are from Australia, then they're not going to give a shit that I got it wrong. You know?
Americans are terrible at accents. Honestly, Americans are really bad. Like, we can never tell the difference between someone from like Sunderland and somebody from. The average American would be. They think somebody from Sunderland was from Scotland or New Zealand.
Yeah. Well, we're all just from Europe.
Maybe even Bosnia.
I like hearing Americans. They talk about, oh, I'm going to Europe. And it's like, where in fucking Europe? That could mean anything. You're going to Latvia or you're going to Portugal. Like what? You could go into Bulgaria or fucking Ireland.
Yeah, but English people always ask me, hey, what's America like? Now, how am I supposed to answer that question?
Yeah. Like, which bit of America?
Which bit? Then
Exactly.
I have to start giving them, like, telling them about all the different states and the different areas and stuff.
Because a state is basically like a country, an equivalent.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, because they're all a little bit different.
Probably, yeah, you can say that.
But getting back to like Steve, and I suppose like the actual filming sort of process. What would you say you kind of your ethos or like your philosophy regarding how you decide to make films? Because you make films in a very like, you'd rather just do it and actually get it done rather than like doing what a lot of people do, which is just getting in over their head and like it's a thing that they can't actually achieve and then they end up doing nothing. You actually make films. You know, so how do you do that? How do you just move and shake the film out of the world that is around you?
Just find a good story. You got to find a story first, and then you got to write a script, or you have to, you know, and then you got to. But the one thing you need to know is because you're going to spend a long time on it, that you got to love it. Because if you're going to spend 3 years or 4 years, 5 years on Steve the Stammer or whatever the 4 years, it's a long time. You know what I mean? You got to really love it. So whatever the story is, it's got to be something that really, you know, you really love, you know, like you want to tell the story more than anything else. Like I do feel that way about Opiate of the People. Like I feel like I'm very excited about the story and to tell the story and sort of the unknown because you don't know.
Do you want to tell the audience what Opiate of the People is? Because only me and you really know what that is.
Well, that's a new film, and it's about a couple football podcasters from of a fictitious football team called the Thames Mariners. That, they're they're better than Chelsea. I think they're better than Arsenal. Like they're better than.
Well, they're fictitious, so they've already got a head start.
But you know, if they could have existed, so our job is to create this illusion, the magic, that people got to believe it, that this team did exist or does exist.
Isn't it like the Opiate of the People for most of human history was religion? That's the thing you told me.
Yeah.
And
but it's sport. It's sport. You know, you go on a Saturday, Sunday. You know, these guys, these stadiums are packed out in England. You know, so.
Yeah. It's like the pub we're outside now. They're all watching football in there.
Yeah, they're all watching it. They're all love
glued
it,
to the screen.
I love football, and I love the way it's embedded into the British culture, and I just think that's something that's not really. Our sports are different, and the way your football is, I just love it the way it's so intertwined into the community, and it can't die. The idea of whoever created the idea of relegation made it so that it could never die, and that it also is totally equal because the three at the top, three at the bottom. Sorry, three go up, three go down, three go.
How do you mean?
Well, in the Premier League, the bottom three teams will go down into the Championship, and the top three teams in the Championship will go up into the Premier League. Right. So it's not like a closed game where it's like American sports are like there's just a certain amount of teams, and you can't. If they might do expansion and add another team, but it's not embedded into the fabric of the areas. You know, and
that's where
doing
football,
a bad job explaining it.
That's where football, I feel, is kind of neat because it almost transcends culture as a whole. Like you go to Brazil and Brazilians are super into football. You go to Lithuania, everyone's super into football. You come to England, everyone's super into football. Australia, they're all like every culture has this football culture embedded into it, and it's almost universal as part of a human instinct almost. I suppose that's maybe part of what Opiate.
It's just
a
ball.
Is.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just. Well, everybody. Well, it's just a story. I just use it as a frame of the story. In the story, all these people that support the team, they live through that team, and it brings them down. And the team is so bad, and because the team is so bad, it's like they're depressed over it, and it's like, how do you find a solution? But some people are going to benefit from that. Loss, the fact that they're crap, because then you got something to talk about. The media benefits. You know, if everything's going well, then they got nothing to talk about. They like it when there's bad things to happen, or they will talk. And if there isn't bad things happening, they'll invent it. You know what I mean? So when the team sucks, you know, the two podcasters, they're hitting it. They got a lot of things to talk about. Sometimes, you know what I mean? They're doing well. They're making it. They're hitting it big. You know what I mean? And they don't work for the club. They're like they can criticize the club. They can, you know.
That's why it's so satisfying, like supporting Brentford, because like when I was young, Brentford were shit and no one really cared about them.
Yeah.
And now they're really good. You know, so
Yeah,
there's that
exactly.
satisfaction. At some point they might go down again, but then they might come back up again. And you know, it's a lifelong thing. You stick with one team. And
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
were going to switch, it would be a huge like life decision. You know, like you wouldn't just do it willy nilly because like, oh, this one's winning now, so I'm going to pick this one. Because if your team's always winning, it's kind of boring. You know.
True. Yeah, it's true.
Anyway, we're getting back to Steve the Stammer, right? With regards to, you know, doing the filming and like the specifics of, you know, arranging a day of filming, because that's what making a film is. It's just setting up each day of filming, doing one after the other until you have your 90 minutes or whatever it is, and then it's editing it and making it.
Yeah, we don't
concise
shoot.
and-
We don't like most people who shoot a film. They'll do a 30-day or 60-day or 90-day shoot.
And
You know,
that's in,
they'll
like,
do it
a
all
couple
in a
big
row.
blocks.
No, they'll do it pretty much all in.
Yeah.
You know, they'll work 5-day weeks, 6-day. They'll take the weekend off. They probably might even work 7-day weeks or whatever. But you know,
Yeah.
we don't have that luxury. We can't shoot like that.
Alright,
We
because
just can't do that. We have to do it like piecemeal.
is that so? Like when we were shooting Steve the Stammer, it would be like you would phone me up like, "Oh yeah, you free Thursday?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm free
Yeah.
Thursday." Okay, cool. Because I've got this person, and we're going to go to this place over here.
Yeah.
And we're going to do this scene. You know. You right? Yeah, I've got a lighter.
Yeah, it makes it easier to arrange.
If you just talk to the camera for a bit.
Yeah, it makes it easier to arrange. If you just do it one day at a time. You know, one day at a time.
Like, how many days of Steve the Stammer did you do? Did we do?
Oh wow, jeez.
I know we don't have an exact estimate.
Well, sometimes they were quarter days and half days and stuff like that. You know, they weren't like, because it wasn't like cornered. Cornered every day we shot was like a really long day, whereas this was,
And that was 10 days shooting that.
I think we did it in 10 days.
Maybe
yeah.
10 or 11 or something like that.
I wouldn't mind doing it like that again, you know? I really wouldn't, to tell you the truth.
I'm not here. No.
I wouldn't mind doing it. I wouldn't mind doing it like that.
Shush.
I wouldn't mind.
Shut the fuck up. Okay?
Cheers.
Have a nice day. I'm not here. I'm not even standing
I wouldn't
here.
mind doing it like that
Fuck off.
again.
Asshole.
But it is.
It's a bit more stressful
Yeah,
at
it's
the end of the
it's
day.
a lot more stressful.
Yeah.
But then again, they have a lot more people working, and they plan it out. You know, if you planned it out and you really did it, and you went from one day and then you did. But I've never been in a situation to work like that. So it's.
That's where you like a larger budget, and that's when it starts becoming a big thing, almost a corporatized kind of thing, where there's so many different voices trying to meld your like film into different kind of images, and you know your original vision can kind of get lost over time from the amount of
I can imagine, yeah,
pressure that comes from that.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. I think that's probably. I wouldn't really like to work that way. I like the way we work. To tell you the truth, you got a lot more time. You don't, you know, if any day we screwed up. What was it? I think the first day we shot, the very first day of the film, didn't we bomb?
Yeah, didn't we have to do? We did one scene, but we had to do it in 2 different days because
we kind of.
like we did the first half, and the first half was all right,
It was
but the
so
second
hot.
setup.
It was a heat wave. It was like a heat wave, and it was so hot, and nobody could think straight.
I cannot cope with the heat. I remember I came with 2 big bottles of water. I put them in the fridge, and I was just sat there, just sweltering. And you would ask me a question, and like the cogs in my brain were rusty, and I was just kind of go, "Yeah, we'll shoot that way." So I wasn't like, I don't think I did a particularly good job during those particular periods. And that's,
I can tell I'm really stressed when I look at, because I think we used my side in the film, and
when you say your side,
like we used that first day of my side with Lee, Steve, Moose, and Steve, and it was the very first day, so I was really stressed. And I look at that footage, and I look and see my eyes, and I could see, dude, you look fucked.
You can see the pain behind the eyes.
Yeah, it looked like I looked hungover, and I probably was hungover, and it was the very first day.
Well, that's
But,
the thing. Making a film's not easy in the slightest, and I feel like with what I've been saying on this channel a lot, I'm trying to inspire you to actually go out there and make films and to actually go and do it. But I feel like it's very easy to just say go and do it and go and do it, but it's not easy. And I feel like it's very important to stress that if you are going to do it,
You don't want it to be easy. If it's easy,
anything easy is not worth doing, is what they say.
it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be good. It has to be. I remember when we were shooting in France, I was running back and forth between house to house, and I was like happy. I was like, because I was making the film that I wanted to
You're
make.
doing your passion. This
Yes,
is what
I
you
was
love.
like, I didn't care that. By the end of the day, I was like shattered. But that's what you got to do. If you're not.
For reference, we went to France for 3 days and we filmed there. We filmed some of the film over in France.
Yeah, that was.
Really
Yeah.
gorgeous chateau.
So when everything's going wrong, and you feel like, oh, that's actually things are probably going well.
I mean, look at this particular video. Look at what just happened there with that little
Yeah.
kerfuffle with them. And this whole setup has been a little bit difficult. That's a bit of a pain in the arse. The ambulances and stuff going past.
There is
So
a
even-
hospital. And we shot at Ealing Hospital, which is right over
Oh,
there.
that was the first day.
the first. No,
That was like the second day or something.
that was the first day of like dialogue shooting. Was when
But
it
that
was
was
so
the first
hot.
like ever day, but that wasn't
Yeah.
like dialogue. That was
No,
just
that
like
was
a
just we
montage.
were shooting. The opening sequence.
What would you say is your favourite scene from Steve the Stammer's Missing Painter?
I love the. I love so many, I really like the estate agency scene. Makes me laugh a lot.
Oh,
I think Mike's really good in that.
Mike is so good
so
in
is
that.
Mia.
He's
She's
got
really good.
he's got a
He's just
comedic
really funny.
timing to it.
I think Lee is great in so many scenes. I like the scene with you and Lee on the barge.
Can I have some more money, please? Oh, that line was brilliant. What else?
I like Frank in the pub.
I think that scene.
Because Frank is just.
the one. It's a
Frank?
bit of a spoiler, so I can't actually say what
Mark,
actually happens
whatever
in that
his name
scene. But it's quite an emotive scene, and it really hits hard. And the scene that comes just before that as well. I can't describe them because they're spoilery scenes, but they're really, really quite. I don't know. You really feel like you're getting into the third act in a really organic way that I really enjoy. And
like
like the whole
Carolina's
desperation
laugh.
that comes from the character involved. Like I don't want to get too much into the plot because I want you to actually go and watch the film because it is available to watch
Yeah, it's
for free.
available for free.
So if you
Can't
want to
ask
see
for
it,
more than that. It's for free.
then you can see it. It'll be in the description below. And
We really should be wearing like Santa Claus hats.
Mm.
Giving it away for free.
exactly. I mean, Christmas has come early.
Yeah.
It's come 6 days early, possibly 5
You
days
can
early.
even
if I
watch
upload
it.
this
You can
tomorrow.
watch it over through New Year's and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Well, you have to download like the app, and I couldn't. My Mac is too old, so I can't. I tried to just check, just to look on it, and couldn't download it.
What app?
The Fossum app. So if you have like an older, if you have like a PlayStation or a PS3 or whatever, yeah, I'm sure you can, no problem. But I have heard that there are a lot of ads in the American one.
Well, we watched it on
Yeah, there were none,
Foursome,
but
and there wasn't a single ad.
But it let us watch it, but now it won't let me watch it. Like if I wanted to watch it again,
Is it like you've had your one?
I don't know. I guess I have no idea. No, I don't think so because if you go on other films on Fossum, you click on them and it will let you watch. I don't know why.
Huh.
I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
So
regardless, shut the fuck up. The link will be in the description below. So I would really encourage you to check the film out. We worked really, really fucking hard on it. Long days, a lot of fun, a lot of different experiences. I'd say probably my favourite experience from the filming of it. I've got to say the art gallery scene. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun because mainly the gallery itself was so beautiful, and getting the shots was
You
really
were good,
satisfying.
man. You were really bold. You did a great job. Like, it's one thing is that not a lot of DPs or cinematographers would go into a place like that, especially being so tall because you're drawing attention. But nobody cared. It was weird that day. I remember that it was not one person even like.
Well, look at
some dummies looked into the camera. Oh, I hate when they do that. God, do I hate when they do that.
But look at this video. Look at the amount of people that have walked past behind us, the amount of people that have walked in front of the camera, that have been like passing behind the camera. No one cares. So you can do what you want and don't be limited by Is your phone all right?
Yeah. Sorry.
It should still be all right. But we're going to wrap it up anyway. Thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you managed to get something out of it. Please watch Steve the Stammer because I'm really proud of it. I think you're really proud of it. And
yes.
yeah,
On
to bigger and better things. Is there like a 26-minute clip on there? Yeah, it is. Yeah, there is. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for watching this video, everybody. Take care. Love you all. Bless.
Thank you very much.
Hey up, everybody. My name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about architecture and how architecture can vary depending on the culture and the time period. So obviously you go back in the day, you've got a lot of really big ornate buildings, you've got churches, you've got temples and all that sort of stuff, right? Really impressive, quite beautiful pieces of architecture. However, what you don't realise is that there was an awful lot of garbage that was out around that same time as well. Really terrible pieces of architecture that were just strut up because it's a necessity. You need a roof over your house, okay? You need a roof over the shop. It doesn't need to look great. Thatch roofing was not a trendy sort of thing. It wasn't sort of like, oh, I want to get a thatch roof so that I can be the best person with a thatch roof so that I can show my status. It wasn't. It was just like there's thatch all over the bloody shop. Like, look at all this stuff here. Obviously it's not thatch, but you could turn it into, actually I don't think the camera can see it, but you could use the things that are around you to actually make buildings. Now we have diggers and cranes and lots of concrete and steel and things like that. So we're able to make, I'm going to move out of the way so that you can see, that right there is Twickenham or Kingston, something like that. It's one of those places. So first off, I want you to pay close attention to that white red sort of building there, right? Looks fucking awful, okay? That is not a nice building. However, that building is not designed to look nice. It's designed to do what it needs to do, okay? It looks like it's some kind of warehouse or, I don't know, shopping centre or big car park or something like that. It's designed to make sure that people can get to the place they need and do the thing they need to do. It's not there to look pretty. And I feel like with regard to some of the discourse around architecture at the moment, particularly like, the idea that buildings should look beautiful, which I do agree with. I'd rather we didn't have it look like that. I'd rather stick some sort of terracotta on it, okay? That would look really good. However, I feel like the issue comes around when you get to the cost of it. Because obviously if you wanted to chuck terracotta on that, that is going to cost a lot. Now obviously you could do some kind of tax incentives, but I'm guessing since basically no country in the world does that, that there's like some good reason that they don't do that, I presume, okay? So what I think you should try and take away from this video is you're going around your little local area, right? And you're seeing all these new builds cropping up all over the place and you're like, Jesus Christ, another one, it looks shit. And then you see another one down there and they all look exactly the same because they're based off the same templates. The blueprints are basically exactly the same and you'll see them just copy pasted like you're in SimCity or something. And what I find a little bit frustrating is you go around and you do feel like a lack of culture because all of these buildings kind of look the same. Like when I went to Milan, I was in the center of Milan, I was kind of walking around going, oh wow, Central Station, it's beautiful, and it really is beautiful. It's a bloody amazing station. It's huge. It'd probably take up this entire shot, that whole thing there. It's massive, it is. Really ornate, beautiful Italian architecture, right? But I think when you get out into the suburbs and the outskirts of Milan, like when I got off on the plane and we're on the little coach thing that takes you into town, right? We're going down the motorway and there's these giant warehouses cropping up all over the place. They look a mess, okay? They look terrible. And I think that is kind of true Italian architecture in a way, because I think the issue comes around when every country has these same kind of things. Every country has the same sort of thing going on where it's just a, you know, you got nice stuff in the middle for all the tourists to look at, and then you go out a little bit and it's kind of, not that good. And then you go a little bit further out, and then it kind of starts to get a bit better once you start getting out to the countryside, because, you know, it's a really small little town, you're sitting there your whole life, so you've got to have something nice to look at. So that makes perfect sense. However, in cities like this, you kind of need, and this is in a city, believe it or not, we need this kind of thing, unfortunately, because we have economies to run, we have stuff to do, shit needs to get done. So that works, okay? You go in your house looks a wreck from the outside, but you go in and you decorate and make it your own, all right? So I feel like, I mean, I don't get me wrong, I like seeing a little, you know, old church or something like really nice looking get turned into a Tesco Express, but then you kind of think, oh, hang on, that's a really nice church. Why is it being a Tesco Express? Why don't we use it for something else? I don't know, I don't have the answer to that. I suppose capitalism's the answer to that, really. But it's just ridiculous what's going on with all the buildings and stuff. We got so many, like, if you look at that one there, I don't know if you can see it in the frame, but it's like this giant tower block, right? In the 60s and the 50s, in the post-war period in Britain, we started chucking up loads of them because we needed as many houses as possible. And it did work. It really helped, because suddenly houses were all over the shop. The problem is that they were a wreck. They were shit. And if you lived in them, your life was kind of miserable. And so people stopped wanting to live in them. And so, I don't know, the market forces, I suppose, made, you see all them little bits of brown and like white in like the more foreground of the background? That's just standard suburban housing, really. That's just your single family homes. And that's, I don't know, I feel like people generally want that. They don't really want to live on like floor 30 of a building. Have you ever been to a mate's house and they live on like the top of a tower block, and you go on their balcony and you just look out, and sure, the view's spectacular, but then you look down and it's like, fuck that. No, not having that. No, please, no, can we stop doing that? Because if I had to live like that the whole time, I would be like this. I'd be like a little mouse everywhere. I'd crawl from spot to spot. One of my friends, I go to their house, they live on like the 9th floor, and they have a balcony, right, that's kind of like, it comes up to about here on me, right? It comes up to about my waist. I'm quite a tall person, so I have to really duck down if I'm on that balcony, and I literally just go on my hands and knees and just scoot around, because it's not worth falling off that, frankly. I don't want that, and I also don't want to fall on some poor sod and take them with me. So, yeah, sorry this is a bit of a rambly sort of video. Didn't really have an idea for this one, but I just wanted to talk about architecture because there's loads of it there, and you've got little various styles. And like, there's so many little buildings around here. You got the suburban cottages from like probably Victorian, Edwardian sort of period, and then you got ones that are further back that are obviously built in the 60s and the 70s, and then you got other stuff that's even further back. That's probably like, I don't know, 1977, something like that. I don't know, I've just made that year up. And I've made a lot of this stuff up. So if you actually have some knowledge on architecture, the history of architecture and the future of architecture, please leave it in the comments below. We can all educate each other and just see what the conversation takes us, and see if we can come to any good conclusions about the nature of you know, urban civilization, because it is quite interesting, because it's what we are surrounded by. Most likely there's at least a 50% chance, probably higher considering my audience, that you live in a city, right? And you're walking around and you're seeing all these fucking skyscrapers and you're seeing all these big things all over the shop, and it might feel a little bit intimidating, but it's just what you need. It's just, it gets the job done, you know? If it was something different, if a different thing got it done, we'd all be living in underground, I suppose. I don't know. So yeah, that's the video. Thank you very much for watching this. Yeah, put some comments in below about architecture. Do you live in a nice building? Obviously don't tell us where you live, but if you live in a nice building, tell us about it, because I'd like to know. And I'll maybe do a proper video on this topic at some point when I've done some actual research on it and not just spouting shit, really. So yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna go down there, and yeah. The videos are up there, by the way. That one's on like something, and that one's on music. I realise my arms probably aren't. Yeah, I'm completely out. All right. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today I want to talk to you a little bit about blocking. If you're making a film and you've got characters that are doing something, they will inevitably do some blocking, even if it's just a scene with two people sat on a park bench, right? So say you've got two people sat on the park bench and they're kind of like this and the other one is just over here, right? Looking over, that is a very basic example of blocking. The other person might look back. That again, very basic example of blocking, okay? Say if the scene started with one person already sat down and the other one comes and sits next to them, okay? Another example of blocking. That example might make you think of like a spy movie or something, you know, passing information back and forth, you know, that kind of thing. Or if it was two people looking at each other, you might think of some kind of romantic sort of comedy or something like that, where they look at each other and they smile, you know, that kind of thing. But blocking can really involve anything. If you've got two characters that are sat at a dinner table, right, where are they sat? Are they both sat on corners, one here and one here? That gives a very different impression to two people that are sat on end to end, facing each other. Okay, that gives the impression of distance, whereas if they were sat on the corner, that's two people that are trying to get sort of close to each other, okay? Do you kind of understand? Or if they're sat like this, then you can have the same facing back and forth sort of thing with the over the shoulders, but you don't have that same kind of distance inherent sort of quality to it, okay? So if you're working on something that's scripted, you might want to incorporate blocking, but it's very important to not overdo this, because you need to make sure if you're putting some kind of action for the characters to do, that it has some purpose. Because if it doesn't have a purpose, then you're just giving the actors more stuff that they need to remember for no particular reason. What does them sitting down and then getting up and then sitting down again add to the conversation? Are they standing up because they're feeling particularly animated and they have a rant to do? Are they standing up because they're sick of this conversation and they want to leave? Are they standing up because they feel like they need to suddenly put some domination over the other person for the sake of the power struggle in this scene, right? For the conflict. Why are they doing this? If you can't answer that question, then take it out, because it's fine to just have the character sit there. Okay, that's all right, because passiveness is an action in and of itself, okay? So all films that you see throughout all of history, right, you will see scenes, some of which are much more dynamic, where you've got characters that sat down and they get up and then they walk over here, they pour themselves a scotch and then they come back and they drink the scotch and then they like light up a cigarette and they go over to the window and they blow the cigarette out the window and then they come down, they sit down, they take another drink of the scotch and then they say something animated to the person in front of them, and then that person might get up and then go to the toilet, and then that person that's like gone to the toilet, maybe we follow them and then we see them go through the chemist, you know, all their drugs and stuff, the pharmaceutical stuff in their cupboard, right? And they look through and they see, oh God, this person's actually got some kind of mad addiction, right? That's all blocking, right? And without a single word of dialogue being said, right, through the action, you have seen that this person who lives there that's drinking the scotch and going out for the smoke, there's clearly something a little bit like not totally right with them. Not in like the mental, but just in terms of there's something to explore with this character. And the person who is sat down and like going to the bathroom and stuff, they are the one doing the exploring, okay? Just through the blocking, that has been shown. But do you want to maybe simplify this? Does he need to get up and smoke out the window? Does this person need to keep getting up and sitting down and getting up and sitting down? Why do they need to do this? Is it because some kind of innate part of their character, like they're very, you know, quick-witted and prone to movement and they like to move a lot and they feel like they get fidgety if they stay still? Are they someone that is much more lazy and sort of isolating with regards to themselves? If you have a scene of them just on their own, maybe just seeing them lying in bed is all you need. You don't need them to do a million different things, because we in real life don't do very much at the end of the day, right? We don't sit around like this all the time, okay? Because can you move at 1,000,000 miles an hour your entire life? No, and neither can your characters, okay? Your characters can't be doing this all the time because they will get fucking sick of it, okay? If your characters are just never ending, never stopping, right? Unless you're writing like, I don't know, the Bourne Identity or something, they're gonna get fucking irritated. And I'm not saying that like they've got some kind of conscience that you need to like draw in, that's actually a subject for another video. But I'm saying they won't be believable as people, okay? You don't need to include all this blocking that you're including. Okay, it really is not necessary. You're putting it in because you've been told that you need to put blocking in. And you do, okay? But your blocking needs to serve a purpose, okay? If your blocking doesn't serve a purpose, then take it out, because it's just overcomplicating the scene. I used to do all sorts of stuff like this. If a character was smoking, I would like write, he takes a drag, he takes a drag. No, if the actor is smoking in the scene, they'll take a drag when they want to take a fucking drag, when feels right for them, okay? So, if you're writing something at the moment, okay, something scripted, remember that your actor needs to do all the things that you're saying, okay? And if they can't see a reason why it should be done, all that's going to end up happening is you'll end up directing them and you'll have a little conversation when they go, does he need to do this? Does he need to do that? And you won't be able to justify your actions. You won't be able to justify why this character is doing that sort of thing. And if you can't justify it, how can the actor act it? Because the actor can't get behind the action because the actor doesn't know why they are doing this thing, okay? So, yeah, that's basically the video. Thank you very much for watching this one. I hope you have a good rest of the day. Hope everything works out for you. And if you're writing a script at the moment, please, please take some of that goddamn blocking out and let your actor come up with it themselves, because actors aren't stupid, okay? They know what they're doing. They're professionals. And even if they're not, like, you must have acted in something, right? You know what it's like. Empathize. Figure out. Because do you want to sit there and be told when you can have a drag of your cigarette? Absolutely not. You don't want that at all. You want to be told something important like when to fall down. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey up, everybody. My name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today, I want to talk a little bit about Westfield and why I don't like it. I think this is one of the worst places on planet Earth, right? And I'm going to get into why. So, if you know what a Westfield is, in America they apparently have loads of them, but in Britain we've only got two. We got one in Stratford and we got one in Shepherd's Bush. This is the one in Shepherd's Bush, right? And look, do you know what Westfield is? It's a big shopping centre full of shops that you can't use, right? It's got stuff in there like Gucci, right? When am I ever going to need to go buy Gucci clothes? It's got Ralph Lauren in there. When am I ever going to need to buy that, right? I was walking around in there, right, with this camera, right? I wasn't planning on filming inside there because I know that, like, you're not allowed to. There's filming restrictions, stuff like that. It's private property and obviously all that kind of stuff, right? But, right, I'm just walking around with this camera at my side, right? Just taking in this overcrowded, sterile, corporate, disgusting environment, right? And I'm walking around, right? Just trying to get from one side to the other, right? And I'm going up the escalator, right? And at the end of the escalator, I'm greeted by a security guard, big burly security guard with loads of like kit on, right? And a big high vis, right? And he says to me, are you recording then? And I was like, no, I'm just carrying it around with me. You see the lens caps on it. And he's like, oh yeah, but sorry, you can't actually have this in the building. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. And I was like, what? I mean, yeah, fair enough, all right, I'll leave. But what do you mean, what? I can't exist in this premises or with this camera. Look, I take this camera everywhere, right? I really do take this camera everywhere, okay? And what, I'm not allowed to exist with my possessions in this thing. It's a camera, for God's sake. I'm not allowed to take it in. That's not why I dislike this place, by the way, right? I've got a long and storied history about why I don't like this place. I'm gonna impart onto you now. So the first time I came here, I was like 12, right? You're in year 7, year 8, you hear all the popular kids going on about, we're gonna go to Westfield and I'm gonna go do loads of shopping. And it's like, okay, cool, good for you. All right, I don't mind that, right? I don't mind that until I get dragged along, right? And I have to sit in that shithole of a building, right? Just wandering around with this annoying music playing, right? The lights are so bright, everything's so large and far apart. There's so many people everywhere. There's so many shops that are just so useless. It's all designer handbags and, you know, just like Lexus, you know, shops and stuff like that. There's just nothing that I need. There's only one thing in there that I have any use for, and it's the View Cinema, right? Now, the first time I went into this View Cinema, I was 13 or 14, and I wanted to watch, with some friends, I wanted to watch We're the Millers, right? Which is rated 15. We weren't allowed to get in, right? We did try to like blag our way in, but we weren't allowed in. So we had to settle for buying tickets to Adam Sandler's Grown Ups 2, right? So we sat down in the cinema, right? And this is one of the first films I ever saw in the cinema. This is the first film in the cinema I ever saw on my own without being taken by my parents, right? Grown Ups 2, right? Pure cinema, that is, right? So I sit down, we sit through the 40 minutes of adverts, and that's not Westfield's fault, that's View Cinema's fault. But we get through that, we get through all the trailers, right? Get a trailer for We're the Millers, which is bit irritating because I'm not allowed to watch it, right? And finally the film comes on, and it starts off with Adam Sandler being woken up by a moose in his house, or a deer in his house or something like that, and the deer is just like running all around, destroying everything. And then later on in the film, they're hanging out at like a little like cliff sort of lake thing, right? Lakeside sort of thing. And I think it's Kevin James. He decides he's gonna like do a bit of like dive bombing off the cliff. So he dive bombs off the cliff, but they're all skinny dipping, right? And he dives off the cliff, and he lands arse first into Adam Sandler, right? And there's a sort of muffled line that Adam Sandler gives of, it's like, "I'm inside you." And so what? The idea is that Adam Sandler's face and his entire head went up Kevin James's arsehole. Is that the point? Is that the joke? Hilarious, right? So I watched that. It's actually not as bad as it's made out to be, right? It's not the worst film on planet Earth, right? That'd be Dune, which I'll get into at some point. But anyway, so we get out of the cinema, right? And then we start shopping. We go around doing some shopping, right? And we're going into all these clothes shops, and the minimum for a t-shirt is like 40 quid. And this is 10 years ago, right? So I'm walking around just like this. You know that whole thing of like husbands that get taken like clothes shopping, and they have that like in sitcoms and stuff, they always have that little section for husbands to sit at. And you know, the whole joke is that they're just bored, right? That was me, right? I didn't even have a girlfriend. I was just wandering around there with my friends. So, and it's just irritating because there's so much space there. It's so big. Look at it. It goes on all the way down there. It's huge. It's massive, this thing is, right? And it's full of crap. It's full of clothes shops, jewelry shops, random bits of fucking bubble tea, right? One cinema, a couple Vietnamese restaurants, right? A load of walkways. You can get some truffles in there. You can buy a Lexus, and you can get an opportunity to go cliff diving. Brilliant. Is that what I want from a building that's easily the size of a fucking airport? Right? What a great use of fucking space that is. But oh, it works for the economy. This whole fucking motorway road here, right? That goes down to a car park. It's all for a car park, where you got loads of cars with fucking like four-digit long license plates that they've spent like 8 grand on. So they drive down there and they spend £10 a cunting hour to sit and park in fucking Westfield, so they can go dragged along by their fucking families, just wandering up and down these endless fucking streets of fucking, oh, let me try and calm down and bring this back to something useful in some kind of regard, right? Because, look, I understand the need for shopping. I understand that shopping can be nice, and it's a hobby that people have. And maybe I don't share that hobby, but I shouldn't allow my lack of enjoyment for something to get in the way of other people's enjoyment for something, right? And that's totally fine, okay? I get that. However, this right here is a testament to the classism in this fucking country. You go in this, right? If you're not a fucking millionaire, there's nothing in here for you. And do you know where this is? It's in Shepherd's fucking Bush. Do you know where Shepherd's Bush is? It's the most derelict fucking place on the planet, right? Just surrounded by tower blocks. If I go that way, it's not a slum, but it's basically a slum. It's fucking ridiculous what's here. There is nothing in Westfield for the local residents, right? Everyone that wants to come here comes from like fucking Fitzrovia and Chelsea and Knightsbridge, and they drive in here in their giant fucking cars. Obviously, I'm not getting good cars here to make the point with, but you just get all these materialistic people, right, that just go in there, right, and they piss about all day and under these fucking fluorescent lights, right, being offered various bits of free food, and they don't even do the free food anymore. That was the one good thing about Westfield, is you could go in and you could get some free fucking food, and that was really nice. But now, there's nothing. There's nothing in there for me. The View Cinema is still there, but I've found better cinemas that are nearer to me now, right? Cinemas that aren't like corporatized, where, you know, there's View Cinema, Odeon, Cineworld, whatever the American equivalents are. They're not doing much for the state of film in this country and in America as well. You want to go to the local picture houses. You want to go to the independent cinemas, the ones that, and I know I look like a fucking person to be saying that, right? But you need to go to the local picture houses and support them and buy their fucking food and buy the tickets to their fucking movies, because they'll have way better movies than there. I bet right now in there, the best film that they've got on is like John Wick 5, right? And look, John Wick was all right, the action scenes are good, Keanu Reeves is a nice guy, but the films are shit, right? They didn't need to make 4 of them, let alone 5 of them, or however many they've fucking got going on in there now, right? So I do apologise for the fact that this has immediately become a rant, right? I didn't want this to become a rant, but I'll tell you what, I've been dragged to this cunting building so many fucking times. I hate it. I hate everything that it stands for. I hate the fact that it's a giant testament to the fucking capitalistic system that we live under. I hate the fact that it's a classist fucking shithole under fluorescent lights. I hate the fact there's no shops in there that are any good to me, right? Fill it full of YMCAs and Sainsbury's and I'd be happy, right? That'd be great. Okay, go in there, you can look through the record shops. Oh, there's a HMV in there. That's pretty decent, all right? But even then, that's not brilliant, right? I went into a HMV the other day. Do you know how much a fucking record costs now? When I was getting records like 8 years ago, they were like 17 quid. Now you want to get a single LP, they're like 40 quid. 40 quid. The bargain bucket is now like 25 quid. What's that about, right? I bet in there it's even more expensive because of the buffoons that go in there, right? And it's just a giant waste of space. And honestly, they've expanded it recently. It's even fucking bigger now, right? Do you know how far this thing goes back? It goes so far back that it's not even called Shepherd's Bush anymore. It's called White fucking City, right? And on the other side of this giant wall of fucking plastic, right, is another fucking shithole looking slummy sort of area full of people that are too poor to shop in this fucking shopping centre. All they can do is wander around it, crowding everything up. So you don't even get the luxury of just having a nice open space. It's crowded all the time, it's noisy, it stinks. The security guards kick me out for having a camera, not even filming with a camera, just having a camera. I don't have any footage to cut to, but just to show that I didn't film in there, right? And look, nothing against all the people that work in there. It supplies loads of jobs, you know. There's loads of jobs that are being done in there, designed for, you know, people that are on basically minimum wage to serve the, you know, the upper class essentially, or the people that are willing to spend £150 on a pair of tights, right? Fair enough, it does create jobs for the economy. And rich people have loads of money to spend and we should do something about that. Cool, I get that. Doesn't need to be this big. Doesn't need to be that size. Look at this shit. Look how fucking big it is. Look how far it goes. Do you see that? Do you see how long this fucking road is? It's infinite. It's an infinite expanse of corporatism and fucking, what's the word that I'm trying to think of? Consumerism, that's it. Right, just a pain in the ass and I don't like it. And genuinely, right? Hang on. Look. I understand that this video won't be for everyone. I understand that some people might like this building and I'm just here shitting on it. And I don't mean to wet your whistle. No, that's not the saying. I don't mean to shit on your parade. I don't mean to, you know, take the piss out of something that you find quite enjoyable. It's just a nice little hobby going into Westfield and having a look around. Maybe you have some shops in there that you like. Maybe you've got some friends that work in there that you go in and visit and have a nice little time with. I'm sure there's little communities in there, right, that I haven't, you know, been privy to. And I totally understand that. And I don't want to destroy everything about it, right? What I want is for it to be maybe 15% the size, right? I wouldn't mind if Westfield was just what was in that first shot, right? But this, look how big it is. And you know what? You can go the other fucking way as well. So here, you got all this, and then you got all this. That's more of it. There's more of it. It just keeps going and going. There's so much of it everywhere. Right, Westfield, as far as the eye can see, so far there's west, east, north and south field, right? And there's another one of these cunting things in Stratford as well. And I'm not happy with it. I don't like the fact they exist. If they want to build a third one, they can build on my fucking dead body. But they're gonna have to get a whole lot more of my dead bodies just to fit this fucking thing on it. It's ridiculous, right? So thank you very much for watching. I know this has been an angry video. I know you don't normally come to me for that sort of thing. Shut the fuck up. Get your the woman that's probably like ill or whatever and sort her out. Oh, get that. She's ambulance going into Westfield. So it's strain on the public services. Pain in the arse, man. So thank you so much for watching. Sorry for the rant. And yeah, I love you all. You're all amazing. And we'll be back with some more positivity very, very soon. I've wanted to do a rant video for a little while. I like ranting sometimes. It's nice to get some energy out there, you know? And I had some fun doing that, right? And I know that people will probably, like, the first, like, if you don't like this video, the first thought will be like, oh, if you don't like something, why think about it? Why give it any of your time, right? Because it's enjoyable to get some steam off your chest. I like that. I have fun doing that. I was having the time of my life doing that rant. That was a good bit of fun. I enjoyed it, right? And I'd like to do another one on something else that could get me similarly riled up. So, yeah. Thank you so much for watching. I love you all. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. And leave your comments, by the way, about that. Westfield. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today I want to do a little review of the Canon FS100, which is a very sort of 20-year-old digicam camcorder type thing. It's quite small. This is it right here. It's a nice little thing. I just kind of got given it. My parents were going to get rid of it, and I said, nah, don't get rid of it, I'll have it. And so they just gave it to me. They had to root around, try and find the charger. Because it doesn't take normal charge things. It kind of looks like a USB-C, like the old USB-Cs. You know, the sort of thing that you would plug into like your PS3 controller or whatever, but it's not. It's a little bit different and it's unique to this. And this is the problem with stuff from 20 years ago, is everything has its own charger. Everything does things in a different way. And that was one good thing about USB and all that sort of stuff, is it just kind of conglomerated it all into one big thing. So now, you know, a charger for this also charges that, and a charger for that also charges this, and that's quite nice. I like the fact that we can do that. Let me just check. There's an SD card in there. So the SD card is there. I've got a 32 gigabyte one in there, which is way more than this thing would ever need. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start recording. 3, 2, 1. There you are. So this is what it kind of looks like. Well, that's the camera setup. So you can see that I'm sat on the other side of this little path. Here's the path, right? That should give you a bit of an idea. I've got it set to slow zoom. You don't have to have it set to slow zoom. You can set it to whatever zoom you want. You can have fast zooms, you can have slow zooms. I like the slow zooms. Slow, dramatic zoom-ins. This is the camera that is filming the main video that films all the Jonny Mozza videos. Looks like that. And this is how I do all the video recordings. I just prop it up on something. Sometimes I think you might be able to see it actually. It's propped up on the lens cover, right? Can you see that little black bit down there? That's the lens cap, and I've just got the camera sat on that. So that looks quite cool, and that's how far it can zoom in. I can see the people on that bus, right? That bus is pretty far away. I'm just going to I'm going to stop recording, and I'm going to show you. So it can flip all the way around, which is quite cool. And what you do, if you want to make it zoom in faster, you go into the menu, and then there's a thing called zoom speed, and I'll have it set to variable for this, right? So let's bring it back, and 3, 2, 1. And that's how fast it can zoom. It can zoom in really quick if you wanted it to. And it focuses pretty well. Like, that is pretty in focus. That looks good. Now, obviously, it helps that these videos are in 4:3 anyway, so this kind of fits in with it. If you were going for a very modern sort of look, you know, this isn't going to get you that. It's not going to get you the clean, refined thing. But it can do that. It can just zoom in on stuff. Do you know how far away that Oxfam is? I can barely read that in real life. The other day, I had a friend round, right? And he was showing me something on my computer. And it involved a lot of small bits of text. And so I was laying on the bed, and I was just looking at it through this, zoomed in, and I could read the text through this instead of actually having to get up and go look at it. It's brilliant. I can just zoom in on whatever. Let's see, this guy here. That's pretty good, you know, like that's a close-up. This is how far away he actually is. It's miles away. I can get right in. How cool is that? That's a face, that's a close-up, mate. It's not very, like, you can also put it on a, It's got one of those little screw things at the bottom so you can put it on a tripod. I like putting it on tripods. It helps give it, because obviously right now it's a bit shaky and stuff, right? But if you wanted to just maybe prop it down on this, right? Let's see how that looks. That looks good. You know, you can make something out of that. You can do stuff with this. Whoosh. What I really like, and I'll try and remember to put some footage of this in, so that's just to remind me to actually put footage in. If you're on a bus, you can just prop this up against the window, and it will, it moves like that because the bus is obviously moving, right? So the camera is technically moving like that, very smooth motion, because the tyres of the bus are basically acting as a giant dolly, right? And you can get some really cool, quite zoomed in stuff that feels fairly smooth overall. And it's something that I'm still working out the kinks of, but it's an awful lot of fun, and you can get some good results out of it. And I plan on doing a music video out of it. I've already filmed a couple music videos using this, just like bits of archive footage, right? I can see the license plate on that BMW that's way, way far away. I can't even really see it in real life now. It's just gone down that other road, right? It's brilliant. And just to give you an idea, right, you can also sort of use it as a selfie camera, you know? Hey, everybody, my name is YouTuber number 9006, and today I'm going to introduce you to my life as a vlogger. Smash the like button and press the like button, or else. Right? You can do that sort of thing with it. It's brilliant. You can just walk around doing that. You look like a mentalist, but people do that. They like to walk around like talking into the camera, like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" You know, and all that kind of stuff. So you can have fun with it. This is 40 quid, right? If you want to buy these on eBay, I didn't. I just got it off my parents. But if you buy it on eBay, £40, right? What's that? $50, $60 or something like that? 50 euros, something like that. And you could probably get them cheaper than that. And you don't need to get this exact one either. You go to a charity shop or like an old cash converters or something, right? They're going to have something like this probably for like 10, 20 quid, right? The point here isn't to get the best looking shot, the best looking camera. It's not to get the best looking footage. But I like the optical zoom. That's why I wanted this, because it can do that. And my current like HD cinema camera can't do that, right? But this can. So certain things have their pros and they have their cons. This makes everything look like it came out of like the late 90s or the early 2000s. I like filming stuff if I want to make it look a bit like David Brent's The Office. The UK version of The Office, not the American one. I like series 1 of the American Office, but I don't like the rest of it. I just thought it got a bit too American-y, sort of sitcom-y. It's just a bit irritating. But it's just brilliant, this camera, because it can give you that exact look. And it can do the little slow zooms. Imagine like there's something awkward going on over there. Oh, awkward face. And then back, zoom out, whoosh, like that. You know? You can have so much fun with it. You can really do an awful lot with this camera. I'm going to stop recording now. Right? So, yeah, I would really recommend getting one of these. The on button's here, and you do the little zoom in with this thing here. There's a display battery info thing there. You charge it by plugging the dongle, which connects to your AC outlet, or the plug in the wall goes into that there, right? You leave that there, go out for a couple hours, come back, it'll be charged. It can do pictures as well, but I don't think the pictures are very good. It's got a little flashlight on it, which I've never needed, but if you did need it, it would be quite useful. If that was if you were doing cave exploring or something, I could imagine that working quite well for you. It's got a mic jack as well. I could technically plug the lav mic into this. In fact, oh no, I don't have the TRS to TRRS converter with me. Maybe I'll do another video at some point testing that, seeing if I can make that work. I'm just trying to think what else is on here. It's got fast forward buttons and stuff like that. In fact, fast forwarding through clips on this is actually easier than on my fucking cinema camera, which costs like 20 times the price of this. So I think that's a con. There's a USB thing. It looks like the same USB thing that they have on the PS3 controllers. There's a reset button, which has a little hole in it. I don't really know what that does. There's a photo button here, so if you want to take the photos, you can do that. The record button's here, and this, you can tighten this a little bit. I think I've got it tightened all the way and it still feels a wee bit loose. But then I have thin hands. If you're a fatter person, maybe it'll work better for you. I don't know. Maybe it's in all the way. I can't tell. I can't be bothered to figure it out. This isn't like some like technical review or anything. This is just to show you what this camera can do and to sort of tell you, get something like this because they're fun, they're nice, I like them. And it's nice to have something that takes you back to the past a little bit. Because nowadays, everything gets filmed on fucking phones, doesn't it? You film everything on this, right? And everything just looks the same. You go on TikTok or you go on YouTube or whatever, and every video looks the same. Well, you can't go on TikTok anymore. They banned it today, didn't they? So everything just looks the same, and it's just a piss take. I think what you should do is maybe not even this. Find your own path. Maybe you don't have to get this, but get something. Get something a bit weird, right? Something that makes you stand out, right? And that's basically the video. Little review of this and a little message. Just get yourself something weird because this is dead cheap and it's fucking brilliant. And you can make some proper films on this if you wanted to. And I plan to at some point. But obviously lean into the vibe of whatever kind of visual aesthetic the camera in question will actually provide to you. That's just common sense, really. Yeah, that's it, really. Thank you very much for watching the video. Please leave your comments below if you've had experience with this Canon FS100. And what would you say is a better version of this camera that does the same kind of stuff, but maybe it does 720p instead of 360p. Maybe it does 40 time optical zoom instead of 38. Maybe it's cooler. Maybe it's a bit cheaper. Whatever. Just recommend some cameras, right? And yeah, that's about it. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great rest of the day. Keep filming stuff, keep making stuff, and yeah, have fun with it. And take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey up, everybody. My name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence, and today I wanted to just do a little bit of a ramble and just go into one of these videos with absolutely no idea what I'm going to say, no preordained plan, figuring it out, no nothing, right? So I just did a video, sat at this exact location, about small talk, and I did probably about a 15-minute video about small talk, and I was really happy with it, right? And then I get up and I go on my phone, right, which I'm recording the audio into. It turns out it wasn't recording. It wasn't recording. It was a really good take. It was a really good little video. I might even put it on Patreon just with the camera audio because it was really good, and I'm really irritated that I don't have it anymore. So I thought, rather than just, because I tried to do it again, right? I tried to do the video again and it just wasn't working, right? Because I've said the thing. Now I have to wait for maybe a few days before I can talk about the idea of small talk again. So I'm gonna have to talk about something else in this video, and just that's the whole point of what this one is it's just no ideas, no having an idea that I want to extrapolate on and figure out beforehand and then use the video as a way of actually figuring it out. I figure this one could just be a little bit of a hangout, where we just sort of talk about whatever there is to talk about. So with that video, this doesn't happen very often, by the way. It's only happened a few times, but whenever it happens, it's really, really irritating because, and I think this has been the most irritating because it was probably the best take that never got, recorded properly. I've done other ones where the video wasn't all that great anyway, so it's not that much loss, so I don't really mind. But this one, it was a really good video. It was really good. It would have been one of my best videos. And I'm quite sad that it's not actually there. And there's something about just, that fact of failure, the fact that it didn't go according to plan, that just kind of sets you back, and makes you sort of feel like, oh God, it makes you want to give up, right? Failure makes you want to give up. Failure, for me at least, doesn't drive me to try harder. Failure to me almost does the opposite and makes me want to sort of crawl down and just sort of like curl up. But it shouldn't. That's a bad way of handling stress and handling bad things happening to you and failure and stuff like that. It's not the right way to proceed, right? It just isn't. And I feel like if we can accept that, then we're doing quite well. And see, this is the thing with this video, is that there isn't any particular topic that I want to talk about. There's nothing I want to cover. There's no thing that I want to get across. No message that I want to put to indict onto you. There's just talking, just figuring out some kind of thing to say, because I don't think there's anything wrong with having nothing to say. If you don't have anything to say, then you don't have to say anything. And in this video, I'm not saying anything in particular. I'm just kind of going through the motions. This is what the motions are for these videos. I've done like 250 odd of these videos at this point. So this is basically just one of those videos, but without any idea, without any concept at all. And I just thought that would be kind of interesting to sort of do, just to give it a try. I don't think it's going particularly well, but so what? Not everything has to go particularly well. Failure can happen, and you shouldn't let failure set you back, even though I have just literally said that it does set me back, right? I am a hypocrite with a lot of the stuff that I say, but I know that what I'm saying is the right thing to say. I know that my brain agrees with it, right? I don't say anything that my brain disagrees with, right? I try and portray a worldview that is constructive and helpful to people, to help them sort of come up with their own little ideas about the world. And you can disagree with me on whatever, you know, I'm a disagreeable person, you know, I can get very into my ideas and get like, you know, lost in my own ideas, and then realise after the fact that I wasn't actually saying anything of any worth. I've watched a couple of these videos back. Some of them are really good and they make the point quite well, but some, like I watched one, and there was one where I was ill, and that was kind of the point of the video, like don't let being ill and stuff set you back. And I get that point, but I stretch it into this like 15-minute long tirade of just pure nonsense. There's nothing of value being said in that video, just like there's nothing of value being said in this video. But at the same time, why should that get in the way of things, right? I feel like I've been told by people that what they like about this stuff is the fact that I just hit record and just begin, right? They don't like, they like the fact that I'm not, you know, targeting SEO and you know, specific target demographic audiences and stuff. I'm just speaking my mind, and like this is the most speaking my mind video that you're going to get, because like I am just speaking my mind, but there's not much on my mind at the moment other than the fact that I'm a bit annoyed that this video didn't work. I'm just frustrated is all, because it was a really good video, and I had little like, you know, scenarios playing out, and I had this whole like concept of medium talk. So you know how there's small talk, right, which is, you know, oh, what's the weather like and all that sort of stuff. And then there's big talk, which is all, you know, what are your thoughts on death, what are your thoughts on the world and stuff. And then there's medium talk, right, which is kind of in the middle, which is sort of, you know, you're a bit more in depth than small talk, and there's still like jokes and stuff laden throughout, but it's not quite as philosophically dense and challenging and sort of serious as big talk is. You know, you might not be talking about like the future of civilization and the uprising of AI or you know, Nietzschean philosophy or whatever, but you're still sort of tackling some kind of ideas. You know, like, oh, how's so-and-so doing? Ah, they're really depressed at the moment. Ah, that's terrible, right? You extrapolate that into a 10-minute conversation, that's kind of medium, that's what medium talk is. Medium talk doesn't have to be gossip, by the way, it can be whatever. It's just whatever's between small talk and big talk, essentially, right? And you need a bit of both with all of them. That was kind of the point of the video. But with this video, the point of it is just to ramble, just to go through and just sort of, I'm just sort of looking around, seeing what's sort of here for inspiration. I mean, the trees are all very, you know, brown and dead, and I can see some bird nests in a few of them. I like seeing bird nests in trees, it's kind of satisfying. Seeing a few birds in a few of them. There's a couple of seagulls. Isn't it weird that seagulls are so much bigger than pigeons? That's one thing I'm really glad about, that I'm not a bird, because I don't want to have to be dealing with a bird that's like 400 times the size of me. Like if I was a little sparrow, I don't want to be having to deal with an ostrich, or okay, more realistically, a swan. I don't want to be dealing with that. If I was a hummingbird, then a duck would terrify me. It just, I wouldn't like it. Right? I don't want to be a dog either, because I don't like the idea of being a Chihuahua and then, you know, having to get it off of a Great Dane and then create like some great Chihuahua thing. I hate that. I wouldn't be up for that. And that's kind of where my mind tends to gravitate towards if I have no other stimuli to sort of you know, push it in some specific direction. It's just sort of thinking stuff based on what you see, and then trying to convert your sensory intake into some kind of point. So I don't know what the point was with that bird thing. I'm just kind of observing it. I'm in a park at the moment, like a little playground sort of thing. I've done a couple videos here. This is the third video that I'm doing. Yeah, I'm really irritated that that one on small talk didn't work, because it was really good as well. It was really fucking good. just frustrating that, because this is basically what these videos are. I feel like this is kind of like taking the magic out of the videos, because now you're seeing basically like the behind the scenes almost, but it looks exactly the same. It's like, say you like a band, right? And then you find a version of their song, but it's just like the bass is isolated. That's kind of what this video is. It's just the ramble, but without the point at the center of it. And I feel like that's something that is there. It's just kind of the point of this video, that there is no point. And that's fine for a one-off thing. I'm not going to do this again, don't worry. But maybe call this like a Christmas special, or I don't know, Valentine's Day special, or whatever holiday is around. One of those. Holidays are a bit weird, aren't they? I mean, I do like them, like how we sort of all come together for one like specific thing. I was thinking this actually the other day. You know how there's kind of corporate sort of induced ones? Like Valentine's Day is kind of a good example of one, where it's kind of like a load of corporations look at like an old sort of story and go, oh, we should bring that back and use it as a way of selling like cards and stuff. And people go, oh yeah, that's a good idea in the little meeting. And now suddenly you go everywhere and there's like Valentine's Day stuff everywhere. But when Valentine's Day comes around, I like to sort of go, oh, it's Valentine's Day, it's so cute, and all that sort of stuff. So it even though it is corporatized and it is like, not natural in that way, but then Christmas isn't natural either. In the same sort of way. Easter's not natural. They're all sort of corporatized, but some have been being done for longer. But it's like, I wasn't around in the 1300s for their Christmases, so why should I give a shit? What difference between Christmas and Valentine's Day is there? Just because they weren't celebrating it 700 years ago? Well, now we are. What's wrong with that? Like, at some point, I figure there's going to be the last Christmas, right? Where like we all sort of agree, right? We're bored of this Christmas thing. We've been doing it every day for like 8,000 years at this point in the future. We've been doing it for 8,000 years. We're going to keep doing it, right? Every year, right? Maybe they'll start doing a Christmas every like 4 or 5 years. Or maybe it will like just slowly fade into irrelevance and people won't really bother with it anymore. Like bonfire night, for instance. I feel like people aren't bothering with bonfire night as much as they used to. Maybe at some point they'll just get bored of doing bonfire night and just stop celebrating it, and that'll be fine, because what's wrong with that? A new holiday can come around. Diwali does the same thing. It's fireworks, isn't it? That's the whole point. And if there's another thing that does fireworks, I don't see what we're missing out on. Yeah, I know there's all the lore to the fucking, bonfire night, Guy Fawkes and all that stuff, but so what? That's still there. I can still go on Wikipedia and look up Guy Fawkes. What did he do? Not great stuff. He tried to bomb Parliament. Right, that's not great. So, all right, Diwali. I don't know what Diwali's all about, but it's a different thing. It's just a different story. And it's not like when bonfire night comes around, it's like there's some guy that just sits and tells you the story again. I've heard the story. I know the story. He was knocking about underground, and they tried to put all the bombs in underground, the dynamite. But then some lad found it by accident, and they didn't end up blowing up Parliament. And he got done. He got strung up in the Tower of London. I know that's not exactly how it works, but to be honest, I don't care that much about bonfire night. It's fucking irritating with all these fireworks and stuff going off. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like fireworks. If we could do a firework with nothing going off, just no big booms that scare dogs and stuff like that. Just pack it in for all that. Irritating. We don't need it. And yeah, that's kind of all this video is really, is just sort of figuring out like some kind of point, some kind of salient message to the center of it. And there isn't one. And that's fine. There doesn't have to be a message to everything. Not every bit of art has to have some underlying message to it or some point that it needs to convey. Sometimes it can just be fun just to try it, see what happens. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This one didn't work, that's fine. But you know what? What's wrong with that? Why does every little film or TV show, whatever, need some kind of message behind it? Why can't it just be entertainment? Entertainment is nice. Why we're not always set out to like stimulate our brains. Sometimes we just want a little bit of stimulation. We want the McDonald's of art, and this is basically what that is. So, if you enjoyed this little McDonald's of art, then please let me know in the comments about it. tell me sort of like what you liked and what you didn't like about this video, bar the fact that it was all over the place and rambly, because that was the point, and I knew that I was doing that, and if you didn't like that, then that's kind of a you problem with this one. But in general, I don't do that. I do try and have an actual structure and a reason for making a video. But this one, it's just because I did that video on small talk and it didn't work. So, because I wasn't recording it, and it's just really fucking frustrating, man. It was a good video as well. I liked it. So yeah, I don't have anything else to say really. So leave your comments below about small talk if you want. Actually, don't leave your comments about small talk, because I'm still going to do the video on small talk. I just won't do it today. I'll do it in a couple of weeks when I have when I've forgotten about this, when it's not like the first thing on my mind. And yeah, hope you have a good rest of the day, everybody. Take care. Love you all. And yeah, sorry this one was just literally no point to it whatsoever. But yeah, what are you going to do? Sometimes it's kind of like that, and it's fun to do that. Maybe people will like this one the best. I don't know. They probably won't, but if they do, I'll be surprised. And sometimes you get surprised. No one expected loads of things to happen. So yeah, take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today I want to talk a little bit about an instrument that I recently acquired as a Valentine's Day present, so thank you very much to the person that gave me this, who knows exactly who they are. So this is a stylophone beat portable drum machine, right? It's brilliant, this. Watch. So I'm going to turn it on. So let me just sort of half sit on it so I don't lose it in the wind. So it kind of looks like that, right? And you mess around with this, right? It's got a little stylus. I'm gonna have to turn it up quite a lot. So I love this thing, right? It's so cool. There's bass and there's drums, right? And the idea is that you can make your own little beats with it. So I've been trying to figure it out. It's very difficult to actually figure this thing out. So let's start off with doing some drums. You kind of flick between drums and bass with this, and then you flick between sounds with this, right? So let's start off with a bit of drum noises, right? So that's that. Hang on, where's kick? Where's kick? Brilliant. So I love this. It's so cool. I'm trying to figure out how I can make use of it in a song. And I'm thinking it would be quite good to do like a little challenge. Like I did a challenge of trying to make an album in a day. Try and make an album with this. I like that. Oh, and there's also, I'm using the rock setting right now. Let's try techno. I'm not much of a techno guy, so I don't know. It's brilliant, isn't it? You can just do all sorts of stuff with it. So that's the drums, right? Now let's go to bass, and I'll tell you a little bit about the bass. I'm going to switch to hip. I think it's short for hip hop. It's my favourite one. And also, it kind of does this, I don't know what kind of music Stormzy makes, right? But it kind of sounds like Stormzy. Imagine just doing some spitting. I'm just spitting some bars over this, right? And then up, and then back down a little bit. And then, ooh, in the middle. Then way down here. And then I can, if you circle it around, it goes up and down octaves. So And I like the smoothness of going up and down. It's really cool. And you can kind of do this like little sort of tremolo-y, vibrato-y sort of thing. It's better that way. And now let's do some fucking microtone stuff. It's brilliant, isn't it? Like, I know that this whole video is a load of arse and it's just me going, duh, duh, duh. It's cool, isn't it? Dun, dun, dun. It's brilliant. But you can do different sounds, you can do more of a box. I don't know what box means, I think it's beatbox. Should really have been looking at the camera, you could have run off with that. It's about trying to control it. I'm struggling to control it, but there's a song that I'm doing for the new album called Lost Little Lizard, and it kind of goes. Lost little lizard, I'm a lost little lizard. Reptiles have no sat nav. Lost little lizard, I'm a lost little lizard. Reptiles have no sat nav. Lost little lizard, I'm a lost little lizard. Reptiles have no sat nav. You just have so much fun with it. It's so brilliant. And then the thing that I really wanted to show you is it's got this record feature. So I'm going to start off doing some techno drums just so that it can do something. Okay. Okay, we got something there. Let's bring it down to bass. Oh shit, it's because it's still recording. Last little lizard, last little lizard. It's so great, isn't it? It's just looping it. I'm not doing anything. I don't have a clue how to use it, but I couldn't even get to do a beat before I started this video. And then you slow it down. See? So I'm going to try and do another one. I'm going to turn it off and on again. That's the way I figure out how to do it. So let's go back to techno. Let's go back to drums, right? Because I liked what was happening there. Okay, that'll do. I'm doing the same thing. I'm forgetting to stop the recording, to stop it from doing that. So we're going to do it one more time, and we're going to do it properly. I fucked it up. I'm going to do it again. Give me a click. Click for me, please. Just make some death grips noises with it. Breaking mirrors in the face. in the United States of America. Wow! What's this? Gabba music now. It's fucking annoying. So yeah, this is my Valentine's Day present. I love it. I got her a Grateful Dead record. I can't remember. It's the one that came out in 1974, a studio album. It's got an album art that looks a bit spacey. Listened to it today. It was quite good. I say it was quite good. It's really fucking good. It's a Grateful Dead, isn't it? So yeah, that's just me not being able to sort of, you know, be, what's the word, emotional about stuff. Kind of going, oh my God, isn't that brilliant? You know, I'm not good at that. I'm more like, oh, that's all right, isn't it? Right? This though, this is fucking sweet. She gave me a melodica as well for Christmas, which thank you as well for that. I'm gonna try and make something out of both of those and just have some fun with it, because I think this could be really engaging. It can make something really fun and cool. So yeah, that's pretty much the entire video. There's not much to this. It's just me showing you this rectangle, bigger rectangle, square beat box thing. Yeah, if you want to buy one of these, I don't know where to send you, because I got it as a present. So if you want one, you're gonna have to find it yourself. Yeah, thank you very much for watching this video. Hope you got something out of it. Hope you decided you might want to get one of these. If you didn't, that's fair enough. It might not be your kind of music. I mean, it wasn't my kind of music, and I'm loving it. Now I've figured out how to make a beat with it. I'm going to be making all sorts of little things with it. Just irritating everyone in my house. So yeah, that's me, that's you. We're here outside the church, annoying the people in the church. I'm going to do a video about that one day. This has been a bit all over the place, but you know, what were you expecting? A video about this? Were you expecting some kind of like big, like grandiose point about society? Oh, society could be so much better if we all just started using our stylophone beatboxes. Well, it would, wouldn't it, I suppose? So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much. Take care, everybody, and bye-bye. I need to put it back in the box. So give me a sec, and I'll do that. And I could have cut this, but I haven't apparently. Or maybe I have, and I just no, you're not seeing it, but I don't think I have. There we are. It went in properly before. Like this didn't flap out the side. I don't know what I've done. Oh well. It came in wrapping paper, but like wrapping paper doesn't stick around. Hey up everybody, my name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today I want to talk to you a little bit about the imperfections within filmmaking and how you can often worry far too much about the imperfections that go on. So one of my favourite TV shows out there in the history of television is Fawlty Towers, right? And it's a sitcom, 2 series, right? And I've watched it so many times, to the point now where when I watch it, I'm spotting new little imperfections all the time. I'm spotting the shadow of the boom pole. I'm spotting the little shake of the tripod. I'm noticing that the set is really like flimsy. If someone hits a wall, the whole wall shakes. I'm noticing little things like that, right? And I got me thinking, when I first watched this, I still saw all of that. I still interpreted all of those little imperfections, and yet it didn't get in the way of my enjoyment of the show. It didn't stop me from enjoying it. And so many of your favourite films, so many of your favourite TV series have these little technical flaws. Some of the best mixed albums out there have that background hiss if you listen with good enough headphones. So many of your favourite films have a few scenes of bad audio. The film that I want to make a point about is Dark City. It came out in 1998, and it's a whole sci-fi thing, kind of cyberpunk. And one of the things that happens in it is a nightclub scene. And what I noticed about this nightclub scene, the first time I watched it, right, was just how bad the audio was. It was fucking atrocious. It was terrible, this audio, honest to God. It genuinely sounded like student film level of awful. Like hiss and like audio cuts from cut to cut. It was really bad. And it got me thinking, how did they even allow that to get past? Do you know why they allowed it to get past? Because the scene's really good. Because the film as a whole needs that scene. And nobody, from what I've seen of criticism of Dark City, has ever noticed this one scene, has ever commented on the scene, how it took them out of the film. one thing that I do with my films is, you see the lav mic here, right? I tend to just keep the lav mic on quite visibly and all that kind of stuff. The reason that I do that all the time is for one very simple reason. I'd rather have good audio and have the audio source visible on the screen than risk having bad audio and hide it underneath here. Do you want to be listening to that all day? Because I certainly don't, right? I don't want to risk that. So I would rather just have it out here, okay? And if it takes you out of the film, it takes you out of the thing, it takes you out of the thing. The reason it took you out of the thing was because you weren't enjoying it anyway. You didn't want to be watching this thing. You were kind of stuck watching it. Maybe someone put it on, you weren't really enjoying it. Or maybe you just chucked it on, you weren't really enjoying it. And once you sort of see that thing that takes you out of it and is like that one thing that's like, right, I'm not enjoying this, and that was the thing that pushed me over the edge. You weren't enjoying it anyway, so don't worry so much about it. And if people aren't going to enjoy your thing, don't worry about little technical imperfections like that. Obviously try and make sure you have good sound, audible audio, and like decent visuals and stuff like that. I'm not saying just like put no effort in, certainly put effort in, but don't worry so much about this stuff, because if someone turns it off because of a little camera wobble or a little bit of an audio clip or whatever, they're not enjoying your thing anyway, and they were looking for an excuse to turn it off. And if it weren't that, then it would have been the next scene that they turned it off, right? They just didn't give a shit, and that's fine. It's okay for certain people to not care about the thing that you want, because you're not making films, you're not making music, you're not making entertainment to appease everybody. You're making it for the sake of fulfilling your creative vision, and if people like that creative vision, then they can get on board, no matter what the imperfections are, because the imperfections are part of the personality of the thing. I watch so many little documentaries and stuff that have like scenes and bits of audio that are kind of crap, that you need it to be kind of crap because it's like undercover or whatever, and that's kind of part of what's going on. You know, they have like a little body cam and they're going to meet someone. Like, I'm not expecting that to be like this big cinematic thing, because if it were, then it would kind of take me out of it and it would make me think that it's fake, right? So you don't need to have the best technical thing. Sometimes having the best technical prowess isn't the ideal. Sometimes having something that's a bit more lo-fi, a little bit more gritty and down to earth and low budget is actually more beneficial to the project than having something that's like massive and big with like loads of boom audio and you know, set design and all that kind of stuff. You don't always need that. Sometimes you do, but not always. And if you can make stuff with the limitations that you have towards the budgets that you're capable of providing, then you will be making better content, more suitable content for the audiences that you're trying to approach, and they'll be more creatively fulfilling because it will feel like you rather than feeling like you trying to copy your inspirations and that kind of thing. So that's basically the core of the video. So thank you so much for watching this one. If you've noticed that this one was a little bit shaky, that was kind of the point of it. I'm not saying that you're shaking it at all. You're actually incredibly fucking stable with it. Like, holy, you're like a chicken with, like, you know how the chicken has the head and like they hold a chicken, they say that a chicken is the ultimate gimbal because the head never moves. It's kind of like that, but if you noticed a single wobble, right, did it take you out of it? No, because you enjoy this content anyway. So thank you for enjoying this content. Thank you for enjoying the things that I do. Thank you for being a part of this. I love you all. Please leave your comments below about your thoughts on this topic. Do you think that I'm completely wrong? If so, please tell me why. Do you think I'm completely right? If so, well, you don't need to tell me why, because it's evident from the video. So that's basically it. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in a couple of days in the next video. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey up, everybody. My name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. And you might notice that this video looks a little bit different than usual. It looks a little bit more high resolution, a bit more modern, right? I've come out to Camden at the moment, and I just thought I would go through the new sort of technology versus the old, right? So I usually shoot on a Canon camera like this with a really old sort of lens. This is a Soviet lens made in the USSR, right? And so a lot of my stuff tends to look quite 70s inspired, and there's a bit more of an analog feel. That's completely fake. It's all a digital thing, but at the same time, it's like how I like to kind of market stuff. I'm kind of interested in that look, right? However, you need different looks for different things. That 70s look isn't going to work for a business sort of thing. It's not going to work for corporate stuff. By the same token, if you were trying to make kind of a gritty sort of 70s style thriller, you wouldn't want to shoot it on an Arri Alexa. It just wouldn't quite work. So it's about using the right kind of equipment for the right sort of thing. and figuring out what kind of equipment you have and how you can manipulate that equipment in various ways to get the kind of results that you might want. So first you sort of think, what is it that you want to capture? What is it you want to do? Do you want to make more corporate sort of stuff and build a professional brand so that you can go out and get clients and stuff, which will pay you loads and loads of money? Yeah, if you want to do that, that's brilliant. Get something like what this is being shot on, which is a DJI Osmo something or other, right? They're like 500 quid. You could probably get them secondhand for a bit cheap on eBay and stuff like that, because you know that's where all the best stuff is, on the secondhand market, right? Or alternatively, if you want a bit more of a traditional kind of soft 70s, slightly analog, semi-analog sort of thing, I like Canon for that, because I just like the color science behind it. It's just got that kind of thing. And I've noticed that so many people are engaging with the videos that I'm doing at the moment that don't look like this, that look a little bit more like this, right? So you see how that kind of looks, and now you see what this kind of looks. And you might think you're a little bit out of you're seeing something a bit out of your depth, and you're seeing something a little bit different, right? And you might be tempted to not have clicked on this video at first because it looks so different. You might think, oh, what's he doing this time? It's a bit weird, right? But then perhaps the weirdness kind of entices you, gets you in, but you might not want to see this kind of thing again, and that's totally fine. I probably won't do more videos like this in future. I'm going to go down this way just to avoid the music. But at the same time, you need to try something a little bit different. You need to do different stuff, because if you just do the same thing all the time, people will get bored. Right? But if you're going out and experimenting non-stop and you don't find a comfort zone to actually return to, then people don't have anything to latch on to. If you're just doing different stuff all the time, say if you were a band, right, and you started off, you made your debut album and it was a ska album, and then you did your second album and it was more of like a punk album, and then you did your third album and it was some kind of like progressive rock. It just wouldn't work, right? How would you find an audience? Because you're doing a different thing all the time and there's no cohesiveness to it. You want a bit of cohesiveness to it, because otherwise you're not really going to be able to capture anything, right? You're not going to be able to capture an element. So how can you find a balance between experimentation and cohesiveness? Well, first off, you need to find what your trick is, what your main thing is. What are you good at? And what you are good at, whatever that may be, try and tap into that. Try and figure out what works for you and what doesn't. And then eventually you will find something that works for you. You know, it might take you a little bit of time, right? You might experiment, find something that doesn't work, but once you find something, just stick with it for a wee bit, build it out, flesh out your niche. And once you do that, once you've figured out your niche, that's when you can start to experiment, broaden your horizons, do slightly different things, right? Because if you just do the same thing each time, right, it's not really going to be as interesting. If you just do the same thing forever, people are going to get bored, as I just said. It's the same reason that, for instance, the band AC/DC, right? They started on the scene, they were doing loads of great stuff, right? First few albums are brilliant, and then they just kept doing the same bloody thing again and again and again. Look, I like AC/DC, right? But I've never listened to their albums from the 1990s or the 2000s or anything like that. Because why would I? Because they've got albums that sound exactly the same that came out in 1977. But by the same token, you look at some band like Pink Floyd, for instance, which evolved their sound from the 1960s onto the 1990s, right? Piper at the Gates of Dawn sounds completely different to the Division Bell, but you can see throughout their discography a consistent evolution. And that's kind of what you want. You want a consistent evolution to create what your brand is and what you are. And it can sound quite cynical to start off going like, oh, you need to figure out your personal brand and stuff, but you kind of do, because everyone has a brand at the end of the day. Whether we want to have these brands or not, it's not an option, that's what you have to deal with, right? So, as far as my brand, I tend to like sort of 70s kind of stuff. People associate me with the 70s and the 80s for some bloody reason, right? And that's fine, right? But I want to experiment and broaden my horizons, right? And this might not work. If it does work, I'll do more of it. If it doesn't work, then I'll do less of it. And that's fine. It's just about finding your niche and experimenting, doing different stuff. And that's really the end of it. So thank you very much for watching this video. I hope you managed to get something out of it. If you liked it and you like this sort of style, then please let me know if you want more of this kind of thing, because I do think there's something interesting to be said about the different styles of different cameras and the way that different sensors kind of work to create different vibes. Like, I could never make this kind of video with my usual camera, right? And by the same token, I couldn't make my normal kind of videos with this camera,
right? So it's all about broadening your horizons, trying different stuff. You can even just rent out little bits of equipment just to give things a go, see what works for you. You'll find your home eventually. And once you do, then you're sorted. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, everybody. Leave your comments in the thing below about what you think of the new versus the old style. This isn't the new style. Like, I'm going to go back to normal stuff after this, so don't worry if you like that kind of thing. And if you like this kind of thing, then sorry, I'm not going to do much more of it. And yeah, leave your comments about that. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. Love you all. And thank you very much for watching, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey up, everybody. My name's Joshua Morrison, director of Jonny Mozza's Lessons in Confidence. Today, I want to talk about one particular video that I've been trying to work on for a long, long time now. It's quite a difficult video to make because it involves invoking a part of not just my life, but of someone else's life. Something that's a little bit tricky to do because, look, I'm quite a private person, and the people that I would be talking about in this video are also quite private people. What I'm trying to get at is I want to do a video about the nature of romance, the nature of relationships, and you know, the institution of marriage, and all of those kind of things, because I think it's a really, you know, vital component of the human experience is, you know, getting to know a fellow human, and on a, you know, a pure level, you know, at the deepest level that you can kind of get, because that's what romance is at the end of the day. It's you and another person going through life together with the aim of getting through to the very end and retiring together. Whenever I've sort of gotten with someone and fallen in love, I'm kind of sort of thinking, well, I imagine them in various stages of their life. I imagine, you know, a 50-year-old version of them, a 70-year-old version of them. I imagine what they'd be like when they go through a tragedy. How do they deal with stress? How do they cope with, you know, existential issues and stuff like that? And all the various highs and lows that come with, you know, the journey of life. Because it's not just about you and your journey, it's about their journey as well, and how you can aid one another and make things sort of easy for one another and make sure that the other one feels comforted and secured. And that's kind of what, when I go into a relationship, I want to try and be with someone that can understand me and that I can also understand, where I don't feel like I have to be someone else, right? And these are all things that I want to get into in this video that I want to make, which would be about romance. And the problem is that I don't want to draw from aspects of my own life, you understand? Because it's not my place to go telling stories that involve someone else who I've since maybe split up with, who I'm maybe still with. You know, I just don't feel comfortable doing that because I'm already quite a private person, to be honest. It's hard to do this sort of thing, right? You know, I'm not the sort of person that goes out there bragging about, you know, the new car that I got or whatever, right? That's not the sort of thing that this is all about. I'm more, even to say I'm a humble person sounds like it's arrogant, right? But at the end of the day, I'm just a private person who doesn't really want to expose those aspects of my life and live my whole life in, you know, a social media campaign. And I certainly don't want to drag loved ones into that. So that's why I've been struggling to make this video. I think I can make it, and I will eventually make it. It's a case of skill, because some of these videos are easier to make than others. You know, a quick video about an old project that I did, or maybe some basic film or music motivation, I can knock that out and not have to worry too much about it. I can talk for about 15 minutes telling you, you know, pick up your guitar, pick up your camera. You know, it can be easy to just get a nice little shot. It looks pretty good. So I think all you need to do is just figure out how you can level yourself up. The more that you can level yourself up, the harder a topic that you can cover, right? So, look, this is a tough topic. This is one of the toughest topics. I would say this is actually harder than politics. It's hard to talk about politics, for instance, because it's so easy to say the wrong thing. And I don't mean like accidentally letting some racist view slip or something like that. I mean, just with every issue that goes on, there's so many facets to it. There's so much complexity to all the world's issues, right? That it's so easy to say something that will make you seem like you support an opinion that you don't. Or to make it seem like you support Israel when you actually support Palestine, or vice versa. You know, it's so easy to get things wrong in that regard. And with romance, the difficulty isn't necessarily with that. It's with keeping the private parts of yourself private, whilst revealing what is useful to an audience, and actually getting into something rather than just you know, going, ooh, love's good. Of course fucking love's good. We all love being in love. That's why it's called love, right? The whole point of the human experience is to try and find another human and spend as long as you can with them and have as many good times as possible with them and be as happy as you can together and try and make them as happy as possible because it makes you feel good, right? Like, I like making my girlfriend feel good, getting her little presents and stuff and like just complimenting her and stuff, because that makes me in turn feel good, right? But how do you talk about that in a way that you can not necessarily even give examples, but just to get into and discuss the nature and the virality of this topic without invoking a part of a person's life who I don't have the right or permission to expose? Not necessarily that, you know, she would be against it, but I don't really want to have to, one, ask permission, or two, what if we break up in the future and then this is a time capsule of this awkward sort of thing, you know? I mean, I'd feel a bit of a tit if 5 years ago I'd made a video like this invoking experiences from my ex. It would feel weird. I wouldn't be able to go back to it, would I? Because then what? It's just a video using them as an example. So that's why it's difficult. It's hard to figure out how to not invoke private parts of yourself in examples. And that's a struggle with a lot of these videos, but particularly with this topic. And I think if I eventually do it, when I eventually do it, it's going to have taken a few attempts. I've done it a couple times. Well, that just looks really good. Yeah, that looked really good. So sometimes I have done it before. I've tried to get this video done. Sometimes it doesn't lead anywhere. I find I'm not getting deep into the topic enough, or all of those kind of things. Sometimes the issue is that I get 15 minutes in and it turns out that I have exposed something that I shouldn't have exposed. Sometimes I get it wrong and I can't publish the video, because I certainly don't want to go doing multiple takes and that kind of thing. Because at the end of the day, people like the one-take nature of these. So when I eventually get it done, I feel like it will be one of my best ever videos. But until then, I'll be happy with this. So this is just an explanation of why I've been unable to make this video that I've been wanting to make for a long time, because it's a really near and dear topic to me. And I feel like it'd be quite a universal experience. So yeah, eventually when that comes out, it will be pretty good and I'll be pretty happy with it. And yeah, until then, thank you very much for watching. Hope you managed to get something out of this. Hope you get a bit of an idea on, you know, making harder videos than average. Sometimes it's important to try and challenge yourself and never to just stick with what's easy forever. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Love you all. Take care, and bye-bye. I want to leave your comments as well about love and romance and stuff, and you know why it's hard to make this kind of video. Because I get it, right? I do get it. It's kind of difficult to talk about this sort of stuff. You draw from your own experiences, but don't get too personal unless you want to. Actually, don't, because you might regret it later.